Cover me.
girls with their nails done now.
Changing mag. Cover me.
girls with their nails done now.
Yo!
Changing mag. Cover me. girls with their nails done now. Mag, cover me. girls with the nails done now.
Welcome to Elimination Saturday here at the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Regional Qualifiers on our road to the World Championship 2023. And we are your casters for the playoffs. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and he is...
the Cali Gaming. It's great to be back at the playoff stage again. We get to continue the story that we had yesterday. Now we're down at the lower bracket at the edge where you only have one life left, AJ.
One life left indeed. We've got 4 teams, one life. Something does not math here, right?
Yeah. And again, this is where we got the former kings, the underdogs, and the defending 2-time Garena Stage 4 champs fighting for a championship Sunday spot.
I think it's going to be absolutely dicey the way we get it done, man. It is going to be a little soul-crushing because we've got 2 back-to-back series here and, of course, 2 eliminations. Then you think things are going to stop there? No. 3rd series, it's going to be an elimination as well. 3 teams going to get taken out. And I did not expect, the situation to be so dire down at the bottom here. We've got Broke Boys Club taking on Smart Omega. And later on, we have got Wolf going up against Powerhouse International. Now, are there too many big names here down at the lower brackets, Cali?
I mean, yeah, there's just so much talent here. And you know who just bullied them out is the new kings of Garena. That's Kagendra from Indonesia and WPM Low Kings. The amount of talent that we have from Garena right now is uncomparable to compare that into the amount of talent that we had last year. There's so many teams that were able to step it up and be the better guns here this time around.
And clearly, Indonesia is proving the fact that you don't need numbers, you just need quality. One strong team in Kagendra, and I think all of the hope and praises put behind them thus far from the Indonesians has been paying off, right? Kagendra has pretty much remained solid, and they will be meeting the West Point Mamba Low Kings team, and that's going to be tomorrow. There's going to be the upper bracket finals, the one that gets kicked down into the lower bracket. Of course, we'll have a round number 2, and it's pretty difficult to imagine either one of these two getting kicked out by the teams that are down in the lower bracket. But of course, we're going to keep that conversation for tomorrow and bring the conversation back a little bit here. We're going to be starting the day off with Wolf taking on Powerhouse International. It's pretty unprecedented to be having this conversation and talking about elimination because these 2 teams were basically stage 5 quality teams, right? And that's just out of the window now, all thanks to West Point Mamba Low Kings really rising up to the occasion.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Powerhouse having a new revamped lineup there with Scared as well as FTX part of their roster and with Chara continuously improving as the mainstay for the team when it comes to playing at Hardpoint. It has not been able to really translate and be that level of factor as they got completely eliminated by WPM Low Kings yesterday. Now, we take a look at Wolf. Again, they have run into a bit of a problem, Rage having some inconsistency, and Yato and Yubo failing to show up. It has always been Jabin and AG always able to carry the load of offense. So right now, at the lower bracket, you would need everyone to step up if you want to fight for a championship spot.
And, on paper, it might look like Rage has really been underperforming, but if you take an average of all of the statistics, the worst performer right now for Wolf, surprisingly, and I was shocked when I got to this result, is Jabin, right? If you look at his eliminations, he's got the least in comparison to the rest of his team members at 19.3 eliminations on average thus far. And the time that Jabin has on the hills haven't really been bringing the kind of impact like what Rage has been doing. Rage has got an average of 2 minutes, 4 seconds on the hill, and that kind of salvages the situation a little bit for him. But he's not the worst off player for the side of Wolf as well, because AG is currently leading with the KD averages, and Rage is there right in that second spot. Overall, he does have some of these games where he really underperforms, but thankfully he's been able to buffer that up. But that's going to be a problem, isn't it? That inconsistency could just be key here for Powerhouse taking over and moving on with that extra life first.
I mean, Powerhouse, they're a solid SND team. And if they can just improve on their hardpoint later on up against Wolf, they might just potentially run away with a 3-0 victory here. Now, we take a look at our tournament format here once again. We have narrowed down the last 6 teams, and today we will eliminate 3 of them. And just how much punishing this day will be for all the fans of Smart Omega, Powerhouse, Wolf, and Broke Boys Club.
And I think that's the kind of format that everybody wants to see. We don't really want an extended league where you've got so many of these underperforming teams who are constantly getting trashed. We just want to see the creme de la creme of matches, and that's exactly what the regional qualifiers will offer us. Of course, 3 back-to-back heartbreaks today, but it will also send one very well-deserving team to be in that lower bracket final to meet either West Point or Kagendra to earn an opportunity to jump right back into the competition, get back into that grand finals, finals and show up strong. Either way, it's going to be an uphill task because winning the bouts that we have here today might be a little bit easy, but up against West Point as well as Kagendra, who have been looking so phenomenal thus far in the competition, it's really difficult to see exactly who's the one who's going to be capable enough. I mean, you look at Smart Omega, you look at some of their engagements out there, they've been able to give some signs of hope for their huge fan base, but they haven't been able to maintain consistency. Of course, we tease around whether or not they are going in there and kind of playing some cheese strats, try to hold back a little bit of the strategy as well, but you really can't ignore the numbers, and the numbers just do not speak for a very smart Omega. In fact, they've been looking pretty dull with their gameplay recently, Cali.
Yeah, especially when they got a lot of inconsistency and roster changes happening around, right? I mean, they dropped Idra midway the tournament and they got to adjust with the new roles that they had, and they did a couple of great things up against Kagendra yesterday, but only to be taken away as one of their player absolutely did not use did their operating skills right in time, and therefore included into a disqualification on that game number 4, where we obviously thought that Smart Omega was about to win, right? But now we're taking a look at our bracket in here once again. The two-time the two-time Garena Stage 4 defending champions, Powerhouse, and the 5th best team in the world last year, Smart Omega, are down at the lower bracket. Surprisingly, again, after taking a beatdown against the new kings from the block of WPM Lotus and Kagendra.
Yeah, brother, you also, missed out this one thing. We've even got the Eastern champs here down in the lower bracket. So it's insane. What Garena has thus far is insane, but that's exactly how I love it. It's the change of guards here as far as Garena is concerned. We've got West Point Mamba Lokings, we've got Kagendra, and no two better teams thus far performance-wise to send to Stage 5 to make Garena really proud, to really shock the world. And I have to say, the biggest win is not lifting the trophy up for yourselves or your brand. The biggest win is not taking away the prize pool. The biggest win is going to be for them winning that attention back for Garena. I mean, there used to be a time in the world of Call of Duty Mobile where the hype was just at an all-time high. That was when Garena was making so much of noise, making so much of promises. But of course, when we went into the world stage last year, we got the butts whooped, right? It was slightly below embarrassing, but it is what it is. That's exactly how the cookie crumbles. Of course, the viewership went over to the western side for a tad bit. So the players that do represent Garena overall, they're not just playing for themselves or their country. They're playing for a whole server, a whole region. Multiple countries will be represented by these teams.
And again, you're not just fighting for those, right? You're fighting for another additional slot if you ever participate and really go deep into the World Championship. I mean, that's what happened with China last year. They only had 2 spots, but then after placing 4th last year, they get 3, and they were really able to send out 3 best teams moving forward to Garena, to the COD Champs 2023, right? And again, there's just so much things to talk about here. And if Mamba Low Kings, as well as the one and only Kagendra, could put up a great fight and secure the 2 spots, we are in good hands.
Absolutely, man. And of course, these are your map rotations for Search and Destroy, Hardpoint Control. We've got different maps thrown into the rotations. And I love what Call of Duty Mobile has done thus far. And the eSports team has really given this a lot of thought, taken in all of the feedback from the pro players as well as the community, and really balanced out the maps that we get to play certain modes on, right? And Control, the bane of my existence in the world of Call of Duty Mobile, is no longer so one-sided. We see very fair fights out there, and it's all coming down to the mechanical skills as well as the decisions made in those split seconds. And one of the best teams to really execute great plays out there have always been Powerhouse, with the lineup of Bingo, FDX, Incendio, Irfan J, Shut Up, as well as Scared. They've made a lot of noise, but I still haven't seen Bingo, and that's what makes Powerhouse so amazing. They just don't even need a powerhouse like Bingo to step in. The main roster sorts out everything out for the team.
I mean, the Filipino duos that are fresh off the new spot, right? Skirt and FTX are going to be a big key if Powerhouse wants to reach tomorrow's stage. Because right now, Incendio and Shut Up, they have been pretty much lights out. With the help of Irfan J, they've been able to team up and advance to the upper bracket quarterfinals yesterday, but only falling short up against WPM Low Kings. Right now, what they need is an aggressive hardpoint, then continuing that momentum to carry over at that SND to finally go in and not give Wolf any sort of chance at taking any map win here today on this best of 5.
Let's see exactly who manages to make lesser of those mistakes. unforced errors will just be key here for their opponents to really take advantage of, right? Whoever's quick enough to take advantage of situations like that will be the victors at the end of the day. And we did see that becoming a key play as well. Yesterday, Powerhouse International, they shocked us, especially at that Apocalypse hardpoint where P1 was supposed to be played. And they pretty much gave away the whole hill. I was flabbergasted, man. I was lost for words because I could not understand what that play was, what the communication was like, and how that decision was made for them to not contest that hill at all because they were in the lead at that point of time.
Yeah, they took a big gamble setting on the next hardpoint rotation, right? I mean, it was WPM Loki that they were trying to fight against, but giving away that P1 uncontested just really was the deal breaker for them on that matchup, right? And it really costed them that game. Could have went into their hands, could have been a 2-0 off the start if they have won at Apocalypse hardpoint and could have pressured WPM Loking's psychologically, right? And now we get to see the new team here. It's going to be Wolf, AG, Jabin, Rage, Yato, Yobabs, and their 6-man and Batman. And this is a crew that, really thrives under the hands of AG and Jabin. Again, second fragger for this squad, but they really have to bring out their A game here today after their loss up against Smart Omega at the upper bracket yesterday.
You're looking at your super slayers here, and of course, you're going to be putting that attention onto AG thus far with a 23 average kills in each and every single match that he takes on. And Rage is going to be that key player when it comes to some of these hardpoint matches because he is the one with the massive number of timing under his belt, right? Yes, this team does get scrappy at times, but nowhere close as scrappy as West Point Mamba Low Kings, where almost every single player is going to be tasked to hop on into the battlefield, hop on onto that hill as well to soak up those points. Wolf prefers to play it a little bit more methodically, and it has been working out in their favor, although they might want to rethink that, right? Because the competition at this point of time cannot sustain just a single hardpoint objective player for the squad.
Yeah, and we saw the MVP there, and that's going to be Tin. That's going to be added in for Powerhouse, but yeah, we're going to sort that one later on, right? But again, Wolf, they definitely do have Rage, a great objective player, can get those OBJ kills for you and open up that point. Now, what I do want to point out is another player, and that's going to be Yobabs that will have to step it up here today. He needs to really be part of that Yato and Yobabs combination today so that they can actually cancel out Powerhouse, who we know are really great when it comes to playing this SNDs, right? But now we'll take a look at our maps and modes here today. Map bans for Wolf, Apocalypse, just to get it out of the way. Actually, that I think that's going to be a big favorite for Powerhouse since we're going to be seeing them not playing that map anymore here today.
I mean, as we open up Hardpoint Takeoff here, we all know exactly how well Wolf does on this map. So it is going to be a little bit of a challenge for Powerhouse. But when you go into the details of things, they do have an overall 71% win rate here, Powerhouse International. As opposed to Wolf, they step on into Takeoff with a 60% win rate. So yes, it's a map that they're really proficient at, but their performance on this map thus far, of course, they've taken on different opponents, and the statistics that I just shared with you guys is over both Stage 3 as well as Stage 4 combined, because we wanted to see some pretty decent averages here as to how consistent they are on this map, regardless of opponents. And it seems like Powerhouse does have a tad bit of advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, it always have to go into Wishadop being that primary fragger for the squad. And again, it's going to be Incendo that can chain those rotations for them as he plays the route and be the anchor for the squad. P3 and P4 at Takeoff, that's where he mostly do the dirty work, get that generator spawn and the healthcare center so that he spawns his team on his back and claim those money hills. Now, what the team here for Wolf actually is trying to do is really challenge Powerhouse, even though it's their map pick, AJ.
And Wolf takes Apocalypse out of the equation, and I think they saw this one coming because they have taken each other on multiple times in the past 3.5 years, and they know Powerhouse being cheeky when they see it. As flabbergasted as I was, I'm pretty sure they saw right through that gameplay. Powerhouse is expecting people to think that they suck on Apocalypse. Wolf is just not going to fall for that. They say, thank you very much, and we will just not meet you there, okay? No surprises whatsoever. Let's just take a straightforward matchup on maps that we are very well acquainted on. Let's take a look at the head-to-head as well. It's going to be Shut Up, like you mentioned, taken on AG, a 1.12 KD rating versus a 1 KD rating, and this is something you've touched on before, Cali. Getting an average of 1 kill, as long as you're on the positive, you're already doing pretty decent in the competition.
Yeah, shut up. Just doing a bit of an inch better up against AG here this time at this head-to-head on that KD rating, right? But what really strikes me the most is Powerhouse shut up claiming most of the MVPs per Powerhouse.
Yeah.
We expected more of Scared as the main slayer at Hardpoint and his control to be more of the playmaker here. But again, Shut Up has been able to truly transcend his gameplay ever since Heaven has tapped away from Call of Duty Mobile, right? And again, we expect him to do the exact same thing with a little bit more of a backup coming in for the Filipino duos in FTX and Scared here today, since this is not going to be an easy fight as they go up against the Eastern champs in Wolf.
And then these two players are super equal on multiple fronts by the looks of things. And it's not just with the stats that you see in front of you, even the time on the hill. AG plays an average of 1 minute 8 seconds on the hill every single time we hop on into Hardpoint. And Shut Up has 1 minute 5 seconds, just 3 seconds in terms of difference of average between the two players. They are very equally matched. And once again, that's what we can expect for the rest of the duration of the regional qualifiers. These teams are all very proficient when it comes to the mechanical skills. It's going to come down to those decisions made in the split second. Will we see another drop, another slip up from Powerhouse intentionally or unintentionally on, going in for contest? Because those things clearly can cost you the match.
Interesting operator skill here per Powerhouse. They're going to take away that Annihilator and bring in a Gravity Vortex. Now, on a map like Takeoff, where every hardpoint, especially from P3 to P4, all are going to be at the doorways, that's going to be a great crowd control operator skill to take down any of the team that could flood that point. And that could also buy some time to get some reinforcement in the hills. So this is going to be a great attention to detail for them.
And the Gravity Vortex, right, is just that one operator where if you're in a tense matchup with such a equal team and you just need one solid break to get in there, to make an easy difference of just pure 10 points, that's what the Gravity Vortex is going to come in very handy for, especially when you've got a team like Wolf, who sometimes when it comes a little bit scrappy, they try to play like West Point Mamba Low Kings. They all hop on into the hill and they try to defend it with their lives. They don't really roam the perimeter much like what Smarter Mega does. And that's going to be the world of difference that Powerhouse can bring into this takeoff match.
And we get to start the day off with a bit of a high-performance action here between Powerhouse and Wolf as we move into Hardpoint Takeoff. Momentarily, it's going to be Wolf having the favorable spawns for P2. So far, at this Hardpoint, Powerhouse couldn't get any clinch closer, and Powerhouse now going one by one, but finally they get inside and claim some time.
Yeah, great Powerhouse, great power position plays coming through here from Wolf. The second floor of Aurora launch, as well as the control room here. You can see player number 1 in yellow. So Jabin's locking this one down. That HVK is going to be able to beam down these players. Incendio trying to take away the spawns at generator for the squad, but he will go ahead to fail. Wolf just circling around, and this is just P1 played to perfection. They've only got one objective player dedicated here. Once again, this could be the weakness of Wolf if punished by Powerhouse, but Powerhouse just doesn't seem to be winning out the initial gunfights, Cali.
Yeah, it's just really hard when you don't have any of the high ground with you. It's always been scrappy for Wolf as they played at P1, but now they're going to be starting on the back foot. They're going to be the ones late on this rotation as Powerhouse will have that P2 set up with the help of Incendio. Now they're going to try to play waited shutter out before they go for the push. With this smoke, they're going to be able to flood the point and contest.
And they have already seen this play coming through from Wolf multiple times now, just taking that right-hand side stair to access this second hill. So you can see no players from the side of Powerhouse anchoring down that spawn. They know that Wolf wants to get scrappy here, but Powerhouse is going to be putting up a strong fight, loading in all of your manpower, making sure they put a stop to the entrance on the right-hand side of this hill. Scaffolding is going to be protected by just that one player. The rest of the points going to the way of Powerhouse. They equalize and pull ahead as well. Great counter on P2.
Yeah, key head-to-head player that we just saw earlier. That's going to be Startup already starting off this first 2 hard points with 10 kills already as the primary slayer for Powerhouse gets themselves this big amount of money at this P2. They bring out their operators early and Startup again, finding all of the damage done all by himself, breaks the point individually, and they're going to claim all of the time as they move on and set up for the next hard point as well.
13 eliminations already for Shut Up, and you were absolutely right when you highlighted him earlier on. The guy is on a crazy good performance, and it seems like the consistency is going to be key here for him as he continues to rotate around with the rest of his team members in towards P3. They've taken over generator spawns as well. Powerhouse in the driver's seat at takeoff at this point.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big tough break here for Wolf, but they got the Sparrow to back them up, but that would momentarily be taken down by Incendio with that War Machine. It's still going to be a 50-50 battle. If Yato wins this 1v2, it's going to be his team spawning on the generators, but he loses that gunfight, so still it's going to be a scrappy fight between these two squads, and finally we see Yobabs get some sort of kills, gets this doorway controlled, but look at how much contest Powerhouse adds into the point, AJ. They just go in non-stop.
Yeah, they don't even have the favorable spawns here, but you can see them winning out their gunfights. That's, of course, key in them taking over control at takeoff time and time again. 75-46. Wolf had a fantastic start at the P1, but you could see a lackluster approach by Powerhouse. They just didn't want to engage all that too much. They didn't want to give away too many lives at P1, but you can see that they were stacking up. They were preparing for their super takeover on P2. It has continued into P3 and now P4. Early rotation once again. Hill after hill, Powerhouse in the driver's seat. And I'm just a little worried for Wolf now because they need to make a comeback eventually. A split spawn coming through here. Let's see what the Filipinos can do.
Yeah, they got the Annihilator to pop off here for Yato. They're trying to break in multi-angles here. You can see the pinch play being set up by AG as Yato deals the damage up the back. That should be an opportunity for them to get the timing and get that elimination inside. They break the point. They flip the spawns as well. Now it's all about this next set of gunfights for them to stand a great chance of turning this one into a money hill.
Yep, AG just making great work of that. He just had the claw to make good work of. Rage backing him up as well. So Wolf going to be absorbing all of these points. Here comes the timing push for the rest of the Powerhouse players. Only two still hanging on. A very tough hill to break. This is where that Gravity Vortex would have come in super handy, Cali.
Yeah, but it was actually being invested by Powerhouse pretty early on in this P4, thinking that they would be seeing an early attack being initiated by Wolf, right? So that one really went two ways, and Wolf really able to capitalize on that scenario and finally get this lead back into just 10 points, which is going to be key. P1 was their money hill moving into the next set of rotation.
Yeah, beautiful stuff out of Wolf now. They've managed to just catch up just good enough so that they can play a solid P1, but it looks like Powerhouse wants to change the narrative here. They go in aggressive for P1 this time round, dedicating just FDX to play the hill, the rest of them on the perimeter, roaming around trying to find the slays. This time, power positions being taken over by Powerhouse, but still, it is going to be pretty annoying to deal with Yato, who continuously plays these hills so well for the side of Wolf.
Yeah, he's getting all of the objective kills, which are the most impactful kills right now in this hardpoint matchup, right? And he has not been able to be stopped unless there was a double push being made by Powerhouse. And so far, this lead has been continuously being reduced by Wolf. But now we get to see Powerhouse attack that point, get some players in there while also holding that scaffolding. And that still would be broken off by Wolf. Their P1 control has just been insane since the first set of rotation.
Yeah, absolutely, man. A little bit weaker than the first rotation, mainly because the first rotation, we saw them spawning out of the generator area, and they just were able to just sequence that into great gunfights. They held on to the control room second floor Aurora launch as well. So that just gave them a lot of that high ground advantage, and Powerhouse stood no chance. But a better fight from Powerhouse most definitely this time around. The match at the end of the day, still super duper close.
I mean, another early investment by FDX with this Gravity Vortex here. That's going to pay some price later on if we ever see Wolf get that break. But a big key gunfight that Irfan J was able to win just a little bit before this hardpoint opens up, gets in the spawns. But you can see that Jabin now trying to flip it for Wolf, get this attack in multi-angles and pressure Powerhouse into a bit of a mix here at the moment. And that would be stopped at the moment here.
Yeah, the Gravity Vortex is a great operator, but you just mistime that and you lose a lot of advantage that you could have played, right? This is unfortunately not the perfect hill to play it on. Not saying that the Gravity Vortex cannot work in a situation like that. The timing and the angles played, though, was just a little bit too off for FDX. But it doesn't really matter because this is going to be a dragged out matchup. I'm expecting another activation on the Gravity Vortex for sure.
Yeah, and again, Wolf, they are just spawning outside of that next hard point. You got Powerhouse playing for exit kills. That's going to be number 4 in shot up holding up that P4. Is getting those eliminations to still spawn Wolf at the generator and give this opportunity for them to actually maintain this high ground control at the second floor of this launch center. So far, Wolf now will try to invest at an Annihilator just to try to make a break. It's going to be a 1v1 inside.
167-98. Wolf just really trading off now, and looks like the statistics will still hold true. Powerhouse just the better ones here at takeoff. 174-98. Wolf really hasn't been able to put up much of a fight. Rage with the Purifier just biding a lot of time, and it was played perfectly, just waiting for Yato to back him up as well. The rest of the players on the side of Wolf, and this is a good timely break. This operator is going to help them rule this hill for a little bit, but Rage now Losing that Purifier, will get shut down, shut up in the opener. Needs another good gunfight, backs away first. Doesn't want to play cheeky against Yato, waits for Incendio's backup. Yato's still alive and kicking. And this thus far has been a tremendous response from Wolf. All started off with that operator.
Yeah, it's a great job for them holding off with that Annihilator and that Purifier from Rage. They also have one player holding up the generator that eventually gave an opportunity to have unlimited reinforcements every time Powerhouse decided to go for that engage over towards FP3. Now, we got the RNG spawning Yato on the left side of the minimap. They're gifted with a pincher once again. If they could get these gunfights, that should be a break.
Now, we see you guys mentioning that there should be a disqualification here because of the use of the Annihilator. We've double-checked with the production team as well to just see if or not it was just an error in terms of the graphics because, you know, clearly that has happened before. So let's not panic all too early just yet. Powerhouse versus Wolf, the match still ongoing. Until the Fat Lady sings, this match will continue. The Fat Lady, unfortunately, is just our production team. The guy's called Luffy. So until he says the team is DQ'd, the match will still continue. 199 to 128. Wolf on their way back. And this time, it's a fantastic hold at P4. But Yato goes down. Hill goes back over to Powerhouse. And this is where Wolf starts to get scrappy. But look at the RNG here. Split spawns gives them the advantage.
Yeah, again, this is just then being given like 2 times, 3 times already at this P4, but they just couldn't get a great hold inside of the point. Powerhouse has been able to really stack that hardpoint very well, and it's always been shot up, and Irfan J being able to get those eliminations inside. You can see shot up with 38 kills right now as we open that P1 hardpoint. Now they're going to try to change up what happened just a little bit earlier at this P1. Now they're going to have to get that main top control with shot up on that second floor. Now they also have number 2 playing the OBJ as well, so much more improvements that we are seeing for Powerhouse as they're trying to stop Wolf from claiming time at this P1, which was a money hill.
Great fight back here. Yato once again gonna get that high big money kills over at the hill. Waits for a little bit of backup. The timing played and the position that he assumes. Great for Yato. Just beams down 4 players back to back. And once again, just playing massive role here for the side of Wolf.
Even with the way Powerhouse was able to continue that pressure on the second floor, Yato really able to step that one up, gets himself 31 kills by the time this P1 ends. There's still 17 seconds, still plenty of time to fight for, and you can see Wolf not going to give Powerhouse this uncontested time, and they make sure that they are going to be able to inch that gap closer as they're going to be able to set up on that next hardpoint rotation as well. Back to P2 we go. That's going to be number 2 in Yato being able to secure that spawns. They get the eliminations inside of that point, and this is going to be a greater bounce up that we are seeing for Wolf.
So we have gotten a confirmation from production already. There has been no band operator usage here. War Machine in the hands of Yobabs, AG on the Claw, Yato on the Annihilator, Rage with the Purifier, Jabin with the Sparrow. So all is fine and dandy. Powerhouse though still in the lead. Irfan J, but Yato on the flip side of things. Annihilator once again raging on. A God Nade out of nowhere as well. Irfan can be the game changer, and he most definitely is. And look at the positioning here. Backs away, spots out Yobabs as well. Another Purifier up on top, this time invested by Wolf. Yobabs goes down. Irfan J's been on a roll so far.
Yeah, he has been playing that objective as well as getting all his eliminations. He's going to be the second top fragger for his squad. Only second, 2 shot up was got 44 at the moment. This is going to be a momentary, monumental round for Wolf. If they cannot take control of this hard point, things will spiral out of control as Powerhouse only needs 15 more points to take map number 1.
Crazy stuff, man, out of these players. And there's just no backing off here. Powerhouse, just 8 more points to close this game off. The stats did mention that it will be a Powerhouse advantage here, and now the points will be able to prove exactly that. 246 to 180. A single simple hole on the hill can end the game. Wolf, they truly are fighters, but can they win out each and every single gunfight? Yobabs with their early investment on the War Machine, but he will be able to hold off the players first. A little bit of an over-exaggerated approach here. He loses multiple shots of that War Machine without bringing much of it for the side of Wolf.
Yeah, he has to win this gunfight on the generator, but he gets eliminated. That will flip the spawn. Powerhouse gets inside.
Great stuff. 248. And the pause comes on through, but the finisher is there as FDX assumes the corner. Great holds all around. It came down to, of course, the map played with a strategy, and we saw the early rotations just pulled off hill after hill after hill so cleanly by Powerhouse.
And even with the investment being showed by Yato with an annihilator, it has not been able to really transcend into a good break, a monohill that will be given to the side of Wolf, because Powerhouse always has the upper hand when it comes to investing their war machine as well. I mean, the Purifier coming in for Irfan J. He's going to be the MVP here, playing all of the areas on the map very well with 44 and 35, a minute and 46 there.
And, this was something that I highlighted before the start of the matchup, and this has been the bane of existence for Wolf when it comes to the hardpoint matches. Yes, they've won quite a number for themselves, but all of those losses we've seen, pretty indicative, the main reason being because they want to throw Yato very aggressively into that hill to play the points. Rage backs him up as well, but they're just not scrappy like West Point Marble Kings. You saw the adjustments being brought here by Powerhouse. The biggest of difference is they had main 3 hill players, right? Skirt was the backup player, but he was guarding the perimeter. Incendio just had one task to hold on to those power positions and beam down each and every single player out there on the battlefield. Shut Up had pretty much the exact same role. Look at that, 49 eliminations. The guy was definitely on a roll, right? Irfan J, the secondary player in terms of the objective for the side of Powerhouse. And this is the kind of pressure that they were able to execute so cleanly against Wolf. And things could have been just a little bit different here if they dedicated extra numbers within the hill in itself just to play a little bit more scrappier against Powerhouse.
Yeah, the meta with the hardpoint right now, ever since we've seen WPM Low Kings invent their own system, is that one objective player is not going to cut the case. You need to have at least 4 players in there, or maybe even 3, to eventually, play for those trades, especially on a map like Takeoff, where the doorways at P3 and P4 are always going to be close quarter combats. You would need someone inside of that point to trade those attacks for you.
And of course, it usually doesn't work because if everybody's stacking the hill, then you become dead meat pretty easily. The opponents get to beam you down. But you see the great use of utilities out of a team like West Point as well. The smokes are relentless. We did see a couple of smokes, but I don't see them used as efficiently as West Point Marble Kings at all. But Powerhouse didn't really need to worry about all of these intricacies because they were playing the map right from the very get-go, right? First hill, of course, they knew it was going to be scrappy. They take their foot off the gas pedal. They say, okay, go ahead. You take the lead. We'll make our comeback later. P2, they played it beautifully well. They anticipated a very huge attack on the hill and not really anybody guarding their spawn or going in for the anchor spawns on the left-hand side. And to invest 5 players into the hill, okay, not into the hill, right? They got all 5 players to go into the launch center. 2 mainly stood on the hill guarding each side of the stairs as well as looking at scaffolding. But 3 players on that lower floor, just guarding that right-hand side door. There's 2 entrances there, and that has been the bane for a lot of teams to deal with thus far. Powerhouse had no issues.
Yeah, Irfan J, he really knows how to route himself very well in the ins and outs of that hardpoint, right?
Correct.
Powerhouse really having himself there, he knows how to play those close quarter combat, and he has the fastest reaction in terms of those hand-to-hand combats right now. We get to see Powerhouse take away at map number 1. Now, we did have them actually have a lot of they have the advantage in terms of the win percentage. I believe it was a 10%, right? And eventually paid off as Powerhouse takes that game. But now we move into map number 2. This is going to be a pick by Powerhouse. And Wolf, they banned this one yesterday. They don't want to play this, but with the amount of talent that Powerhouse have in playing this SND game, right? They're going to have to step things up here this time.
I don't think Wolf is going to get eaten up that easily because the main problem that they would have in a map like Tunisia is the underperforming Yobabs. If Yobabs is back on the groove already, they should be able to hang with the team of Powerhouse here. It is going to, of course, be dependent on how aggressive they take some of these battles. Slowing it down, of course, is going to benefit Wolf. But do they want to play a 5-man stack? Oh, my goodness. A very aggressive Rage will get punished very early on. And I think that was a tad bit unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, that automatically gives you a 4v5 here in a map like it's going to be reliant on this close quarter combats. As you try to push in on the map, you're going to really require that extra player to play the trades for you, when Powerhouse able to get that quick pick. Now, so far for Powerhouse, seems like they're going to try to slow it down, entering through mid-alley. Now, this is going to be a very interesting play for them. If they can get that connectors, things might just spiral out of control, and this will be a multi-angle attack.
Yeah, they want to aim for this A bomb site. They'll have to get through AG first with the CBR4. Should be able to beam those players down, and he holds on to a very tricky angle here. Entrance with a flash or a concuss could, of course, put him in great danger. Yobabs, on the other hand, going to be backing away towards B. Bomb routed slowly towards this B bomb site. And the timing is just not going to be on the side of Yobabs potentially here, as he plays this a little bit too scared. Incendio keeping an eye on that A rotation, but Yato will be able to beam him down. Great plays! And
Wow.
Shut Up catches Yobabs off guard. And he sorts out AG instantaneously as well. The control onto the B side here is solid coming through from Powerhouse.
Yeah, it's a 2v4, making it a 1v4 with the FTX taking down Jabin. 41 seconds left. Not much time to play with here. Not much angle that you can take. It's going to be a multi-angle attack if you try to push inside. Nades going to go out, and the push from Shut Up gets him that 4 kills in this first round of action. Powerhouse are not to be messing around. The team that you don't want to mess around when they play the attack side.
Unfortunately, no creativity there for the final player. It's a 1v4, and he tries to prevent the bomb plant. Should have at least tried to route on over, try to play a little cheeky, but at the end of the day, the number of eliminations you have in a round is not going to serve up any bit of victory in an SND matchup at all. So I understand exactly where he's coming from, I guess. Powerhouse this time around. Just stacking one player inside of Winery. That's going to be Incendio and his Locust. And Jabin found that out as well.
Yeah, this guy just like have the watch in his hand because he was able to time that one perfectly. That's going to be another first blood going in for Powerhouse, and that opens up the floodgates at the A side. There's going to be only 2 players holding the angles there, but the Powerhouse really taking their time. They also have Shut Up, their main slayer, going around at the B side, mainly looking to try to hunt Rage, who's going to be hiding in this corner. But they got that intel. They're looking to try to push that A side now this time.
I love what Powerhouse is doing here, man. Not bringing the bomb straight up to the objective, just playing to take lives away first. And thus far, the approach has been absolutely fantastic. A good trophy played there is going to take that lethal out of the equation. Incendio setting up the scopes, FDX, angles. Not found one just yet, but Incendio will punish yet another one. Rotation coming on from B. This is going to be the opportunity. Shut Up finds one. Too easy for Powerhouse at this point.
Another good read we're seeing for Powerhouse to get that bomb down as well. Force this into a 2v5 retake with 40 seconds. Wolf Rage, not much angle he has to play here. He has to work through AG's sniper if he does want to have some of these areas open up at the A side, but it's just too locked in. Shut Up gets that kill and the Rage, the last guy alive. Shut Up has been able to reap these players up one by one. Powerhouse takes a 2-0 lead.
I mean, what can I say, man? The guy has got the grit. The guy has got the capability to dream. He wants it. He goes out. He gets it. Scared with the bomb this time around. And I anticipate another slow push coming through from Powerhouse because thus far it has been working, but it looks like it's going to be a beeline for B. Rage didn't expect that. And that's how you switch up the pace. That's how you really catch your opponents off guard. Powerhouse is playing this down to the T.
Yeah, change of pace. Rage was just really taking its time, moving around the B side. Once he went and routed at the staircase, immediately gets greeted by a triple chow. That was an automatic disadvantage for him. This bomb gets planted, and Wolf only has 2 angles to play with around, and they're going to be canceled out by FTX, who finds that double.
Too beautiful, man. Powerhouse is so dominant. And I feel so bad for Wolf. They just need a decent organization to back them up. I mean, if these talented boys can find that, I think they can go such a long way. Unfortunately, I just don't feel like the backup and the assistance thus far has been nearly as solid, nearly as proper for a squad as good as the lineup of Wolves here.
Yeah, and you can see them actually being gunned down here one by one once again. The momentum has been lost.
Yep.
It's all down to Yato here. And it's just the first 20 seconds. Definitely a lot of psychological warfare that this team has been playing around since Powerhouse been able to really change the pace on this first 4 rounds, right? And now the bomb gets planted all down to Yato on this 1v3.
Of course, you will be able to do it without an organization backing you up as well. But, you know, there are a lot of benefits of having someone kind of float the bill first.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to picking up a coach for the squad, an analyst that can support you with all of the data, information that you most definitely require. I mean, map bans and picks, they truly matter in a series, especially when you're going up against a team as decent as Powerhouse.
It's the first step to victory. There at the map, at the bans and picks is where you cancel out your worst map win rates, then you add in and increase your odds of winning by banning out maybe your worst map or the best team's map, right? And that's something that a lot of Garena teams underlooked on, but it really plays a big factor if you want to win a championship.
Yeah, and the analyst just doesn't stop there. I mean, you've got round after round against multiple teams who, play a very different style out there. And what Wolf is depending on mainly now is just gunfights. It's just not going to fly. Look at the strategy played by Powerhouse here on this SND. So clean, round after round, changing that pace up, just keeping the momentum on their side. And there's just no creativity out of Wolf, unless, of course, you see Yobab's just popping off very early on here. Not a lot gets brought down to the side of Wolf. So this is once again where that analyst can come into play, right? Against Wolf, you play it in a certain way. Against Powerhouse, you execute your strategy as well as your approaches differently. Individual maps, they all need their own individual plans, as well as, time and time again, they have to practice these runs and perfect it. Clearly, Powerhouse has been working on this for a very long time because the execution has been so clean.
Yeah, and they feel really confident, especially those first bloods. They're really able to team up. They're able to hunt that guy around lurking at the B site, like for the first 4 rounds, right? And that's something that Wolf really needs to take care more on, knowing that this first blood can lead into potential spiral of snowball effect that could really lose you some rounds. You can see Incendio even lurking at the backside of the spawns of the enemy. Very cheeky, man.
We just saw his outline, just took that snipe, and then he quickly ran away with his life. He's like, good
okay,
one.
that's enough. That's enough. That's already a 3v3. I did what I had to do.
Amen. And it's all equal now out there on the battlefield. The bomb is going to be brought over to B as well. Plan to get executed. But you see cheeky little number 2 in yellow. FDX just holding the back lines here. And he just wants to find the Punisher from A. And as he rotates around alongside Team Wolf, this is going to be the most deadliest backstab. He misses the shot! He misses!
He backed up. He backed away.
But at least he bought some time. He distracted them.
Yeah. 18 seconds is left, and I love that take. Now, Wolf is second-guessing their flank.
Yeah.
Powerhouse can go for the slay at this point, and you can see Incendio at the long range. He shots down one. He shots down the second. Yato tried to close the gap down, but the flank there through Jabin able to get the defuse. Finally, they're able to convert one, but it was still a close call. If FDX was able to pick one guy off that rotation, that could have been another Powerhouse win.
Yeah, but it's okay. I mean, it was a great rotation coming through from Wolf. And the distraction, although could have been deadly, if FDX had just played that pressure a little bit more, didn't run away scared for his life, the situation could have been a tad bit different there, right? Because we saw the clock came down to just 2 seconds left on it by the time the bomb was defused. So still, Powerhouse has got the better strategy. Wolf is just mainly depending on some solid gunfights to get these rounds away. You're not going to win SND against Powerhouse like that.
Yeah, and in this SND school, Wolf has been undefeated before, but now they have been really struggling when it comes to playing their SNDs, and Powerhouse clearly the victor here this time around. At the playoffs, they are currently 100% when it comes to winning their SND. That's the only game mode that they are currently strong at the moment, and now you can see that Powerhouse really are going out for a slay here this time. A 4v4. Trying to bring that bomb all the way to the B side.
Good play once again. The defense, though, Rage has an opportunity. Shut up. Going to check the corner. Hello. Beautiful peek. Pixel peep. Will catch Rage off guard. Shut up. Gets the information first and the second access to spray him down. And that's the kind of solid approach you want when it comes to the mechanical skills of your team members. Now, numbers advantage as well as the bomb planted for the side of Powerhouse. The numbers get just even more crazier for Wolf to deal with.
Yeah, this is not going to be a friendly spot for Wolf to be in right now. They have to use their tacticals, but FDX takes him out.
Good one.
Hold down to Yobabs. Utilities, tacticals are there once again. The exchange of hands goes through. Scared, gets that kill.
A tactical toss of the flash and just pulls out the boxing gloves, gets the punch in. Beautiful stuff out of Powerhouse. I mean, this matchup is just way too easy for Powerhouse at this point of time. And I can't help feeling bad for Wolf. It's not a player thing. It's not a team thing. It's just the change of organizations, and the boys have been let down one too many times. It has to play negatively against you. I just hope and pray that they find better backup before the following seasons.
Yeah, I mean, we know what this roster could do, right? They were able to get the Garena Masters 4 championship to start off the year. They did lose up against WPM Low Kings last time around. But again, the amount of experience that they have is unparalleled to what this other rising stars could have at the moment. Now, this is going to be a 4v4 matchup. You can see that Wolf, again, trying to put that bomb down. This is their main play. Now, if they could stand their ground, get another pick, make this a 4v3, they could be able to take this round.
Good setup here by Wolf. Straight rush in towards B. All angles covered, but this is where the utilities will come into play. And not all of them should be played at the very same time. They have to be lined up for the same spot, but the timing of it has to be a little bit different. But it seems like not enough lethals there. Skirt, cheeky, finds the corner. What great tags, and the follow-up is there. Yobabs is there to shut down... Yobabs gets shut down by the player. Incendio takes down Rage as well. And the numbers all gone. Jabin, the only player going up against 3, should have been able to beam him down. But Shut Up does get the clutch. 5 more seconds though, Incendio. Can you do it? Answer's yes.
Yeah, that's match point as well for Powerhouse. Make this a 2-0 lead off the start. And again, we are down at the lower bracket. If Wolf loses that control later on, they're officially a gunner. Their hopes to play at the stage 5 officially done and dealt with, and their event ends here right after this match concludes.
I mean, Wolf is still the kind of team that's very capable of a reverse sweep. I'm not going to count them out just yet, but you know, the showing here at SND has been supremely very, very bad. FDX gets a collateral to open up this round. Numbers are looking horrible at this point of time for Wolf. AG all tagged up, can't go in for a rechal. Has to route this long way round. Holding on to the bomb. Has got that backup in Rage as well. So let's see if or not these boys can handle the heat. 2v4 now to stop Powerhouse, who are on match point.
Yeah, this is not going to be a friendly sight for them, knowing that the last 2 players alive has only combined for 5. Then you try to look at Incendio and Shut Up there, even though they're just 2 players that make part of this 4 players remaining for Powerhouse at this round. They have combined for more than 15 kills, right? But now the break goes through. Rage gets the spot 1.
Oh, beautiful sprays, but that's not going to last. The numbers always against them. Powerhouse, a 7-1 wrap-up, and it has been a pretty dominant run so far. I am just heartbroken seeing what has happened to Wolf recently. I mean, of course, we know a little bit more than what we are letting on broadcasts. So, you know, fingers crossed the boys do find better backup in the near future. But Powerhouse, on the other hand, these boys, they have found that great backup. It is the brand of Powerhouse. And this is a sister company of Paramount Gaming eSports, if I'm not mistaken. And they do have a little bit of history within the world of Call of Duty Mobile, as well as running a couple of tournaments for themselves. They know what is required, and be above and beyond that, the players on the side of Powerhouse itself, these are no kids, right? They know exactly what they want. These are pro players. You've got Skirt, you've got FDX, bringing in that knowledge from the Philippines as well. You've got Incendio, a very mature captain on the side of Powerhouse. Shut Up, I mean, yes, you know, school, etc. But when you have these conversations with them, Cali, you can see that emotional maturity from the boys in itself. So they know what they want. And as long as you're backed up very well, you are going to be able to go all the way.
Yeah, that can be officially be translated into what's happening with WPM Loking Senior right now. They may have not taken a lot of wins last year, but look at them now. Having consistent support, having that boot camp ready, having a coach, and of course, as an analyst as well there, eventually puts them into great success. And right now, they're one of the contenders to take that spot at the stage 5 for Garena.
I mean, you want to go fast, you go alone, and alone basically means without an organization backing you up, without a coach, without an analyst whatsoever. You want to go far, you got to take on the whole town with you, right? You got to collect those numbers. You got to collect people who can play certain roles for you within the organization that's going to aid you in the most perfect way to get the job done. At the end of the day, everybody celebrates that success, and Powerhouse is just on the trajectory to do exactly that. But once again, all of those statements do not count Wolf out just yet. This is a best of 5. Powerhouse, of course, has taken 2. The Wolf of the past, they have been quite prevalent when it comes to these reverse sweeps. So it's still a possibility here if they wake up.
Yeah, I mean, what we know so far for Wolf at Garena Masters 4 is that they let their opponent get 2 maps straight and then they take it away, right? But by looking at their performance in here so far, it hasn't been looking so solid, right? I mean, at this SND, Powerhouse had 7 first bloods. Wolf had 1. And that was basically the outcome of what just happened here at this matchup. We just couldn't see Wolf get themselves activated when it comes to playing this matchup. And again, for Powerhouse, an opportunity for them to end this matchup 3-0, get that rest, and for them to be prepared for the lower bracket semifinals later on.
It's not always that you see a Wolf getting eaten up. They usually are the predators out there in the jungle, but it seems like the powerhouse is just a factory being set up in the jungle. So all animals must go.
Yeah, man, and they're about to hunt these players already. They have taken down 2 maps already, and this control standoff, more particularly, could be a great opportunity for them to take this one away. They did win this one up against Broke Boys Club, so this is going to be all eyes as we are seeing Powerhouse looking to end this to a 3-0 victory, or Wolf looking to try to make a comeback.
At this point of time, it seems to be one-sided. I mean, takeoff, of course, if you are not very well versed with the teams, you might think that, hey, that Hardpoint wasn't one-sided at all. But, oh, dude, you should have watched those rotations. If you missed that matchup, it was pretty one-sided. I mean, we kind of saw Wolf really play the hill when the game started off, but the moment Powerhouse started picking up momentum, it was just scraps being picked up by Wolf all throughout that matchup. And, stellar performance from players like Shut Up, Irfan J off of that operator really put them on a hold, right? This time, there were no complaints. I mean, Yobabs wasn't really doing exceptionally bad. Rage was kind of stepping up as well. But strategy-wise, something just wasn't clicking for Wolf there.
Yeah. And, I mean, they need to really bounce back here this time. Looking at our operator skills, it's going to be a mirror matchup. It's just how well you're going to time and invest that moving forward here at this control standoff. More particularly, the Purifier is going to wreak chaos, just like what we saw at that Hardpoint takeoff, right? Post-quarter combat here at standoff can eventually grant you a lot of kills and great power positions.
And I'm a personal fan of the Purifier. That's the one operator that I've abused a lot in my Call of Duty mobile games. No, because it's straightforward, right? It's got great range. It's got great, rate of kill, because at the end of the day as well, even if you're not super proficient when it comes to the skills, as well as your aim, you're still going to be able to burn down people with the Purifier.
Yeah.
You take that and you put it into the hands of a very skilled pro player like Irfan J, who's got the movements as well, who's so difficult to eliminate out there on the battlefield. He rages on. And we just saw that the efficacy of the Purifier within his hand when we played takeoff earlier on. I'm not expecting a lot of it, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing quite a lot of it.
Yeah, especially when it comes to playing the spawn trap here later on, as we're going to open up this map number 3. Powerhouse going to start on the attack side. Wolf still has control of that A site, but you can see Powerhouse slowly gaining an inch into the tank at the mid-map.
Let's see if or not Wolf will pull something beautiful out here, because a 2-man push coming through for the objective here out of Powerhouse. The first segment taken over already. You can see the overextension by Irfan J. And Shut Up just clearing the hotel rooms, as well as just buying a little bit of time as he waits for backup as well. Another objective player hops on in. It's going to be Incendio. AG holding the back lines, plays the timing really well, waits for his own backup before they go out for the attack. So Wolf is going to be able to stop this push here, eh?
Yeah, but they are actually not really trying to stop this B-side push being initiated by FDX. He has been here for quite some time now, and not to mention Scared is there to back him up. So to play for the trades, they're just really able to put it up and really get this B-side in their favor that fast, and that will lead to them getting another minute into the clock. Just 2 more segments at the A side. Powerhouse should be able to get this.
Yeah, Wolf is not playing like Wolves at all, because you would have seen communication would not be an issue for this team usually. FDX holding the bakery earlier on that lower floor, there was the connection of that flash. Usually in the old version of Wolf, that information would have been relayed immediately. You would have seen that slide come out. The guy would have been able to pull off a solid defense over there already. But Wolf, I mean, not only do they not show up, they... This is a scary level of underperformance, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're focusing so much on guarding that A site. 4 of their players were there. Only 1 was guarding that B side. So obviously that guy was waiting for some guy to help him up, back him up, just in case to play for trades. But that wasn't really the one that was initiated, and Powerhouse just got themselves a quick B side push.
I mean, easy peasy, man. Look at the sprays now coming through. Wolf just getting beamed down at this point of time. Powerhouse really not breaking a sweat as they take over standoff. Initially, it was an offense by Powerhouse, which got executed perfectly. Now, as they are on the defense, you can see the overextension as well. They know that they've got the upper hand on the executions here, and they move on in, just winning out a majority of their gunfights. Lives on the side of Powerhouse, all due to that.
Yeah, and they're using this HBK to melt these players at that long-range engage. They're able to stop the push by Wolf here, and they're standing off their ground. gives an opportunity to really reduce that life even more. FTX playing that back alley push really well, and that has stopped these players from really getting out of this pawn trap, as Powerhouse has successfully trapped the mirror this time.
Yep, 7 life deficit. 8 into 6, kept it 7. Back and forth we go. The numbers just don't look great for Wolf. And on top of that, 25 more seconds left on the clock, and they are nowhere close to the objective here. You can see the lines just being pushed upwards by Powerhouse, just trying to keep Wolf in their own confinements of their spawns, just not allowing them to get too close to the objective at all. But finally, a player is going to be able to arrive there. It's going to be AG as well as Rage. AG gets taken out of the equation. Rage spawning up from the back. Oh my goodness. All the gunfights to the side of Powerhouse. Kelly, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, they're just being pummeled at this point. They're always being able to team up, and FDX securing the flank just makes it even worse for Wolf, because the amount of teamwork that we're seeing per Powerhouse is just 99 compared to Wolf, who's only got 1 at the moment. They're now down to elimination. Powerhouse is on to a 3-0 route at this point. If Wolf loses this, it's over. They will be eliminated here at stage 4.
And to be eliminated 3-0 in the hands of Powerhouse, I think that's a very bitter pill to swallow, but it seems like that's the exact situation we're going to be ending up with here. Operators are going to be invested. 5 initially available on the side of Wolf, but they are buying a lot of time, not bringing it into game for some weird reason. Finally, the investments do come through. 2 operators, and the Sparrow barely does anything.
Yeah, and you can still see Powerhouse being able to escape through the tractors and the back alley here. And they're trying to make a push over towards the B site, while also having shot up sent out at the A site to create this multiple angle push. Now they're extending way over the lines, get these eliminations, and there they are able to break away from the spawns. And this is now them holding off these power positions.
And don't get us wrong, it's not just all bad plays out of Wolf. It's just been some phenomenal plays from Powerhouse combined by some, underperforming plays here by Wolf. That's just making this just such a devastating matchup to watch. But they do take advantage now with the number of lives. So Wolf, they do have an opportunity to run 1 round right back to their side. Powerhouse has barely been able to scratch the surface here on attack this time.
Yeah, this time they've been able to lock down the tractors. Number 4 in AG is doing really well, just holding off that lane. That just helps this team actually focus on 2 lanes. So that's going to be the mid streets as well as the bakeries. Powerhouse are trying to get an inch of attack to go through. And here at the A site, they're going to be failing, and they're down to their last 4 lives. So Wolves are seeing signs of life. And this is what you want if you want to start that comeback. Get your attacks to go through, win these eliminations, and play as a team. Something that we did not see for the past 2 rounds.
Signs of life for sure, but we also have to acknowledge there were 5 operators invested by Wolf in this round to have a 10 life advantage, and as well as the first round in control. This next round, they're going to have no utilities. They're going to have no operators to bring that advantage. You look at Irfan J, he's been collecting, he's been farming that previous round. Incendio has got that operator in here as well. So that's going to be a game changer at the very start. And on top of that, to make things even worse, Powerhouse on defense. So it's an uphill battle once again for Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, Powerhouse obviously has the advantage in terms of the sides here to try to end this match into just in 4 rounds. Powerhouse always been able to be a step ahead, especially on this defensive side. So you can see that they have already pushed 2 players at the back alley here. Yado will be able to deal 1, gets the flank to go through, but Incendio invests that War Machine, and this is what you were talking about. The operators really getting Wolf out of hand.
My goodness. Irfan J just overextending once again and just playing it super cheekily. Will be punished for that maneuver. The Purifier taken out of the taken out of existence here from this matchup. He's not going to be able to revive that operator anytime soon now. Let's see if the game will come to a close within this round in itself. B is getting capped by 3 objective plays. Finally, Wolf always stacking the hill.
Yeah, this is what you want. But you get flanked here. And AJ has to win a gunfight, and he does. Incendio there for the flank, but they still get to reinforce that B site, get another minute on the clock, and still have an opportunity to try to win this off of captures. But Powerhouse looking to try to win this one off eliminations.
Oh, a lifeline here. Yobab's War Machine. They should be able to cap B thanks to this operator. And now they turn things around just a little bit, but 6 more lives. 1 more goes down. No more respawns for Wolf. 14 lives on the side of Powerhouse. But 2 operators here. Wolf, can they pull off a miracle?
Yeah, this is the end of 4v14. Powerhouse looking to try to advance to the next stage and eliminate Wolf here at the lower bracket. It's going to be a 4v10. Jabin,
Come on.
Yato, Rage, and AG. It's all up to them.
AG, don't go down. Show me the operator, my friend. Don't overpush this. He needs to do something. You can't save it for the next round. Yes, it will be a game changer. Yato whips out his Annihilator instead. 4v9 with 1 minute to go. Wolf has got a lot of time to route this round back to their side.
The gas station push, but there's a guy on the flat
One
number
player.
2 in FDX. He has to be taken
My.
off, but he still makes it out alive. He's got the Fennec in hand. He can do the damage here. Ifran J, Incendio finds 2, and it's over. Powerhouse eliminates Wolf at stage 4, advancing to the lower bracket semifinals.
And I would love to say just purely eliminated, but they obliterated, they annihilated Wolf in the series. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all throughout that matchup, you would have heard us assess how bad the plays were from Wolf, how much we feel bad for them. But, you know, very little of the attention was given over to Powerhouse, who was just playing each and every single game, each and every single moment in every single match so well. Every player putting out their max, even with Irfan J not performing in control when it comes to the eliminations, the team still broke no sweat.
Yeah, it's the team play that was really the wonder here for this crew, right? FDX was able to be that MVP, but everyone really stepped into their role, played it very well, hold off their own lanes. And everyone except Shut Up will be holding 20 kills each. That makes it so much more impressive for Powerhouse at just getting this eliminations done and finally sealing this game in just 3 maps.
I think into game 2, Irfan J only had 6 eliminations on his side. The rest of his team already were like at 14, 13. And we were all wondering like, what in the world is happening to Irfan J? But the guy pops off towards the end and does better than 4 of the players from the side of Wolf. And clearly this is a indication that Wolf is having multiple issues with the squad right now, because these are the exact same names. These are the exact same players. And I find it very hard to believe that the players have not been focusing on their gameplay as well as their scrims in the recent times. But it could be a factor as well, looking at how they've had so many organizational changes as well as, you know, hurdles to overcome recently.
Yeah, you really hate to see a team like this talented enough to go down early at this playoffs, right? And again, at this best of 5, Mapic favored Powerhouse. We started off with Takeoff. They got the better win rate percentage, and we move into Tunisia, where we know Tunisia has been a map pick where Wolf really tried to really struggle on the most. And we move over to Control Standoff. It was just the team play that really costed this team a lot of chances to take this round wins. Plenty of times where we could have seen them team up and get those push to come, but it wasn't really what just we expected it to be, right? And it ended up in a 3-0 victory for Powerhouse.
I really hope Wolf hears my words, because, you know, the storyline for West Point Mamba Low Kings is as great as it is right now because they have failed 4 seasons in a row. They have failed time and time again and finally succeeded, finally found some phenomenal success. So the hype is just super crazy this time around. So they have fallen, and they have fallen hard. And this is just an opportunity for them to rise up strong in the next following seasons. In 2024, really set up a strong fight in the world of Call of Duty Mobile to rise back up to the occasion and build a super storyline for them, just to make the scene hotter than it had ever been in the past, right? So this is a great opportunity for Wolf. It is not the end of the line just yet. But as far as the road to the World Championship 2023 for Call of Duty Mobile, it ends here for Wolf. Powerhouse survives, Powerhouse thrives, and they move on to the next bracket.
Yeah, the 2-time defending stage 4 Garena champs in Powerhouse, they are aiming for another appearance at stage 5, and what way to end this game up with another MVP for Shut Up, who's got a 1.25 KD rating and a 26.33 average kill. To make it more surprising for you guys, at this 8 MVP count, he has been consistently the main player in terms of securing his frags.
Yeah, no doubt whatsoever. This guy has been so clean with all of his engagements and such a powerhouse out there on the battlefield, no pun intended. And that's exactly what's going to get you a lot of the momentum, right? At the end of the day, it's a shooting game. If you win out your gunfights, you're going to give that advantage to your team members. And, you know, that's one of the most basic statements you're going to ever make in an FPS game. And Powerhouse just has quite the titan. And I want to see what he can do against PJ later on. They will eventually meet if the stars do align.
Yeah, I mean, I managed to talk to Alea, man, and he said that Powerhouse told them that they want to be the second team to move over to that stage 5. So they really have set their goal. They
Yeah,
want
of
to
course.
be up there, and they managed to take away Wolf and take on whoever wins between Broke Boys Club and Omega later on.
And if we do get to see both West Point Mamba Kings as well as Powerhouse move on to represent Garena as a whole at stage 5, people will kind of start understanding why the hype was behind SMP for all this while, why the hype was there for Garena all this while. And once again, yes, the viewership might have taken a huge hit once the Western side won that World Championship already. But the boys going over to the world stage this time around, winning it out for Garena, is just going to bring the crowd right back, right? Because that's exactly how the world of esports works. Sometimes they go where the wind blows, and the wind sometimes blows towards whoever who picks up the championship.
Yeah, and Luminosity and Crew, their viewership when it comes to playing their events has been pretty well. And it's time to really get the redemption arc started for Garena. But before we actually do that, let's take a look at our redeem code here. We got a golden crate coupon for you guys for being amazing. We just hit our first milestone here and just for our first game of the day. Make sure you stay, like, and share the video so that we get to bring you guys more of the rewards.
Yeah, I'm not even going to bother and ask them to share at this point of time. I just want the teams to go out there and just win the competition because, it's a cascading effect. It will happen. Everything will fall into place. But speaking of falling into place, I hope things do fall into place for Wolf as well. It's a little heartbreaking to see a team so capable kind of fall from grace so far.
Yeah, it's when you're at your weakest is where you're open to the most change, right? Wolf have been eliminated. They will try to bounce back next year, but Powerhouse continues to leave the tail. Can they continue and play for the championship spot here for this Garena Stage 4? We'll only find that one up after we end game number 2. We'll be right back.
I think the girls with their nails done now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for more action. We just saw Powerhouse advancing to the next stage of the lower bracket. Now, what awaits them is the winner of this next match up ahead. It's going to be Broke Boys Club up against Smart Omega, who fell at the upper bracket yesterday.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the stats just don't look great for Smart Omega right now, going up against the Broke Boys, who have been doing phenomenally well in the recent times. I mean, the victory over WDC Free shows the fight that is in the Broke Boys Club, right? In the best of three, they won that out 2-0. Of course, they lost control in a pretty one-sided fashion, but that is something that the Broke Boys need to look to fix. But in a best of five, if they drop that control, and that's the only one they drop, but they do as well as they did against WDC in that Hardpoint as well as SND, Smart Omega is going to be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, what we need to see, though, for Broke Boys Club is to have Young Jay step up consistently. We cannot allow him to really play underperforming for like the entire series here. Though, that once again, they're down at the lower bracket. One fatal mistake could lead into a snowball.
And it's insane because even if Smart Omega does manage to overcome a challenge in Broke Boys, or even if Broke Boys does manage to overcome the challenge in Smart Omega, they later on go ahead to meet a team like Powerhouse. And this is where the math is going to math really well, because Powerhouse just showed that Wolf was nothing when they were matched up to them. And both these teams have already fallen to Wolf thus far, Cali. So, it's either way looking like it's going to be a grueling task for one of these two squads.
Yeah, and Broke Boys Club, this is a kind of a team that will not go down swinging. They will really try to give you a hard time, and Smart Omega has to make sure that they have to bring in their A game here today, knowing that their hard points have been pretty shaky so far, especially their SND AJ. And we got Young Jay that potentially could be that main fragger for Broke Boys Club, but Static and I believe that was, oh my God, I forgot the other name. Who was it? Josh. Static and Josh, if they can really put in the work here today, they might just give Smart Omega a run for their money.
I kind of resonate with your take on that, right? Because Hardpoint, if you look at their performance thus far in Stage 4, they've got a 33% win rate. If you compile the number of matches that they've taken in Stage 3 as well as Stage 4, they've got a 40% win rate in Hardpoint over 22 matches played. That is horrible of a stat when you are talking about a team, a brand as big as Smart Omega, as well as the names that kind of line up the roster, right? Idra, Candy, Kebs, Risky, Tin, Whoopi. These are all superstars in the world of Call of Duty Mobile, but we are seeing a version of Wolf right here with the performance.
Yeah, and they are just going downhill ever since Garena Masters Season 3, right? I mean, they did place 5th at the World Championship last year, but it's a new year today, and you haven't really been able to adapt to the metas, the positioning, and the amount of playstyle that the teams have been allocated. Whoopi and Risky have been playing pretty consistent, but Candy, Kebs really have to step up here today.
Absolutely, man. Everybody needs to step up. And of course, if you look at the history of the brands, Smart Omega definitely has a little bit of extra promise in comparison to Broke Boys. But I think what makes the Broke Boys so dangerous this time around is that they are the underdogs and they are the hungrier ones out there. In fact, I think they are the hungriest team out there because they have not had as many as the opportunities as these other brands like Smart Omega, Powerhouse, etc. Right? You're talking about Static, Josh, Jello, Young Jay, Z-Man, as well as Epox. And I think today, if I still see Young Jay play and if Epox is not thrown into the lineup, I'm going to be a tad bit upset. But if Young Jay does play and he shows me a huge improvement in the performance, of course, I'm going to have no complaints whatsoever because it is going to be the ruling factor between a win or loss against Smart Omega because you need to bring out your best.
Yeah, and you have to be very scrappy. You have to put up a fight and pressure Smart Omega all throughout the match, right? And the biggest strength of Broke Boys Club right now is they got nothing to lose. Once again, they are the underdogs going into this matchup. And we did say that Static, obviously one of the better respawn players for the squad.
Yeah.
And it's all down to Young Jay and Epox, who gets to play today and what kind of impact they will be able to bring. Because obviously for Broke Boys Club, their maps have not been a lot of... Their maps will not be able to be a lot of depth compared to the other squads, but they can really throw you off if they play their best maps possible.
And of course, we also have to bring the highlight over to Z-Man. He may not be the Supreme Slayer. He may not be the one continuously picking up the most number of eliminations for the squad, but his efficacy out there on the battlefield has really brought a lot of impact in terms of wins for the side of Broke Boys. We're talking about his capability to remain alive on the battlefield. He doesn't get into these crappy plays, and he is going to be the MVP overall when it comes to the head-to-head as we compare him to Risky. And this guy has been the only player on the side of Broke Boys Club to maintain such a consistent performance even as he plays the objective for the squad.
And he really shines as well when it comes to playing the Search and Destroy. And one of the games that he played at the group stage, he scored 20 kills at SND Slums, truly making up for what he could output once we head into a game where it's all slows down. Now, we take a look at the other side, and that's going to be Omega Risky. And he overall has the advantage in terms of the points, the scoring, and the math here at this head-to-head, right? And obviously, he's been one of the more consistent player outside of Whoopi. And if he does well and score another 40 bomb at another hard point, this team will go places and they might just be able to really break Broke Boys Club.
Yeah, Risky's just that player who's just consistent as well from the squad, but he's not going to be a super slayer like what Tin is. But this is what we are looking out of the MVP, to have consistency and be an all-rounder, to be able to pull in the time on the hill, to be able to sustain his life out there on the battlefield, as well as reap the lives away from their opponents, right? Let's take a look at the maps here that are picked as well. Summit as well as Takeoff going to be banned off for Hardpoint. We have got Hacienda on play for game number 1. Your take on this, Cali?
It's interesting knowing that Smart Omega just left this one wide open. This is one of the better maps of Broke Boys Club. They may have a very bad win rate percentage, but all of the matches that they have played at Hacienda Hardpoint have been pretty close, AJ.
Absolutely, man. 8 maps played thus far for Broke Boys, and that is Stage 3 plus Stage 4 combined with a 50% win rate, as opposed to what Smart Omega has. They've played this map 5 times thus far with a 60% win rate. Of course, they've played it a little bit lesser in times, but they have shown up strong here, and I do expect the exact same performance from them. The victories at Hacienda were not brought out on Stage 4, but we did see them play quite a bit of phenomenal rotations of Hacienda on Stage 3, and I'm expecting that version of Smart Omega eSports this time around. Of course, we've teased around the factor of them hiding away strats. I know this team is very capable, and they've been able to hold back sometimes, but I think it's a ridiculous strategy to bring out there because you don't need to hold back. You can go all out, because even if you go all out, the journey is still going to be very, very tough for you. And when I say they're holding back, what I do mean is not hiding strats. They're just not putting their hearts and souls into it. And it is going to be a factor. Once again, the hunger of the Broke Boys Club should be able to overwhelm them if we don't see Smart Omega give their 100%.
Yeah, and again, looking at like the map that we just saw there, this could potentially end up in 4 maps, or if not for Broke Boys Club, if they can win that map number 4 Hacienda later on, or like the map number 4 Hardpoint, they could potentially end up winning this one as SND Slums we played at the game number 5. But we take a look at their operator skills here for now. We just have to worry about this map number 1. Hacienda Hardpoint is where we're going to be helping at. And it's going to be a mirror matchup. We're not going to see annihilators, as we have a lot of crowd control operator skills invested by these teams to eventually stop the push in multi-angles as we hop into P3 and P4.
Shockingly, thus far, statistically, Smart Omega has been doing great at control, and their weak point has been Hardpoint, and they've been doing decent on SND. I'm talking about a 52% win rate on SND, and you did highlight this early on as well. SND is going to torture them because Broke Boys have been playing it down to the T recently. They've been very good on their rotations. Their gunfights have been amazing. You know, providing Young J does not fall asleep. If Young J is on high performance in that SND matchup, it's going to be deadly. But if Young J plays and he's falling asleep, Whoopi is going to help the team of Smart Omega. So the snipers are going to be playing a very, very big role here. And this is, of course, going to bring us back to the conversation. Do we see epochs here for Broke Boys today?
Yeah, I don't think so, because we saw Young J actually trying to line up at the Discord earlier, right? And like the first map could potentially belong to Broke Boys Club. Meltdown Raid could bring could be in the hands of Smart Omega, but that map number 4 could potentially land into Broke Boys Club, assuming that our Hardpoint will start off strong here today. Game number 5 is what I believe this game could end into, but I'm not going to underestimate Smart Omega. They know they have what it takes. They got the experience to back them up. They're going up against an underdog, and they could go for a 3-0 here. But if this Hardpoint number 1 is going to start off shaky, things might just spiral out of control, AJ.
If Young Jay is still going to play, I'm not going to have a problem with this at all. I just need to see performance, right? And you're talking about the captain out of 18 matches just walking away with 1 MVP, only one time where we just really saw him pop off. I believe that was 12 eliminations in that SND matchup against 3 Evil Dragons. So that in itself disqualifies his statistic because the 3 Evil Dragons didn't really make a lot of noise. They didn't even roar, I heard a meow from the 3 Evil Dragons once, and it wasn't even a scary one. It was quite a cute one, Cali.
It was not the 3 Evil Dragons. It was 3 Easy Dragons. Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, my God.
I like it. I love it.
but that's it. If your captain can just average well up against a mediocre team, that rings problem, right? I mean, it has been Static, Z-Man that have been able to really consistently put out the fight here for this squad. And they've been looking like more of the captain by leading by example.
I totally agree with you. And I'm not looking for, out of the world performance. I'm not looking for 18 out of 18 MVPs. I'm just looking for a tad bit of consistency. I'm not looking for you to be the bottom fragger round after round. And, unfortunately for you, you're showing us the kind of consistency that is going to force the commentators to speak about you, because when you're not bringing in any sort of impact, any sort of positive impact, I have to say, into the matchup, and it's only negative, then we have to start asking, why is your sub not playing? Because the last time we saw Epochs, dude, the guy was flying all over the map. He had a good day out there. He was playing it like Susano, like, finally, I get to break out of the gates. I get to show up. Maybe in scrims, he might not be playing as well. And the decision has been made that, perhaps he might not be the main lineup. But he's got the hunger. He's got the hunger to prove to everyone that he can get the job done. That's what you need against a team like Broke Boys, especially on a day where, against a team like Smart Omega, especially on a day where you are going to get eliminated. So I don't mind him playing, but he better show up, and he better show up strong, Cali.
Yeah, and he has to really outperform his performance yesterday versus Powerhouse, because it was unacceptable to go down like that. It was a deadly beatdown that we just saw at the upper bracket yesterday. And Young Jay has to step up. It's going to be an arduous battle here for them at this best of 5. This map number 1 could potentially bring them with a 1-0 lead. But that SND and that control, they really have to step it up as a crew. They have to rely on Young Jay to get those sniper picks when they play that Meltdown SND, because we all know Whoopi on the other side is the First Blood Reaper. And if he gets a First Blood, he sets his team for success.
Percentage-wise, data-wise, we know the Broke Boys can walk away with an SND as well as Hardpoint. Control is going to be a little bit of a challenge for them. They don't even have a 50% win rate on this game mode. Over 15 matches played thus far, they've only managed to walk away with 7 victories, and most of them came out through Crossroads strike. So that's going to be a factor as well as they take on this Control against Smart Omega later on. A high probability for Smart Omega to get that, mainly because that has been their best mode. So, by the numbers, it's not looking great for Smart Omega. But I have to say, Young Jay is going to be a factor as well.
Yeah, he's going to be a big factor if ever we're going to see Smart Omega thrive or struggle here today. As we open up map number 1, Hacienda Hardpoint is where we're going to be at. Omega will have the favorable spawns for this first set of Hardpoint. They get immediate control at the second floors. Let's see how they fully maximize this one to the T.
Let's see, Broke Boys. They hop on in first, playing the objective. Just one objective player. The rest of them is trying to win out their gunfights on the second floor of Manor. And it seems to be played beautifully here by the Broke Boys. Smart Omega still going to be tortured. Gunfights all going one side thus far.
Yeah, Young Jay's got himself 3 kills off this start. He's playing that perimeter play, and we're already seeing some promise for him as to start off this P1. Smart Omega now will get that retrack. They're going to be able to get their balance once again here as they step inside the point. It's going to be an equal 50-50 battle this time around. But Jello gets that pick, and they're going to flood the point here once again to claim some time.
And I love this, right? Young Jay really responding to us, stepping it up hot as soon as the match opens up. But there's 3 eliminations have been paused here. Finally gets another one for himself. We just want to see him really hold on to that second floor of mana because it's giving the objective players on the side of Broke Boys quite a bit of time on there. Smart Mega's lead will be matched up now as Broke Boys peel away. The hill moves on with Broke Boys in front.
Yeah, Omega will have that early rotation going to next, though. They have a great setup inside of the point. They are also holding back that rocks. Now, they're anticipating the players to move in by the driveway, and they will be able to find those early set of gunfights as they open up this P2. They got to prepare for the worst, as it's going to be a multi-angle push made by Jello.
And by the way, guys, yesterday we did mention that Smart Omega used the wrong operator in their matchup, which resulted in a disqualification. We would like to retract that statement right back because there was an issue with Discord. So Smart Omega did send a brand new list in terms of what they were going to use and what they were not going to use. It's just that it didn't register with the operations team. Later on, after that matchup, they disputed it. And they did admit we lost that match because we went up against a better team, but it was not because we lost that momentum due to a misuse of the operator. So please take note of that. There was no mistake from Smart Omega yesterday, but that still doesn't really fix a lot of problems because they still got whooped by Kagendra if that's the case.
They were down at the lower bracket. That's why they're at the lower bracket, right? Kagendra with the gentleman sweep. I mean, they had the best chance at working that rotation over at that final hard point, but it was just steamroll out of nowhere going in for Kagendra at that point, right? And now we move into this P3 hardpoint at fences. Omega will invest their operator here this time. It's going to be Whoopi able to get some pick on that Purifier, but it's going to be Broke Boys Club having all of that hardpoint hold inside, but the team up goes through Risky, finds a double, and breaks the point.
And this is neck and neck, something that the Broke Boys can be very proud of, but something that the Smart Omega players really need to think long and hard about, right? Because if this is the quality you're going to be able to bring out on the world stage, you're not going to stand a chance. I mean, Luminosity Gaming won't be giving you opportunities like this to play some scrims, right? I mean, the moment you spot them on the battlefield, you're probably respawning already on your side of the map.
Yeah, and not to mention the amount of game knowledge that the team has and the amount of mercy they have. Oh my God, they're just gonna obliterate you, and that's what they felt. I mean, they went up against Tribe Gaming. Most of the players of Luminosity came from Tribe Gaming at this point in time last year, right? So obviously, what the team that they're gonna try to fight in, if they ever make it in, is gonna be an amplified version of Luminosity.
And, you know, the kind of teams that have been showing us to have such quality thus far has been Powerhouse, Kagendra, as well as the team of West Point Mamba Lokings. Apart from them, we've had so many questions, man. You know, multiple gameplays, multiple strategies, rotations that just made us go, huh? So, you know, they just can't allow that to happen. But Smart Omega now, great play. They've taken a 30-point lead already, but clearly it means nothing against the Broke Boys. Static this time around with a Purifier. Will be able to burn down 3 players in a row. One more. Trying to stop the bleeding, and he just bides his time. Perfectly placed that timing. Hunter Killer Drone going to be sent out as well. That's going to be able to punish the players, and the Purifier just letting him down at the wrong moment.
Even with all of the push being made by Smart Omega, Broke Boys Club has just been able to win all of their gunfights and stop that push from this angle, right? And that has given them that opportunity to narrow that lead down to just 8 more points.
And I just don't see the point of Smart Omega just bashing their heads in through one wall that has just been defended so well. No rotations, no overextension to take that second floor of mana to play that access through the doorway. No flank around to take that backstep as well. Smart Omega kind of dropped the ball there on that hill. They allowed the Broke Boys to find their way back into the matchup. So basically nothing between them as we hit the reset on hard points.
Yeah, we got Omega now doing a lot better here this time. They got spawns for next, taking that bigger picture, but they also have the second floor in control. Broke Boys Club still trying to fight for control at the moment. They're going to have Static able to push up, take down Kevs. Now they're going to be able to shoot down one of the players down there below, play that objective, and stop this push from being accumulated. Right now, they're going to be successful, and Static being that primary fragger for them to kickstart and make a spark here once again at this P1.
90 to 112 here. Smart Omega, they are at risk of dealing with yet another takeover in terms of the leaderboard. 93 points. They find a break. Just still all here, just being played by one objective player on the side of Broke Boys. A little bit of change of pacing. Send 2 of those objective players there. Drop those smokes into this hill as well, because P1 just needs to be played scrappy. Broke Boys still dedicating that one objective player, and Smart Omega is going to find their way to torture them. A little bit of a misplay here by Broke Boys, and I just don't think the amount of players playing that objective was giving them any bit of advantage.
Yeah, they're still gonna be off late on this rotation. Omega will be shut down here at the moment, though. Jongji gets that nade onto Tin. That's gonna stop that gravity vortex from being used. Now they're gonna try to push up in this trophy. They're gonna be able to get that break, but Omega's still able to put themselves inside of the point consistently, and they get to claim time here once again without contest.
One-sided attack. The Broke Boys do have the favorable spawns off of the driveway, but the problem is they have to deal with this War Machine. Whoopi bringing out Purifier as well. This is the money hill, so we can see why the heavy investments are coming through. Doesn't spot Josh in the corner. Beams down the Purifier out of Whoopi's hands, but Smart Omega still have got one last player in there. It's Tin as well as the Fennec. This one flash should be able to take the player out, but the backup is going to be pretty timely, but Risky loses his life. Broke Boys, one more opportunity through the smokes, and Broke Boys will still allow those points to be stopped. 152 to 102. Smart Omega, great plays thus far, although they didn't have the numbers to sustain.
Yeah, but they got actually Broke Boys Club to fall for the bait. They're claiming all that scrap time while they set up for next. This is going to be a great setup for them as they have that patio being held down by Whoopi, who's got 22 kills here so far. Multiple Hunter killers will be brought in by Smart Omega to stop this push from being made by Broke Boys Club at this warehouse. It's not going to work, but they've been able to stop and make them only push on one side.
Yeah, great plays, but double operator investment, pretty useless thus far. War Machine goes down, Purify taken out easy. Smart Omega winning out a majority of these gunfights, and even those operators have been pretty much sorted out instantaneously. Great smokes coming on through as well just to stop that rotation around, so nobody's going to be flanking around from the back of Smart Omega. They at the very least pause the bleeding or they win out the points. They are not dropping the pace at this hill at all. Great plays from Omega.
It's just been consistent. The Flood, they got a lot of numbers inside of that point. They can play for those trades. And you can also have Whoopi play that support for you. Get those eliminations. As he finds that double, he gets the scrap timer as well. While Broke Boys Club are going to be focused up getting that time on that P4. That's going to be a lot of time that they're missing out. It's going to be a 70-point lead here.
Yeah, poor operator investments coming through from Broke Boys, unlike what Smart Omega showed up with on that P2. But as we rotate into P4, it's going to be Smart Omega getting flushed out by the Broke Boys. But no operators, no Purifier this time to help them hold the ground down. And Smart Omega spawning off of the left, and this is a much better side from them. They get the advantage.
Yeah, now they're bringing out the big guns there as well. Claw and War Machine. That's going to stop the push and win on this one side. Now they're going to have to rely on the one player to hold down the mid-map, but they all get dealt with here. And another money hill that has managed to give Smart Omega the snowball effect. They have led the most here at this point in time. They have already reached a 200-point mark. Broke Boys Club cannot give them any more timer this time.
206 to 117. Great plays from Smart Omega to keep the pressure as well as momentum on their side. And Jello loses out a very big contest there. Risky will be able to put up a good fight enough until Josh shows up, and the backup from the rest of Broke Boys is going to be there. Final few scrap points to the side of Broke. They need to set up this P1 well this time round. But if they play it the exact same way the last two rotations have been, Smart Omega is going to be able to pick off a minimum of 25 points off of this P1. Broke Boys cannot afford that. And in order to prevent that, they have to send in 2 objective players at minimum.
Yeah, but they're losing all their gunfights. It's going to be 5 that going down to that kill feed. Broke Boys Club could not get their momentum going here right now. All of this second floor has been controlled by Omega, but now they get some life in there, only to be taken away by Whoopi on the flank. This guy been able to beam with the growl, and will extend that lead further. 25 more points for Smart Omega to take this map number 1.
A methodical approach coming through from Omega as well, just dedicating one objective player for this hill. The biggest difference being they are winning out their gunfights. First, of course, taking control on that second floor of mana, and then when that opportune moment arises, hopping on in to play these points. That's why I just gave a moderate of 25 points for them to take off of this hill. Although you have a potential of 60, neither side wants to play a very aggressive game down here at P1. Omega's going to be paused here at the bleeding as Broke Boys hop on in with one player playing the objective. The rest of the scraps picked up by them though, and they need only 3 points to bring the game to an end.
This is very hard for Broke Boys Club. You're asking them to play perfect, and you're taking a look at Omega, who has been able to break all of these points so easy on this past few rotations that we've had. Now, Broke Boys Club are going to be investing 2 operators just to try to stop the push here from happening. And you can see them really standing their ground, but they can't afford to lose this gunfight.
Josh, War Machine gameplay. But then, Gravity Vortex, that's how you do it, baby. But the crossfire was set up there. Z-Man wins out that one crucial gunfight with the Sparrow. Broke Boy still hanging onto the hill. They're refusing to allow Omega in. But of course, eventually it does happen. Static with a Purifier will get taken out as Whoopi pulls out the exact same operator and brings the game to an end, 250 to 148. Great place by Smart Omega. And unfortunately, Broke Boys just did not have enough of the necessary strategy to pick those points off of them. That P1, of course, was pretty indicative as to what their strategy was going to be like. But you can't float with Smart Omega when you don't switch it up round after round.
And the firepower was really lacking there, and the amount of creativity really costed them a lot of rotations. We saw them multiple times getting only the attacks at one side, not opting for a mid-map attack to counter all of the players that have been putting all the resources inside of the point for Smart Omega. And Jello and crew, they did it pretty well, but not enough as Omega just really came out blazing here today.
Yeah, really not enough. And you can see, unlike Broke Boys, who are just playing the exact same set strategy, hill after hill, round after round in terms of the hill rotation, Smart Omega, they smartened up. You know, I said very dull plays out of them, very lethargic in the way they were moving around on the battlefield and all, but not this time round, especially at the P4 play. Earlier, we saw them take a very one-sided approach from the right-hand dock side of spawn, but this time around, out of the spawns of that garage as well as driveway on that left-hand side of the map, which they forced, which they intentionally took for themselves, was that winning factor for P4. You need to be in a position to make those sort of strategic calls as well as change in approach as well as strategy for these hills. If you want to catch your opponents off guard, you can't just have that one, clear strategy and just work that hill after hill, especially in a dragged out game against a team like Omega.
Yeah, and Broke Boys Club that just really changed their momentum after the first of Hardpoint. I mean, Young just started out pretty well, and now you see him down there at the bottom of the kill board for Broke Boys Club with 20 and 28. Unacceptable once again that we're seeing for them. I expected so much for Broke Boys Club to come out here swinging, but they just couldn't find that momentum over to carry on.
Yeah, the guy started off with the 3 eliminations, and that's all we heard, right? That's all Young Jay wanted to sing at that point of time, and then a little bit of a pause from him, and by the time the game ends, the rest of his team members once again leaves him in the dust. And I'm not saying Young Jay's a bad player, but history tells us, his performance tells us that he's a phenomenal player on SND. The fact that you don't get to sub players out halfway through the series is really playing against the Broke Boys. Because I know for a fact, if he had an option, he would just play the SNDs, bring Epochs in here for the hard points as well as the controls, and it will be the perfect setup for Broke Boys, which I kind of have a beef with the overall setup as well as the rules this time around for the road towards the World Championship. But that's just the extra layer of challenge that the competition will continuously introduce just to shake things up within the scene, right? Unfortunately for the Broke Boys, it's just not working out in their favor.
Yeah, 148, 250, 102-point lead that Smart Omega had in that map number 1. And that could potentially snowball once again moving forward. Meltdown is going to be a map pick by Smart Omega, a long-range map where, again, the sniper talent that Smart Omega could offer just really hit with the bang and just go in with a 2-0 lead on the overall series.
And this is why I always tell you guys, when you want to go in there for a couple of ranked matches, don't just stick S&D, Have all of those game modes on. You get extra experience points as well. Why would you just want to play S&D? Don't be a Young Jay. Excel one game mode, and then you're forced to play a couple of these other game modes, and then unfortunately become a burden. We're still teasing the guy. We're expecting him to wake up, but I think it's a little bit too late, right? Because at a position where you're almost eliminated from the competition, Smart Omega is waking up. Broke Boys are still in here with the same old, and that sort of a strategy is going to be read very easily from a well-prepared Smart Omega eSports, who have got the numbers behind them. They've got their coach, they've got their analysts, they've got everything that they need to overcome a team like Broke Boys.
Yeah, they got the boot camp as well, just to top it all off, right? The communication is going to be there for them early, more than Broke Boys Club. And now we get to start this map number 2 with Omega starting on the attack side. They get to trade at first blood, and they're still really waiting for a pick to happen here once again, making it a 4v3.
Numbers is going to be pretty equal here. Bomb still in the hands of Kendi. Trying to ride it over towards this A bomb site, but not too aggressively. The rest of the players of Omega Just moving on in to clear the site first. Static. Big gunfights for him and Whoopi. Great angles. He expected to get Tin out of the equation, but Tin barely got those connections. Whoopi with the strike, though, it's not going to allow him much of an opportunity. Young Jay, this grenade connection could be deadly, but Tin does not release it the way of Young Jay. And with the bomb planted, Broke Boys on the back foot.
Yeah, Whoopi just took down Youngji so easily off the flank. Now Broke Boys Club has to only attack in 2 angles here. And Jello has to pick every corner correctly if he wants to win this gunfight.
Great slide shell. And Omega picks up the first round pretty decently. And it looked pretty easy as well. The execution was such a solid one. Bomb hangs back. 4 players on the lookout. Sorry, 3 players on the lookout because of the initial trade. But with just those 3 players, Whoopi playing his shot really well. Instantly, they overcome that A bomb site. They check their corners as well, get the plan executed. And from then on, all-out defense. Overextending Whoopi to take Young Jay out, that was just the tip of the play there. That just all went right for the side of Smart Omega.
Yeah, automatically became a 4v2 at that point. Jello did not really do anything with that, knowing that there's just so much space being controlled by Smart Omega. This time around, though, for Broke Boys Club, they're going to try to send out all of their players at the B site, try to really force out one of the defenders there from Omega to back away. That's going to be Kebs. Now, they only have 1 bomb site to hold on to. That's going to be on the A side, but Kendi takes down Jello. This is going to be a 4v5 off the bat.
Yeah, great positions played here. And Meltdown should be the map of Young Jay, by the way. This guy used to dominate this map so well in the past. But thus far, hasn't really gotten involved in any one of these gunfights just yet. Still a tad bit too afraid. And the moment he slides on out, Tin takes care of him pretty quickly. Z-Man hanging on the back lines in a 1v4 now and has to pull the diffusal off as well. I've got hopes, but I'm not a crazy guy.
It takes quite a miracle to actually pull on this kind of play. It's a 1v4. He's going to have to take away Whoopi first. He spots the barrel. Takes him out completely, now makes this a 1v3. Has to worry about the flank, but Kendi, they're able to beam him down accurately and give Smart Omega the 2-0 lead. And this is where you're really going to have to feel the difference between these 2 clubs, right? I mean, Broke Boys Club could not get any of their snipers to work in it at the moment. And that has to change moving forward.
There can be miracles when you believe, but you also have to have the skills to pull it off. 5v5, grenade from Young Jay does not find the connection. Tin, on the other hand, should be able to wrap around and find this Punisher if it plays the timing right. Josh should be able to find that wraparound against him. Young Jay, very dangerous position. Tin still can strike. And Static knows his position is going to be pretty deadly, so he keeps an eye on it. Tin doesn't find the strike, neither does he get taken out of the equation. Still a 5v5 stack. Smart Omega very carefully and cautiously checks out their positions, and it's once again going to be an A-side attack. Beautiful opener with the flash.
Yeah, they're risky now, holding himself at the mid-map. Well, Tin is able to get that flank going. It's a 5v3 bomb that's going to be planted as well here, and it's going to be favoring Smart Omega once again. Broke Boys Club are off to a task to defuse this bomb in this round number 3.
A 1-4-2 trade. Omega still with the numbers advantage. Objective played well as well. 30 more seconds. Z-Man, understanding that Kendi is going to be at this spot, goes in here for the hunt. Here's the snipes from outside. Has to reposition. Kendi being so annoying as he shuts down Static. Takes out Z-Man. Guy's on a roll. Young Jay, on the other hand, will find a beautiful quick scope. Flank around, takes the second player, but the third one just with the beautiful rotation around. 3-0 so far. Smart Omega once again in a one-sided matchup.
Yeah, they got the first blood there. And obviously, Broke Boys Club, what they're trying to do at the early game was just trying to isolate the guy holding that B side for Smart Omega, which obviously has not been working pretty well here so far because of the discipline that Smart Omega has. Once they got that information, they back away right away, play for trades. This time, an early attack at the A side.
Beautiful flash, Kevs. No follow-up with the utilities. Risky finding Static. Good trade by Jello. Z-Man from the back as well, but Tin is going to be playing the Punisher. Z-Man backs away. Whoopi from the flip side of things makes quick work of them. 4-0, 3 for Whoopi in that round. And Broke Boys still have got nothing much to say in this match.
Yeah, their defense has just been finding so many lapses, and those tiny lapses could really cost you this round. They're pretty much so spread out at that mid game, always going in for an early isolation play.
Yeah.
thinking that it's going to be working on a team that loves to flood the point. And now you can see Smart Omega trying to go for the attack here at the B side. You have only Zima that has a Fennec to work with on a long-range area on the map. It's going to be taking a big one here. The bomb gets planted. It's a 5v5 retake.
Yeah. Broke Boys, at this point of time, they look like a one-trick pony. They only know this one strategy. Go for the split and try to take over these sites. But they're refusing to stack that 5-man on the push. You see now when they've got the numbers advantage like this, utilities used really well as well. They try to take over. Gunfights are going to go back and forth, but it's still the advantage to Broke Boys. It is a strategy thing here that has been playing against them. Of course, Kev's going to be finding those tags. Young J delivers this time round. Kendi still playing the game of survival in a 1v2. Can't find the shot. Young J slide. No connection. Beautiful connection. And the secondary is not there as the defusal will be pulled off by Broke Boys. Now, this is the assessment that I think has to go their way. But look at this final defensive round. But they better stack this 5-man.
Yeah, they have to make sure that they take away this round. Give this a 4-2 split before we move into the next round so that you're not going to give Smart Omega an opportunity to reach match point right away. Now, you're already sending out Young J on this long range, trying to cancel out Whoopi, who's going to be here at the nest. So far, it's going to be a pretty close battle at the... It has not been pretty close, but it's going to be a long-range battle between Young J and Whoopi here at this B site. But you can see Broke Boys Club putting so many attention at this mid-map. And so far, it hasn't been really working. As Whoopi finds Young J, another 5v4 that signals an opening that the B site has been open, and potentially Smart Omega could put that bomb down, carry that over, and make this a 5v4 retake.
See how Omega routes the bomb around this time around. First of all, sending out the scouts to get the information. Mainly in Tin, as well as his Fennec. On the left-hand side is going to be Risky in the CBR4. Bomb's going to be held by Kevs inside of that house B, and it's going to be a potential B rush this time round. But it's all going to be dependent on the information Tin sends right back. Jello, opportunity for Tin, and he's going to go for the push. Jello gets taken down by Whoopi, though, who rages on for a 2-piece.
Yeah, but that makes it 3 overall kills for him at this round. Tin gets the flank as well, all down to Static. He stays alive at the moment, but the bomb is going to initially put him much more pressure here. This time, it's going to be a 1v4 retake.
That's it.
Risky able to pick him up. Then Smart Omega, another round added to their bag. Just 2 more rounds, and it's going to be a 2-0 lead on the overall series.
And it looks like it's going to be a 3-0 on the overall series. If this is what Broke Boys are going to be showing up with. Smart Omega clearly have got the better strategy and the better capability of making those minute changes round after round to find the advantage against Broke Boys. But you just keep seeing the same exact lineup. This time, though, with the bomb in the hands of Broke Boys, they have the opportunity to route it around to get the 5 men. Please don't split up.
They're splitting up pretty much. Keeping it close, though, more this time, as they try to regroup. Could not get any information with their tacticals and their obvious position at the B site. As Smart Omega is really playing this one pretty slow. Pick for Young J misses, almost gets taken down. And you know that the B side is going to be stacked there with some players. Now you're going to have to work your way into the A side, but Whoopi builds the first blood, takes down Josh.
I really am curious what has happened to Young J. But then tunnels right behind him. Young J. Whoopi does manage to find the connection, but Young J's there to find the trade. A 1 for 2 thus far. Omega still have the numbers advantage on the defense, which just makes this so much more difficult for the side of Broke Boys. Jello with a bomb, though. Question is going to be, how does he get it around as Kendi shuts down Static as well? GG.
Oh, Young J could not even get that shot to go through. And any of the bombs that they tried to pick is going to be a double shot at this point. Now, Young J has to really create the play here. Set his teammate up. To get this bomb planted at the B site, you're going to have to force him to really push him on to Risky.
Opportunity, and Young J this time steps it up. 2v3. Beautiful shot, Young J. As we mentioned, SND, the guy wakes up, respawns. Young J could not. But is this too slow? Connection not found this time. Traded out by Tin. Cavs finds Jello. My goodness. And on to match point we go for Omega.
Yeah, just a fast retake that we just saw there for Smart Omega eSports. After that 2 picks from Young J, Kebs was able to route around, get into the generators, and all it takes was for Kebs get that final kill and defuse that bomb. And it's obviously looking like A very solid victory coming in for Smart Omega, with Whoopi holding that 10 kills moving forward here as they're looking to try to play another defensive take here. Broke Boys Club has to play it perfect to force overtime.
A much better performance this time around from Young Jay, but Josh kind of lagging behind a tad bit. Static Z-Man finding the connections alongside Jello as well. With Young Jay out of the equation, it should be a little bit more difficult, but they've got the numbers advantage, and Josh, speaking of him, takes a double to keep this match still alive, but they got to do this 4 more times in a row.
Yeah, that's what we need for them. Spice it up, get some creativity in. They went in for a very fast route. Obviously, Smart Omega did not see that attack coming, and they immediately get that bomb plant. And after the bomb plant, was basically a 5v3 situation. All it takes was just one more player to be taken out of the hands of Smart Omega to make it go out of hand, and they were able to convert. Now, they saw the utilities going at the A site. They're going to have to try to slow it down on this first 20 seconds. Maybe find a pick at the mid-map and carry over that attack at the B site, which is currently open for taking.
All Smart Omega needs to do is just stack one side of the hill and play for retake, but they make the mistake that Broke Boys executed earlier on. And the A side is just a tad bit more difficult when you play those retakes, hence why the stack onto the A side should have been a little bit more from the side of Omega. They send in 3 players, but with one getting taken down at a disadvantage now. Kevs finds the trade, Josh out of the equation, a 1-for-1 thus far. And the attack is playing the pacing really slow, depending on Young Jay to find one, but Kev says, hell no.
It's very hard to win this game when Kebs is using a sniper there at that point in time, and you're getting eliminated. Broke Boys Club, after having the early 5v4, was immediately got on a reverse card at that point in time. Now they're going to have to try to put that bomb down at the B site, and this is going to be a 4v3 retake if they do plant that bomb off the bat, and they're going to have to work through Kendi here, who's got the scope on the sniper nest. One pick, it's going to be a big problem for you.
So what's your take? Can you play a Uno reverse against an Uno reverse?
I obviously think you could, according to the rules.
Okay.
Question mark, question mark.
Question mark. 1-for-1 trade again. But can you play a draw card on top of another draw card to sacrifice the third player instead?
Oh my God. Yes. I do that all the time. And if ever someone contests, I fight them for it. And Smart Omega was able to fight through it, and they get to win another map here, AJ. 2-0 now on the overall series.
Unfortunate for Broke Boys. It was a day of no show for them. Smart Omega are on point, be it on that hard point or on the SND. The rotations earlier were perfect. The gunfights were perfect. The investment of operators, especially from Whoopi and the Purifier, brilliant plays. They keyline as well as they sew it together with SND. And I have to say the mistakes mainly were on the side of Broke Boys. Time and time again on the defense, they just weren't cutting it. The splits just weren't doing them any bit of favors whatsoever. Young Jay bringing out a majority of those eliminations. And just when you thought that things are going to change when Young Jay performs, the rest of the team members unfortunately stumble a tad bit. Young Jay recovers, but this is still in an SND. This is expected from Young Jay.
Yeah.
And I just want to see this kind of seep into this next control game as well. If that happens, maybe Broke Boys still stand a chance at keeping things alive.
Yeah, but Control Raid is a map picked by Smart Omega eSports, and they know how to play the ins and outs. The only downside for them at the start of that map number 3 is they're going to be on the attack side. Now, Broke Boys Club will start on the defense, which is obviously going to be the favorable side on Control Raid. So I'm hoping that Young Jay gets to carry over this MVP performance moving forward to avoid a 3-0 sweep. Once again, you're down at the lower bracket, one more elimination, and you're out of contention for stage 5. Now, obviously at this game, Whoopi was really letting it loose. And for Broke Boys Club to actually play isolation and split themselves up, it allows Whoopi to pick them up one by one. And it obviously led to early eliminations going towards Omega's side, which makes it an early 4v5s, 4v or even 5v3s, right? And it really made things very difficult for Broke Boys Club to go in attack and go and play defense.
I absolutely agree with you, man. And at that point of time, I also have to make the call for a 3-0 here because statistics-wise, it's just not looking good for the Broke Boys at all. Their opportunities were at Hardpoint as well as SND, and those are the two modes that we have just seen them get taken down in such convincing fashion by Smart Omega. And this next one is the best game mode that Smart Omega has really been able to show up in back in Stage 3 as well as the current Stage 4 with an 80% win rate win rate at raid control alone, with an overall 70% win rate on control. And if you want to take that up against Broke Boys, they've got a 46% win rate on control overall, with only 40% win rate at raid. So, if every single angle, it's just looking unwinnable for Broke Boys at this point of time. And I will just have to thank them for a quick series, because it's a day of heartbreaks. I can't wait to see an Omega versus Powerhouse to see who survives.
That's going to be the Garena Regional Qualifiers 2022 Championship rematch,
Amen.
man.
Amen.
And it's sad that after the time ends, there's only going to be one moving forward to the championship Sunday tomorrow.
Correct.
And it's really looking pretty frail here as well for Broke Boys Club to take this victory. As he said, their win rate at raid is 40% and Smart Omega's 80. That's really doubled here.
Yeah.
And their only saving grace to start it all off, once again, I did mention, was them starting on this defensive side. But Smart Omega, they know how to play the attack side properly. They want to take that hit at the A side, get an early minute in, and they can just play for a team deathmatch moving forward, AJ.
I think multiple factors here makes us lean towards Smart Omega. The first one is, of course, the engagements. Straightforward. You've got 30 lives each in each of these rounds. And if one team's going to be winning out a majority of the engagements, you already know how control is going to be concluded. But secondly, the rotations on that hard point seen by Smart Omega was so much more cleaner executed as opposed to Broke Boys. So that's going to be a problem as well. And in control, you need to have the capability to continuously change your strategy, because you don't want to just focus on that one control point and make it too easy of a defense for whoever is on defense later on. So you want to keep that pressure equal on both sides, but at the same time, manage to route your numbers enough to be able to play that necessary pressure. That's something that Smart Omega has proven they are able to keep up.
And I love what I'm seeing here for the operator skills. Clearly, it's going to be Smart Omega that will be winning the operator skill set here this time, opting for an equalizer over a war machine here this time around. And that's going to give them an opportunity to play it fast if they're going to try to play for that spawn trap. So obviously, Broke Boys Club has to avoid that from happening as they start on that defensive side. But if they do ever carry on and win that map, round number one, they could stand a great chance. But again, this is Smart Omega's best map at winning this control.
Yeah, great selection of operators here for control. Of course, not bringing in the gravity vortex is a great idea as well. Just the efficacy on control, not so much. I mean, even if you do block out some of these doors or whatsoever, as long as there's 1 extra minute on the clock, you just need to wait for the gravity vortex to power down and then hop on in for the attack. Smart Omega will be the attacking team as we open up this matchup. And it seems all equal with the gunfights, but still with a single segment on B taken away.
You can see that there's 4 players stacking that B point, and that makes the push just go in fast.
GG,
and
man.
Broke Boys Club is just making it so easy for them to get that capture, and that's going to be 2 minutes for them to work their way into an attack at the A side.
And that's something that I'm not looking forward to seeing on stage 5 later on. I think the strategy of just taking the 2 segments, even though you have a clean capture capability on one side of the hill, a little bit wise. You have to focus on A as well and keep your opponents guessing. Because imagine if they were playing this against Powerhouse or a team like Luminosity or, Tribe even, however you want to play it. If you just give them an opportunity to lock down the defense on one side, it's going to be pretty threatening in terms of your chances to pull that away from them.
Yeah, what's more harder to take down here in a map like Kratos, if you stay on one side and you let go of that mid-map, that basically is an automatic spawn trap waiting to happen, right?
True.
Smart Omega just really going all out, fully pledging onto that B side. Yes, it did work for them, but look at the live count, still pretty much close to each other.
And this is the problem that I was talking about. Broke Boys, they started off on the back foot here, but it was a very smart strategy to just back all the way into the A for the supreme defense. And Smart Omega just played this against themselves because now they only have one objective to play for. They don't have any choice. Broke Boys know exactly where to expect them from. So there's no guessing game here. You're not keeping the defenders on their toes to guess where you're going to appear from, which hill you're going to go for. And Smart Omega, they are going to struggle a tad bit. The lives are going to be equal with just one being the difference.
Yeah, number 4, Angelo, he's going to be playing the flank here. He's got an AR to work with. He's able to punish 2 players, get themselves the live count advantage, all down to Keps. He needs some help, but he takes one up, swings on by, able to damage Josh pretty nicely. But that's going to delay the push here. 45 seconds for them to make a play. in at the A side.
Broke Boys needs to punish this play of Smart Omega so that we never ever see them make this mistake again. And if Broke Boys are able to do that and Omega makes that same mistake again, then they deserve to lose. Great plays thus far. 5-3 lives. 28 more seconds. That's a lot of time. Looking at the number of lives are left in here. Smart Omega just needs to win out each and every single one. Jello getting a double. Traded out by Candy. Just a single one left, but Candy's still alive and kicking. Hide, boys, hide.
1v2, he's got a sniper to work with. If he picks up a Fennec, it's going to be pretty hard for him to be dealt with, right?
Yeah.
8 seconds left. He has to play the time inside a point.
And this is the strategy I was talking about. Smart Omega dropping the ball by pulling that B side away. Oh, they don't go in for the double challenge, but thankfully they get lucky. It was a hit mark on the first one. And Broke Boys will punish Smart Omega for pulling away a hill early.
Yeah, and the problem with their point taken on that B side was that, again, they left that mid-map pretty open for Jello to use. And that gave an opportunity to spawn trap them pretty much after the B side capture has been initiated. And it really was the catalyst for them at winning that round number 1. And it seems like here this time on the defense, they're going to try to put an even stack, worrying about that mid-map while also holding that laundries to stop Broke Boys Club from attacking here at this B side. But so far, for them, they will be all gone down. Broke Boys Club taking one segment in at the B side already.
Yeah, great defense coming through here for Broke Boys. Even though they're playing this offensively, they route it from the mid-map. They clear out Central Garden first, just sending in 2 objective players to take B away. Of course, it's going to be a little bit of a slower attack, but a more concise one. They're going to be able to guarantee this for themselves, and they make the exact same mistake as Omega. GG, WP, let's go.
Here we go. What are you gonna do here this time? Broke Boys Club are gonna be on the laundry side. Whoopi is there to cut them off. Jello's fighting for that mid-map control. Kevs will be able to take him down, force them to play that reset. Only 2 players left for Broke Boys Club on the assault at the laundries. And Omega now trying to use their operators just to get an edge. So far, it's gonna be pretty equal. 19 life counts to 18 for these 2 squads.
You just punish them for pulling off the exact same play, and then you do the exact same thing and give them the advantage. This just seems to be a GG of a game for me. Unless they punished Omega and they got lucky, they don't even know how they punished Omega. Boys, this is so painful to watch. But they are winning out their gunfights. That's a blessing in disguise at the very least.
Yeah, Whoopi has to play this one through very nicely with his Annihilator. He finds one already. They stop the push at the laundry side.
Beauty.
They're really going to have to worry about number 2 and 10 to create the play for them at the spawn trap. And it's going to be them able to turn the tides around, get that live count switched up.
13 to 12 now. Omega just needs to chill, just wait for... But they're not playing it like Broke Boys. And I think this is terrible for Omega because you see the overextension here. So if players like Tin get punished, it's going to be deadly. But he is getting the wraparound. He is getting those backstabs. And those are the phenomenal plays that's getting the advantage here for Smart Omega in terms of the lives. But finally, the capture just teased a little bit by player number 4. It's going to be the Claw on Jello, and he fails that. Claw gets absolutely nothing. He brought it out at the wrong time, at the wrong spot, wanted to go for the spawn trap, but just wasn't in the right position for the investment and will be punished.
Now you can see that Broke Boys Club are still trying to get that multi-angle push to work. They are still locked on a 5v5 up against Smart Omega here. Every kill will count.
And Omega's overextension does punish them a tad bit here. The advantage goes over to Broke Boys. Now, Whoopi and Kendi needs to win out each and every single advantageous fight. And they do that initially in a 1v2 now. Tables have been turned. Kendi, but Young J finds the finisher. That was such a drop in terms of opportunity for Smart Omega. And once again, the advantage here was Broke Boys had already capped B. They just needed to shut up, stay at A, guard their spot here. Like you said, take control of kitchen, guard mid-map as well to pull off those easy backstabs. But no, they got cheeky. They were overextending for no reasons.
They want the kills. And those aggression will not really work in your hand, especially up against Broke Boys Club, who have been playing it pretty scrappy here.
Yeah.
For the past 2 rounds already. Smart Omega now, second attempt on the attack side. Still doing the exact same thing with a little bit of a twist. They have that mid-map controller this time being controlled by Whoopi, so they can attack in multi-angle while also getting that B-side push as well. But now,
don't do it.
Those 2 players taken down, it's going to be quite hard.
Don't do it. He's doing it, isn't he? He's going to do it, isn't he? Just leave it. Just leave. Let them play that. No, he's going to do it.
No.
They are winning out more of their gunfight. No, it's just 2 lives between them. Omega, if you lose this round, I swear to God. I swear. Powerhouse is watching this matchup right now. They're laughing. They're like, okay, we know. We know exactly what to do.
We'll just leave raid open later on if we try to take you on. Well, it has been the same. It's the same exact push that they did at the early game.
Yeah, I am so confused right now as to what Omega is trying to do. And now 6 life in deficit for Broke Boys. They are on the defense. Omega winning this out just purely with the gunfights. It's not a good sign at all. You don't want to win control just purely with gunfights. Of course, it's a great method of doing so, but it should be your backup plan. Your strategy should always be at the forefront. Doesn't seem to be the case here for Omega at this raid control.
Yeah, and again, still taking their time, going in for the attack at the A side. They're still waiting for Kendi to make that rotation. He's holding that pillars down. They got that initial control at the kitchen, but only for it to be taken away by a couple of players from Broke Boys Club will be coming off from the spawns. Now, they have reduced that clock or that live count down to 5, which I believe is a great adjustment for them, knowing that they have been able to win more of their gunfights here this time.
Yeah.
But again, they have to convert.
Great plays here, and multiple operators on the stack not being invested gives Smart Omega a great chance to push this into a game number 5. Caps are going to be coming through, but they don't even need that as the final elimination is executed, and Smart Omega on their way back. But, you know, you can't pull off these rounds by not changing, not improving in any one bit of your strategic plays. They have been dependent on the gunfights, and if Broke Boys wake up and go beast mode, then it's going to come back to a 50-50.
It's going to be hard to go back into a point where you really want to win this, right? But again, Smart Omega, they're going to be on the defensive side. They just have to convert this one through. But they gave away that kitchen control off the get-go, and Broke Boys Club is able to get 4 kills there.
Great prioritization this time around from Broke Boys, just routing it straight towards the central garden, attacking from mid. They open up kitchen as well as the access for that A hill, but the roundup from the rest of the players just wasn't there. And an overextension from player number 2 and 3 earlier on. Whoopi still surviving, winning out a couple of gunfights as well, is that distracting factor that does not allow Broke Boys to start an early capture on this A side. Finally, the moment they get there, Kevs is there for the defense as well. Great play with the overextension this time.
And nice recovery stops the initial gunfights to be won by Broke Boys Club. Forced them to play their reset. Now they're going to be stuck on the galleries. Mega eSports got them locked down here this time. Number 3 in yellow, that's going to be Whoopi holding this angle all by himself. He needs some help. That's going to be risky with that claw, but he gets eliminated. So Broke Boys Club gets an opportunity to stop that time from ticking down and get some capture at the B side.
17 lives for Broke Boys. Still very doable. B-side capture with 3 players on the push. Jello needs to win out his claw play, and he doesn't take it away against Risky and the CBR4. But in the meantime, 2 segments completed already with 3 objective players over at B. So this seems to be a decent push coming through from Broke Boys. But please don't cap the hill. They cap it.
They did. Another minute added to their lineup. And again, they do have the live count advantage, 14 to 11, 3 live counts to play with here around. Maybe get some control at that mid map once again. Youngjae doing a great job stacking that sculpture, gets that attack at that laundries. And this team still stuck at that mid map once again. They're trying to break through laundries with Z-Man being that point man. If he does get Kendi here, that should open up an opportunity for them to get this win.
Thank the good Lord there was a grenade there, because Z-Man just pre-fired that and was at a disadvantageous position. Kendi had already avoided the initial shots. But lives all equal now. Broke Boys just don't have a element of surprise to play against Smart Omega in terms of advantage. 1 life advantage, though, doesn't make a whole big difference.
Yeah, there's 35 seconds. Actually, it's them on the run to try to take another point here at this round number 4. Omega's just holding themselves at this kitchen. It's just going to be key for them to move on through, but Z-Man finds two with the Spyro. Kevs on the flank, has to win this gunfight.
Beautiful comeback this time round. But Smart Omega, 5v4 situation for them to deal with. 10 more seconds, though. Smart Omega winning out this bout by running the clock down. The clock's going to be paused either way. 2 players on that rotation. Omega from afar. Kevs, Sparrow. Can he find the connection? Answers no. He gets tagged up instead. Jello goes down. But the trade is there before the Sparrow found the connection. And Omega win it out, pushing us into game 5.
Wow, what the moment that we just had there at the final moment, it all had to end up into a 1v2 Cabs. Could have taken those two players with that Sparrow, but could not get his crosshairs straight and get those kills. Broke Boys Club, though, still having an opportunity to maintain and force a map number 4 and stay alive at this lower bracket. But Omega has picked up that momentum by winning back-to-back rounds.
If I didn't love my current career so much, I would just go and coach these boys, man. This is so frustrating at this point of time. It was just a low-hanging fruit for Broke Boys to push this into a game number 4, and yet they dropped the ball. This time, if they cap B again, I swear, Cali, I swear. They ain't gonna cap it. Yep, let's go. Let's go.
Here we go. This is the catalyst for breakdown. In on the flank, he gets one. Hiding at the gym, he is gonna be the initial player that will scout and get that intelligence and help Omega find more kills at that mid-map, but they all get taken down, and 10 lives were removed by Broke Boys Club at that B-side push.
Smart Omega has been keeping themselves alive for long enough. Just couldn't find that closer in this matchup. Broke Boys at the very same time. We can say the same thing for them. Initial 2 rounds won and almost dropping the ball, but they do have a tad bit of an advantage here. Advantage in terms of life as well as the capture. Jello, great investment off the claw, will find the 2. Great slide challenge as well. Finds 3, finds 4.
Wow.
5 not available. Yes, it is. And the 6th one, Whoopi, did get tagged up, but the numbers all worn out. Broke Boys will activate a game number 4. But I swear to God, Cali, this is just all out through gunfights as well as the operators. I'm not liking it. It's not great plays.
Yeah, it's not good in the long run, knowing that a lot of the teams that you're gonna fight at the biggest stage has a lot of positioning and strategy prepared to counter every teams that they go up against with. And Smart Omega really struggling up against Broke Boys Club there, doing all of their position all over again. We saw so much repetition, even though it hasn't been able to replicate and get them, you know, that success that they're aiming for.
Yeah, of course, we are very harsh with the assessments in terms of gameplay. But this is not for dominance at stage 4. We are looking for representatives of Garena overall at the world stage. So there's a certain level of quality that you need to meet. There's a certain level of strategy that needs to be seen clearly out there. You know, continuously changes, you know, those micro changes, those micro adjustments that are brought into these rounds that will be able to show us that they are continuously one-upping their opponents. Teams like Agendra and West Point have shown us thus far that's what they're capable of. Teams like Powerhouse, they really excel with their gunfights. But when it is required, they're smart enough to make those minute changes. Smart Omega's not being super impressive with the way they're approaching the series, and it's a pretty indicative, you know, for result what they're showing us we can expect for the next series.
Yeah, and again, the thing here with Smart Omega Esports is that they always do what is on the rulebook, but they cannot counter mid-game. And that really will cause a lot of problems on the long term if they even try to take away maps at control up against a team like Gendra, who we know so far have been able to kill it with their mid-game adjustments. And not to mention WPM Lokings, their game knowledge have continued to transcend. And obviously, it's the better team right now up against Smart Omega Esports. And this really had to go down to a game 5. Smart Omega Esports could not get that job done and close this into 3 maps. Now they're going to have to try to survive another hardpoint matchup with Broke Boys Club here this time.
And a reverse sweep is very possible from Broke Boys here because once again, Hardpoint SND, they should be the victors. It's just that the gunfights was the factor that was not on their side. But from how they have engaged in control, we have seen a very fair fight when it comes to the eliminations. And they ended up that final round with 19 lives. So Broke Boys, and like I said, the hunger factor is going to be playing a huge role here. And Broke Boys are hungry. As long as they keep a little bit of a cleaner approach, they are very capable of ending Smart Omega and taking that matchup against Powerhouse. The main factor of my disappointment is just watching such a capable team not make great plays at all.
Yeah, it really is gonna be deterring Smart Omega a lot, knowing that the next two map is gonna be an arduous battle for them. We know that there's some history between these two teams at this Hardpoint Apocalypse. Broke Boys Club was able to take one map up against Smart Omega at the group stage in one of our earlier events, right? And this, if not being taken care of by Smart Omega, could go down into a game number 5 where we know is the best map of Broke Boys Club. SND Slums, Z-Man can operate with that Fennec gameplay. Not to mention Jello has been able to step up pretty nicely at his engagements.
And this is the adjustment that needs to be brought in by Broke Boys. It's very clear that the strategy of Smart Omega, especially on open hills, is to take those power positions, get the initial victories, and then play for a few scraps off of each hill, build up little by little. In Bahasa, in Malaysia, we've got a saying, sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit. You collect it little by little, and before you know it, you've got a mountain right in front of you. And that's how Smart Omega has been able to play their hills. And a great counter for this is Broke Boys just being able to stack their utilities, bring the smokes in, double smokes on open hills, send in 2 objective players. They do have 2 main objective players, but the problem is they keep sending in 1 at a time. That has to be a factor that changes now.
Yeah, they have to stack it consistently with 2 players, not by 1 as well. But you can see that obviously in a map like Apocalypse, everyone has to step inside a point, get the trade in, because everything's going to be close quarter combat here this time. Omega's doing a great job holding that point for now. But Broke Boys Club is going to be in here, going for that contest, and they got the trenches held up by Static.
The hop up here is being held by player number 1 in blue. Z-Man just trying to find some frags from afar, and he is going to have the advantage in terms of gunfights. But like you said, Cali, everybody needs to participate. A little bit of strategy needs to be put in here as well. But with 22 more seconds, I don't think it's going to be easily executable. A wraparound, and this is needed definitely. If those players can just route it over towards Ruins, that P4, and attack from the back, it will give them an advantage. But Broke Boys have managed to make a struggle of a play here at this P1, get those 18 points. But Omega picks up the scraps, and they want to set up P2. Early setup at Temple for the Broke Boys will give them an advantage though.
Yeah, this is going to be a back foot start for Omega. They're going to have to try to fight for that Temple once again. Broke Boys are doing so well. Holding it off, winning their gunfights. That's 2 players holding it right now. You can see Josh and Youngjae able to extend out, spot some information, and hit them with a crossfire and a flank and a counter to top it all off, and they're going to be able to claim the first 15 seconds on this P2.
That's what I'm talking about, the smokes as well, right? Great smoke played out by Broke Boys, just blocking out the hop-up, making sure nobody finds that access into P2. But the moment the temple spawns go away, the advantage swings over to the side of Smart Omega. 32 seconds to go means Broke Boys have got one more opportunity. A one-sided attack should not be the case here. They have to wrap around, pull temples away first, use that hop-up advantage. You can see player number 1, Kevs, he gets taken out of the equation, and the timing is off here as there's just a little bit of a miscom. 2 players still going in for the objective, but 3 have already routed around to set up P3.
Yeah, there's just so much time that's being given off by Broke Boys Club at this P2. That was 20 seconds that will give Smart Omega a good amount of lead moving forward. P3, again, a setup that's being made by Broke Boys Club early, but they got to stand their rotation down and win their gunfights to bring out the Sparrow early on, winning those first 2 kills. That's going to spawn Omega off the temple once again. Going to be really long. That should be buying them some time to decrease that gap down.
I mean, unless you're a team like West Point Marble Low Kings who can win out like 80% of your gunfights, you're not supposed to be attacking a straightforward hill like this. You have to take the spawn advantage first, especially in a crucial map like Apocalypse. You don't take the temple spawn, you're at disadvantage. 35 seconds to go. Broke Boys had a clear fight at that P2. They don't use that against their advantage. Smart Omega, they will take that momentum, hop on right back in here for P3. They're winning out their initial gunfights. They send in 2 objective players to anchor this down. Smart plays out of the team in yellow.
Yeah, Purifier being invested there by Whoopi truly gave them an opportunity to break that hill, but Broke Boys Club gets right back into it, having that spawn in their favor, that ammo, really able to give them unlimited reinforcements at this point. It's just that the gunfights has been able to be won by Smart Omega on this first 3 hills. They're going to have to try to change that one a little bit as they're looking to try to chain off another spawn in their favor. They're fighting for that ammo so that they will be able to flip that spawn and force Broke Boys Club to spawn out of nowhere. And you can see that they're going to be all gunned down at the moment. as we have Broke Boys Club inside the hill.
Risky this time under fragging, and even the claw finds absolutely nothing for the guy. How unfortunate for him. In the meantime, Young Jay, he's been on an upward trajectory this time round. It looks like we have teased him enough to wake the beast up in the one and only Young Jay. And it will be Static that struggles a tad bit. But with this Purifier, he can build up some good momentum for himself. Burns down those players. Kevs gets caught up, and the Hunter-Killer drone will find the connection as well. Broke Boys will keep the momentum on their side. But look at player number 4 in yellow here, CBR4. But Risky gets denied once again, and his terrible performance will go ahead to continue to give Broke Boys the advantage.
Yeah, that's just like, what, 45 seconds uncontested for Broke Boys Club. Eventually just snowballing this one on their favor. Z-Man and crew were able to keep that spawn lockdown at the back.
Yeah.
While also having the Purifier invested by Static to read off the players coming off from the temple. Pretty much what you want to do on a P4 hardpoint. Basically, clinical, methodical route that Broke Boys Club had there. But now they're going to have to try to make up for their lacking P1, P2 start here this time as we open up another set of rotation at hardpoint.
Let's see if Omega can make their way back in here. 50 seconds on this hill should be able to do the job for them, but Broke Boys attacking all from one angle. The backstab from player number 3, Static, wins out a couple of gunfights for himself, but the final player there, Tin, wins it out. A big one for the side of Smart Omega, but the rest of the backup players are way too far. But Broke Boys, with the advantage, they don't take action.
Oh my god, it's just 50-50. But Smart Omega really winning all of these trades. They're able to stop that time from being contested by Broke Boys Club, but also able to decrease that lead. But again, Broke Boys, their OBJ player just go in there one by one, not going for that double shell, which eventually led into Smart Omega getting more of the situation handled here.
But it's absolutely fine still with the lead on the side of Broke Boys. If they want to be able to route this continuously towards their side, an early rotation towards P2 is going to be crucial here. They straight away head for the hill, not taking over temple spawns. Kevs brings out the Sparrow. Everything going in the way of Smart Omega. Tin's going to be whipping out his Gravity Vortex as well on top of everything else just to keep the spawns on their side.
And they also got Whoopi operating with the Purifier. That will stop the push in his close-range combat. Smokes locked in by Broke Boys Club on the hop pop, but that's not going to be enough with a Purifier in hand here. But he does not spot the guy. But still, his teammates able to pick it up.
Jello needs to survive, but Whoopi wins it right back over for Smart Omega, and the pressure's still there. Smart Omega in front. And this is pretty indicative of what we were talking about, right? You need to control the spawns. Just winning out gunfights, not enough, Cali.
Yeah, and again, we're not seeing any of the utilities being invested by Broke every time they try to break that point. And obviously, those utilities are going to help you delay the time and the way Smart Omega has been able to hold those positions on that specifically on that P2, right? And again, really was a big blow for them. That was just a money hill just being backed by Smart Omega. Now they can cash out and pull away here with the amount of play that they have right now.
Smart Omega, great setup. Pretty big one, but only claims 1 life. In the meantime, the guy gets taken out of the equation as well. He'll now anchored down by the player on the side of Broke Boys, taken off of the hill. They do have the numbers to hop right back in. But once again, very scrappy plays. Broke Boys just not wanting to dedicate the players towards the objective. They want to play for trades at the perimeter. It's not working out. I want to see 2 objective players.
Yeah, there's only one here once again for Broke, and that's going to be Jello, and he gets dealt with by Cavs. And he's going to be claiming the time here. Stop the time. Stop the push from Broke Boys Club as well. 28 seconds, still plenty of time to get here at this P3. And Broke Boys Club is just allowing Omega to get away with it.
Young Jay started off hot yet again in this matchup, but as you can see, the rest of his team members are already catching up with him. Of course, Josh being the one exception here, but the blessing in disguise for Josh is the game's not over. He still has the time. Young Jay needs to run away before his performance is highlighted once again at the very end of the matchup. Smart Omega trying to end it as quick as possible. And with the lack of approach towards the objective here by Broke Boys, it is going to be pretty one-sided. Unlike P4, where we saw a triple man stack on the hill, which clearly went to the side of Broke Boys. When they played the strategy of multi-stacking that hill, they get it.
Yeah, and that's what we saw that P4 in the first set of rotation for Broke Boys Club. That's where they were able to get most of their time. It was 60 seconds that they were able to bag, but now this time, their spawns have been flipped. They have been broken on the point with Kevs finding those 2 kills with that Sparrow. And Smart Omega now looking to try to run away with it and finally get this one over with. Broke Boys Club has lost their momentum,
Oh my.
and Whoopi's there to stop them with the Purifier.
But Whoopi gets taken down right after 2 players get eliminated there. Smart Omega, they're going to run away with this one if Broke Boys do not attack from the back, but no such action whatsoever. Only one player trying to take the flank around, and the Gods of RNG give them the spawns from the back, but it is not going to be enough. Time will run out at this hill. Even if Broke Boys do find the break, Smart Omega is going to be going in for the setup at P1 for the 3rd rotation of hills.
Yeah, 7 more points for Smart Omega to take this victory. Broke Boys Club are on the brink of elimination. How will they stand their ground? Are they going to live another day, tell their tale, or will Whoopi and crew of Smart Omega finally end this one through? They started all off solidly by having that hard point in their favor, but the stack goes through now for Smart Omega here at this P1.
And it looks like it's going to be a no contest at the end of the day. If Smart Omega can just win out 2 more gunfights, it's going to be all over. But Broke Boys finally double stacking the hill. Put those men in. Win out your gunfights. They have been doing it all day long. It's just that the opportunities haven't been taken well. Static missing the player. Hopping up on the left-hand side. How do you not see the guy? He drops the ball. Omega back on the hill. They double stack it and bring the game to an end.
Yeah, Smart Omega able to finally seal this series 3-1, and they'll be playing Powerhouse later on. And much like what happened last year, AJ, Smart Omega went down at the lower bracket.
Oh, yeah.
And they really had a legendary run and happened to be the team that ended up taking the 2nd spot for the stage 5. Pretty much same exact thing that we could see from them. But there's just one problem that's been riddling me here this time.
Tell me.
They have been pretty inconsistent, especially at that control. Powerhouse could potentially punish them if they ever try to pull the same thing there once again.
Oh, I mean, no doubt, man. Powerhouse definitely watched that. And at this point of time, they might have just gotten way more confident watching Smart Omega play this out. But it has to be a warning as well, because we have seen a confident Powerhouse become overconfident in the past, and it has not fared them well at all. And case in point would be Garena Masters Season 3 on that LAN event, because, you know, that overconfidence can play against you some of those times. And then when the game started, you just didn't see a lot of the gunfights go their way. So that has to be a factor they keep in their mind as they take on Smart Omega, who have just, of course, come off a fantastic victory here facing off against the Broke Boys.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty scrappy in the first 2 sets of rotations, but Omega eventually having a good monohill at that P2 broke the mental of Broke Boys Club, and it eventually led to a snowball. Everybody was able to lock in at least 40 seconds on the point, which is pretty impressive, knowing that Smart Omega has been able to find an adjustment by putting 2 players inside of that hill with Whoopi and Tin, as well as Kebs, sometimes stepping inside that hill.
And you see, in terms of the eliminations, I just did a quick calculation here. Smart Omega had a total of 141 kills, as opposed to Broke Boys with 121. Just 20 lives in terms of differential here should mean absolutely nothing, which means Broke Boys were able to keep up their gunfights. They were just not being one-sided in this hardpoint matchup. They had a lot of opportunities. It's just that they were not stacking the hill. And, you know, it was a very clear strategy. They wanted to play the perimeter. They wanted to make sure Smart Omega does not find the access towards the hard point. But when that strategy doesn't work, you need to find a different way to win the game. And we didn't see the change coming through from Broke Boys. And some of the times where they got flushed out by Smart Omega, for example, this hill, there was ample amount of time for them to go in together, stack a 5-man rotation around from mid, or maybe at least split up into a 3-2 and play the more number of players on that flank and try to take away the favorable spawns, attack from the back, put on that pincer. But you just didn't see those kind of golden plays out of the Broke Boys Club. They just took a one-sided affair fight against Smart Omega and made the engagement so much more easier for the winner of the series.
Yeah, there were several times for Broke Boys Club, again, especially at that P2 where they had that early rotation, but only to be bullied out and not take care of the temple spawn that could guarantee them that monohill. Eventually led to them losing a lot of the points here, only taking 170 points to end the day. And what really hurts is just like what you said. After they get bullied out of the point, they do not dare to try to contest. They set up on the next hardpoint rotation, basically giving away 20 to 30 points off of that P2. And it really punished them at the end of the day as they take a loss here at this map number 4.
Powerhouse just needs to watch out for one thing. Don't get overconfident. Smart Omega, on the other hand, have got so many points where they need to improve in order to take the victory over Powerhouse later on. So they need to be on their A game. And one guy who has definitely taken that to heart is the one and only Whoopi, a 1.18 KD thus far in the competition, 3,572 average score, the third MVP for him. He's not really raging on like the old Whoopi. This seems to be a little bit of a lower performance from him. But as long as he's averaging at what he is right now, I guess we're not going to complain too much, are we, Cali?
Yeah, I mean, you need him to be the MVP right in time for another key game to open up against Powerhouse. If he can translate this kind of performance up against Broke Boys Club, and in fact do even better on the best of 5 series, we could potentially see Smart Omega in Championship Sunday if Whoopi is able to step up and his teammates is able to really support him to finally get those kills.
Problem is, Powerhouse is phenomenal when it comes to the gunfights, when it comes to the strategy, when it comes to the adjustments in each and every single matchup. I mean, at the end of the day, we all have to acknowledge Wolf is great at 2 of those things, the strategy as well as gunfights. Yes, we have seen some bouts of inconsistencies out of Yobabs, but even he has been able to bring in those adjustments and prove that he can handle those gunfights. But Powerhouse made quick work of them. There was no challenge whatsoever against Wolf. And if that was the scenario, Omega really needs to watch out. But either way, what we can promise you guys is we have got a phenomenal game for series number 3. Smart Omega takes on Powerhouse. Winner stays, loser will be the third team to go home today.
Yeah, and more of the fact here, these 2 squads are the championship, the COD World Championship 2022 representative of Garena. Omega being the 5th best team in the world, and of course our squad Powerhouse not really able to play in extended wars of playoffs. And this team are not any ordinary. This is not an ordinary match, right? Because you're looking at very experienced teams and have a lot of achievements to back them up.
I love the fact that you brought up the point that they were the 5th best team. But before that, please take the screenshot. We've got the DRH airbrush for you guys to claim as well. Thank you so much for hitting that like and share on all of our broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to unlock all of these codes for your friends. Now, touching up on that point that you just mentioned, the fact of the matter is they do have a great big advantage here, right? The fact is Powerhouse has been able to improve on so much of their gameplay thus far, but we are going to take a quick short break. It's going to be a 10-minute this time around. When we come back, it's going to be the blockbuster matchup, and we'll continue breaking down the story between these 2 titans.
Yo!
Changing mag. Cover me. masukin di standoff.
2022 Garena Regional Qualifiers rematch between Smart Mega as well as Powerhouse. Back then, they were known as Almighty. In that best of 7, it went down to a scoreline of 4-3. This time, we've got a best of 5, but the biggest of differences, we've got a stronger version of Powerhouse and a weaker side of Smart Mega showing up here in the current season of Regional Qualifiers. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Cali Gaming. We are your casters for the whole day, not just today, but until the end of the playoffs for the Regionals 2023. And it looks like this might just be the exit for Smart Mega unless we see some drastic changes, Cali.
Yeah, they got to put up a miracle fight here. They have lost Idra. They made in some roster changes and have added in Kenny back to that main roster. He has been doing pretty well. Looking at the performance at that Broke Boys Club matchup now, they need to see more from him and activate Whoopi to be that playmaker once again in this grueling best of 5 series. A team that they're going up against with has just gotten an upgrade, just like what you said. Acquiring Scared and having Shot Up amplify his firepower and get a lot of these MVPs for the squad.
Yeah, I think the team of Powerhouse has been really brilliant when it comes to strategizing their way to dominance thus far. And they've met a couple of threatening players out there on the battlefield. And instead of continuously taking these fights against them, they've just approached them with a peace offering and said, why not we team up? This is like playing Battle Royale in Call of Duty Mobile. Team up, pre! Team up! They just teamed up. And this time, it's working out great for them, right? You've got the Filipino powerhouses in there with the gunfights, but it's not like they are bringing something new to the table. It's just strengthening what was already great on the side of Powerhouse. You've got great players like Shut Up, who knows how to get the slay, and Irfan J. Incendio. These guys are pro players who have made a lot of noise in the scene thus far, and it's not like they're performing worse. They're still on their top performance, but they're being outplayed by these new additions as well as with Shut Up waking up. So that just makes Powerhouse all that more powerful.
Yeah. No pun intended, man, because this crew really knows how to step it up. They know their maps that they are currently playing great at.
That's true.
And they can even bring out, their strength even in their weakest maps. I mean, although their control has been pretty much shaky after taking that loss up against WPM Lokings, one thing that we can really highlight is how well they played at SND. So far, they still have been undefeated, standing at 100% at the playoffs so far.
If you take into tally Stage 3 as well as Stage 4 performance between Powerhouse International as well as Smart Mega, you're looking at a total of 65 maps played on the side of Powerhouse International. You're looking at a total of 61 played on the side of Smart Mega. And Smart Mega has got a 54% win rate as opposed to the 78% that Powerhouse walks into this matchup with, right? I mean, statistics-wise, on paper, it looks like it's going to be one-sided. Based on the engagements and the performances we've seen thus far, it looks like it's going to be one-sided. Based on the strategic rotations as well as executions, especially on games like Hardpoint for Powerhouse here, it seems like it's going to be one-sided. I just don't know what sort of magic Smart Mega is going to be able to pull off here to keep things equal on their side and perhaps even pull away a victory.
Yeah, it has to start with that Banson picks. They have to bring something new to the table. Maybe bring out that Arsenal, right? Something that we were talking about earlier, just a little bit earlier. This is a map that we haven't seen being played by Smart Omega yet at this stage, and we have to see something new so that they can shock Powerhouse and maybe put up a greater fight this time.
Like I said, 65 games played, 61 games played. And both of them have only played one Arsenal out of those maps thus far. So they have been both avoiding it like the plague. I don't know if I should expect disaster if it is brought out all of a sudden. Idra, Kendi, Kevs, Risky, Tin, as well as Whoopi. Once again, the lineup for Smart Omega eSports, the underdogs in this upcoming series.
And you're going to have to rely on Whoopi with that MVP performance that he did up against Broke Boys Club. Now, you're going to have to rely as well with Kendi being that second fragger for you, get the eliminations going. And what you need as an overall crew is to be able to win the Hardpoint and one SND, clear this into a 3-win series for you guys. It's going to be very hard knowing that this team that you are going to be facing with just 3-0 broke Boys Club yesterday.
Absolutely, man. I mean, that in itself is pretty indicative as to what we can expect, right? That 3-0 versus Broke Boys versus what Smart Omega did. They struggled a tad bit. We saw them, almost drop the ball. And unfortunately, they did find that recovery in that final hardpoint at Apocalypse. If it wasn't for that, we could have seen a reversal here from Broke Boys, but there were some fundamental mistakes made by Broke Boys, which you will not be expecting out of Powerhouse, Bingo, FDX, Incendio, Irfan J, Shut Up, as well as Kurd. And, unlike the Broke Boys, we have not been demanding to see Bingo just yet because you just do not find anybody underperforming on the side of Powerhouse. Everybody's on their A game.
Yeah, even Scared, who's just a new addition, has been able to fit that puzzle very well.
Yeah.
Even after he was just acquired for Garena Masters 5, right? And with him added to the mix, he has been able to supply that initial gunfights that Heaven was able to provide for them prior to his retirement. Shut Up is the guy that has able to really put in and transcend himself to be that MVP here for Powerhouse. If we're ever going to create an all-star team, Shut Up has to be that main slayer on your squad because he's been able to carry the load of offense for Powerhouse with 8 MVPs in all games that he has played at Stage 4.
Absolutely, man. And of course, he's taken on Whoopi, who has only, I believe, 3 MVPs stacked on his side. And Whoopi pales in comparison to Shut Up when it comes to those head-to-heads when we take a look at those engagements. Now, we don't know exactly who's going to be on the head-to-head in a little bit, but we will assess those numbers later on. Tin has been the super slayer on the side of Smart Omega, though. The guy has had a massive number of average eliminations, and that's even more than Shut Up. Shut Up is averaging currently on 27 eliminations. Tin has got 32 on his side, but it will be a head-to-head between the two that we have already highlighted. Whoopi versus Shut Up, Cali.
Yeah, and again, it's pretty close in that KD rating. And it is just Shut Up that will have an edge with that average skill and that average score, as well as that MVP count. Shut Up plays that slaying department very well. Now, Whoopi plays a different role. He takes more kills, does less average depth here as well, but he plays the objective, AJ.
Absolutely correct, right? And a 34 average deaths initially, if you take a look at his performance overall from stage 3 in towards stage 4. So you can see that the performance has been an upgrade here as far as Whoopi is concerned. So this is a better side of him. And that's exactly what Smart Omega needs to be betting on, right? For your main sniper, as well as what Whoopi has been able to do in the recent times, to play it really well on those SMGs as well for the respawns, it is going to give them a 1-up. But it's going to come down to who makes those mistakes, though, as we find those rotations, and we will get the blessing of Arsenal in the lineup of maps. But the question is, will we find a game number 4?
It's mostly looking like it's gonna end up into at least a map number 4 for now. Granted that Smart Omega gets a control raid later on, a control Crossroads later on, but Powerhouse, even if they may have lost that coin flip, this maps actually does favor them. It's going to be a 50-50 battle on this Hardpoint Apocalypse, and we all know what Powerhouse just did on their earlier matchup up against Wolf on Tunisia. They are looking so solid at that SND.
I think Powerhouse looked a little bit more impressive on the Apocalypse. Of course, albeit they did lose their Apocalypse matchup against West Point Mamba Low Kings. It seemed very intentional for me. And Wolf was smart enough to say, no, we are not going to do this Apocalypse dance. Let's go to takeoff. And Smart Omega is just playing off of that information. They're like, okay, these guys are really good at takeoff. But that kind of opens up Apocalypse, and that's the kind of issue you have in a best of 5. You only get to ban one map that you're not comfortable with, and this is why it's so crucial for teams like Powerhouse, for teams like Smart Omega, to not have any one of these weak maps, to have the strategy played out perfectly, pre-planned, and executed enough in their scrims so that they have great mastery as well as timing when it comes to the execution of those rotations, for that spawn breaks, for that spawn control and anchoring as well, which we have seen executed way more times on the side of Powerhouse. The control exuded by them is so much more commanding, and that was pretty exemplary from the takeoff matchup that they took against Wolf earlier on at takeoff.
Yeah, I mean, Incendio was doing a lot of a job flipping those spawns for his team. And that will play an essential role here once again as we move over to this Hardpoint Apocalypse, knowing that this is going to be a spawn defendant hardpoint map
Yeah.
where you're going to have to take those early rotations to P2 until P4 ends. And having Incendio being able to spawn his team on his back for Powerhouse, it's going to play a significant role here as they try to take down Smart Omega Esports on this 2022 Garena Regional Qualifiers Stage 4 rematch.
And of course, Powerhouse needs to play P1 this time.
Yeah.
They can't be cheeky like they did against West Point Mamba Kings. In what universe they thought that would be a great idea, I have no clue whatsoever. So I am going to chuck that too. They force dropped that matchup for whatsoever reasons, right? Because that was so winnable for them. They gave that one away and ended up losing the overall series 3-1. It could have been a 5 matchup banger, but we just didn't get to see that sort of excitement from them. There's a potential we do see a rematch though. That is, of course, if Powerhouse can also defeat either Kagendra or later on West Point Mamba Kings, which is so difficult to think because the quality out there is just so much more phenomenal.
Yeah, you take a look at Smart Omega and Powerhouse right now, and they say, oh, they're pretty equal. Then you try to gauge them up with Kagendra and WPM Low Kings, and it doesn't even go pretty well.
Yeah.
So WPM and Kagendra is here. The level of Smart Omega and Powerhouse are currently right here, right now.
Yeah, that's true. And, I was actually going to touch up on the point that you mentioned earlier on. You are looking at Powerhouse being the 5th best team in the world, and this is a better version of Powerhouse. This is an upgraded version of Powerhouse. They brought in the 2 Filipinos, and they look stronger than ever, and yet you have got such a dominant team out of West Point Mamba Kings, which means the chances for Garena at the world stage has just skyrocketed, right? Now the world stage, they don't know what to expect. It's not going to be the same old from Garena. So this is a fresh breath of new air here that the whole of Garena gets to breathe. And if these boys are able to take it all the way, then that's going to be phenomenal. But now if Powerhouse, towards the tail end of the competition here at stage 4, if they're able to make this miraculous low bracket run, meet up at either West Point or Kagendra, kick them out of the competition, then that just elevates whatever expectations that we have for the side of Garena later on at stage 5.
I think Powerhouse stands a great chance of winning up against Smart Omega, and they could actually defeat Kagendra. We saw them actually end up taking a loss up against Kagendra at the group stage, but it was a pretty close fight.
Yeah.
So in a best of 5 setting, they could potentially outplay Kagendra if they set their cards straight and win this matchup against Smart Omega first.
Yeah.
And again, last year, we saw Smart Omega ended up with a legendary lower bracket run, playing all game 5s and advancing as the second team to play at stage 5. Powerhouse could do the exact same thing. This team, again, is the 2-time defending stage 4 champions, AJ.
Problem with Smart Omega is they feed off the energy of their fan base. They feed off the energy of the crowd. But, they've got such a finicky fan base. Omega loses, then, all of the trash talk from their own fan base comes out. These bunch of guys are inconsistent, blah, 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 blah. And then, of course, there's some true believers that, even if they go ahead and kill someone in real life, they're still going to defend the players of Smart Omega. These are all just, strats being hidden away. But you don't come up with horrible stats like that and say stats are being hidden away, right? There seems to be no strats at the moment. There just seems to be scrappy plays from Smart Omega, and they're betting on their gunfights a majority of the time. You don't see some cheeky executions of the strategy. You don't see anything fresh. You don't see anything new. If anything, all of those kinds of plays have only been, purported by one team thus far in the competition throughout stage 4 as well as stage 3. That's West Point Mamba Kings. We haven't gotten to see a lot of creativity out of Kagendra, but one thing that has been beautiful from Kagendra is their gunfights have been super solid, right? So maybe Powerhouse has a very strong chance here, but later on, it, of course, will get much more tougher. To imagine that Smart Omega stands a strong chance to go to stage 5 might be a terrible assessment, but you never know, man. Miracles, miracles.
This team is what is built for, just like what they did last year. But that was last year. Today,
True.
We just saw them go up against Broke Boys Club and clearly struggled. And this was a team that Powerhouse really had the light worked on, ending up with the 3-0 victory at the upper bracket quarterfinals yesterday. And they did not really have to pull up their best maps in there. They tried to challenge Broke Boys Club at their best maps as possible, and they still ended up taking all them victories.
And that's just insane, right? You don't expect that out from them. So clearly, on paper, the winners look like it's going to be Powerhouse International. And, no doubt there whatsoever. Because if Smart Omega wants to bet on gunfights, you're going to get some good gunfights out of Powerhouse.
Yeah.
If they want to bet on strategy, which we have not seen out of them so far, and if there are any strats being hidden, now's a fantastic time to show all of them to us. Now, you don't even need to show all of them. Just show us some, because we haven't seen solid strats out of them. And, it will be very refreshing to see something like that happen in the series. But I think we might be asking for too much, because there have been too many crunch moments here for Smart Omega where they could have pulled out those trump cards of hidden strats, but nothing happened. We just see that the inconsistency continue on for them.
Yeah, it's almost looking like the hide shard. It's just a thing. It's not a real thing. It's just a myth, right? Knowing Smart Omega eSports
used to be a thing.
Yeah, it used to be a thing for them, but right now it's not looking like it's gonna be ending up that way, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. The ones who are hiding strats now is West Point Mamba Kings. At one point of time in the competition, when I said it, guys, it was a fact. Now, when you guys are all continuously spamming strats are being hidden, no, that's not a fact. That one is, you're trying to repeat what has been said in the past. It did stand true in the past. For how things are happening out there on the battlefield right now, there are no strats being hidden from side of Smart Omega, mainly because they are struggling. You can see it in the gunfights department, very clearly in the rotations. Now, as we start things off, Powerhouse going to be super hot initially, but the break does come on through here, and a single objective player from the side of Smart Omega is only going to be able to absorb 2 points, but big gunfights won out by Kendi, buys a little bit more of a lifeline here for Smart Omega to pull off the 5th point.
Yeah, even though we have Smart Omega holding that P2 again, what matters here is to have a great start and Powerhouse able to get themselves an early 17 points here at this P1. Now they're going to have to start worrying about that P2 as there's only finally 17 seconds left here in Incendio. It's going to be on the temple for Powerhouse. It's trying to set up a play and maybe cut off some rotation there, make some pressure and put the team into a better spot.
Yeah, great comeback here by Smart Omega. Powerhouse will be able to pull away the remaining few points, but Temple Spawn's taken over by the Filipino squad. 21 points in hand. They've got one anchor down in the name of Kendi. He's going to be able to beam down these players with the HBK, whereas 3 objective players rotate over in towards that courtyard in itself, playing that point. And it looks like Powerhouse just wants to take a straightforward victory, and they're winning out 2 bouts of gunfights, one at the hardpoint as a whole, and the temple spawns as well. So it's a good start with 45 more seconds to go. Powerhouse stands a chance to catch back up again.
This is how you try to play this P2. You have to play for the spawns. And Shot Up is able to lock down 4 players, make that 5 in the point, and he's going to be able to stop the push and the reinforcements going to P2, and that's going to be the best time for Powerhouse to put in the numbers inside of the hill. But so far, Omega's been able to win their gunfights on that hard point and stop that push from Powerhouse in those angles that they have taken, and they take a commanding lead off the start.
Yeah, beautiful start from the players on the side of Powerhouse, Smart Omega, and the temple spawns that got controlled early was the key factor in there, right? We didn't see that much out of them earlier on, but this time round, they are playing that strategy really well. Rotation over towards P3 this time round is going to be pretty much of a challenge for them. They're attacking from the right-hand side. Nobody's on the flank just yet. So Smart Omega still stands a good chance. Oh my goodness. And RNG just gives away the spawns from the back. So pincer maneuver opportunity now for Powerhouse.
Yeah, they get inside of that point, right? And that's going to be an essential for them to cut back that lead. There's just so much points that Smart Omega was able to claim on that P2. And you're going to have to rely on Incendio to maintain this ammunition point of control to spawn your team on your back. And Powerhouse are slowly inching their way back as they have 2 players stacking that point. And every time Omega tried to go for the push, it always ended up with a trade favoring Powerhouse.
Absolutely, man. 77 points on the side of Smart Omega, and they will be able to win out their gunfights to continue trickling up here. And you see the setup from Smart Omega so much more different this time around. Setting in 2 objective players, dedicated time and time again, and they are playing the temple spawns just a little bit too far, not in their favor in terms of rotation timing, and Powerhouse are going to use that to their advantage. Purifier is going to be taken out of the equation as well, but Irfan J brings in his own, burns down 1 player, still alive and kicking, but finally Powerhouse does manage to squeeze back in. Only 30 points now separating the 2 teams.
Yeah, but Spawn still favoring Smart Omega eSports here at this P4 as we open it up. It's still going to be uncontested. Powerhouse are looking to cut that rotation with Incendio being sent down at the trenches to find some kills. Powerhouse are going to be able to drop in 2 operators here this time. Just try to stop the push coming on the left side of that minimap. They're going to be pretty successful with it, but now Omega goes for the flood. It's all down to FDX. He needs some help.
Absolutely, man. 68 to 85. Powerhouse trying to best to make their comeback in here, but they don't have the favorable spawns. Kendi's going to be eating them up alive if this is going to be the situation. 25 more seconds coming on through, and Powerhouse without that flank around. You can see the attempt coming through from Incendio, but is this going to be enough time from them? It's going to be the attack from the back, and Risky wins out a huge one against Incendio, which keeps the hill in the good control of Smart Omega.
Yeah, Risky is doing a great job slaying, and Kebs is supporting the point here for Smart Omega Esports in this first 4 sets of rotation. They have been able to build up at least a 60-point margin up against Powerhouse at that first set. Now it's all about consistency and replicating that scenario over towards the second set as we open it up. Gonna be Powerhouse inside. Omega going to be starting on the back foot now, but if they have continuously win their gunfights, they'll be able to break it so easy.
They are doing that exactly now with the third objective player hopping on in for the backup as well, and that is going to be player number 1, Scared. Shut up thus far, doing great for the squad. 24 burn downs already, but on the flip side, Risky's keeping it alive for the side of Smart Omega as well. So we've got an equal battle here, and the worst game mode for Smart Omega thus far throughout stage 3 as well as stage 4 has managed to flip around because of the prioritization from Smart Omega here, and a little bit of changes, dedicating more than 1 player on the objective this time round. Playing it scrappy against Powerhouse seems to be key here for Smart Omega winning out a lot of these bouts.
Yeah, just like how Broke Boys Club played this Apocalypse, right? Just send in 2 players, stack that point, and play it in those close quarter combats. Swoopy and Risky has been able to tally up a lot of points inside the objective, but here's the catch. They're going to be broken away. They're going to be spawning on the left side of the map. We're moving on to P2, and that's going to be an early setup being made by Powerhouse. A potential money hill that they could get and stop this lead to favor Smart Omega Esports. It opens up, and we got Powerhouse, Irfan J investing that Purifier. Omega will now be stuck on one angle. They have to break in. Only one side is going to be very tough.
Irfan J with a long wrap around. Purifier still in hand. Can he burn the players down? Smart Omega find the break. Irfan backstab, and what a play from the Clutch King. And in the meantime, the rest of his team members hopping onto the hill to back him up as well. A one-sided attack coming on through, and this is what we were talking about Powerhouse as well, right? The capability to converse within the squad and bring in those adjustments on the fly within the matchup. Earlier on, the temple spawns just not on their side, but they hustled for it this time around on the second rotation of hills, and they're catching right back up in Smart Omega. But it's not going to be enough because Omega is a different version of their squad this time round. So many of those gunfights, and Risky is truly putting the hurt on them.
Yeah, 28 kills for him so far, and he has helped Smart Omega get that lead on that first set. But what you need is that consistency. Once again, you may have a strong start, but you need a late game that could finish up Powerhouse to take away this map number 1. We take a look at this P3 once again at the trenches. We got Smart Omega on the early rotation. They got the favorable spawns as well, and Powerhouse are going down one at a time. This is definitely what Omega needs.
Yep.
Play it scrappy.
Absolutely, man. And you know, when the boys put in their hearts into it, they are going to be able to get it away, right? All of those mistakes that we did highlight earlier on, just not being made here at Apocalypse. They are stacking the kill. They are winning out their gunfights. They are playing for those anchor spawns. And when you play the hit, when you just play Hardpoint the way it's supposed to be played, and you are a team like Smart Omega, there's nothing much for us to complain about. Powerhouse is going to have an uphill battle here, getting right back in because Smart Omega is finally showing up.
Yeah, this is such a big lead that Powerhouse just gave up against Smart Omega. That P2 to P3 chain is something else.
Yeah.
They have been able to really chain that one consistently here. And what we need for Powerhouse, it's a good solid stack here coming through at this P4. But right now, that's all being won by Omega. Kebs and everybody has been able to step it up and get these eliminations to go through. And they open up P4, able to chain it 3 times consecutively.
Shut Up is going to be a key player here, but as I say that, he gets beamed down by Kevs. He was waiting to take away the spawn from player number 5. Kendi was waiting for that backup as well, but Incendio just a tad bit too late to give his team member the backup. So a straightforward approach towards the hill, that's going to fail in terms of gunfights, and Smart Omega so close to bringing this first game to an end now.
Yeah, just 47 points for them to take this win. And if they get this 30 seconds at this P4, this might just be that sign seal and deliver. And this might just be map number 1 for them. Risky is just putting on the turn and burn. 39 kills for him. About to reach 40. And Powerhouse couldn't do anything. Everything is smoked up. Every counter that Powerhouse allocated, it has all been countered attacked by Smart Omega.
A fantastic place thus far, and it looks like Smart Omega wants to make a strong comeback here from the lower bracket, and it is going to be at the expense of Powerhouse. But this game is not over just yet. As long as Powerhouse can play this next rotation really cool, it's going to be dependent on player number 5, Irfan J. With his backstab, with his wrap around these players of Smart Omega, it could be a game changer. But on the hill in itself, you can still see Risky making so much of noise.
Yeah, and he has just been everywhere. Again, he has been the top fragger for Omega for all these games and rotations that we have at this Apocalypse. Caps with that big spiral play. That was going to be able to flood the point. It's going to be contested, but Powerhouse wins the initial gunfight, gets this 30 seconds.
And this is going to be a super scrappy matchup here for Powerhouse finally. They're waking up as well, but the temple spawn. Super early rotation by Smart Omega, and they are pulling a Powerhouse against Powerhouse themselves. And now the gods of RNG force Smart Omega to spawn off from the left-hand side of the map, and that allows them to play 4 scraps on this P1. And what was supposed to be a mistake from Smart Omega, the gods of RNG help them fix, but Shut Up drops back in for some phenomenal gunfights to pull it back for Team Powerhouse.
They have earned a Predator missile. That could give them information once we open up this P2. Scared is doing a great job holding up the front lines while his teammate Incendio is still trying to work on that spawns for next. They eventually take down Kendi, and that's it. They flip the spawns. They all just have to stack that point.
Just like that, man. Smart Omega hasn't been able to pull much away, but they only need 25 more points. Everything can happen at this hill as a whole, but look at Shut Up just play that down to the T. Skirt is going to pull off the double, but Kendi with the War Machine finds the beautiful trade, but the temple spawn still held by Powerhouse. The hill on dominant run. Powerhouse dying to get back into this matchup, and they are going to be able to do exactly that. 10 this time round with the Gravity Vortex, 3 on the pop. Still no break. Denied by Powerhouse.
Yeah, Irfan J was the key player there, stopping that push coming in from Secret. Incendio holding off the point, and Shut Up finding that spiral play gives him that 51 just a little bit earlier. And now it's just a single point lead. We're moving on to P3, and that's where things would be decided. Switch for that lead is gonna happen. Powerhouse 231 to 227.
Yeah! And now early rotation in the house for Powerhouse as well. Smart Omega eSports, what are they gonna do? Now the left-hand side spawn off of that fighting ring taken over by Powerhouse is an advantage. Incendio with a War Machine as well. Operator's gonna be played, and a double operator as a matter of fact as FDX whips out the Gravity Vortex. That gives the hill over to Powerhouse 15 more seconds to close this game. Smart Omega attacking from the right-hand side. They've got the pincer. Can they win other gunfights? Answers yes, and they keep the match alive.
Yeah, they bully out Powerhouse. They're spawning on the temple. There should be more time for Smart Omega to get his eliminations. They just have to stack this next set of gunfights and win it to finally take this one away.
Oh, the operators invested perhaps a tad bit too early. Powerhouse winning out one gunfight, but the player is there. Still scrappy plays. Can he win it out? Kendi does it! Kendi does it! And with the double for Kendi, Smart Omega finds the victory on their weakest game mode thus far in the world of Call of Duty Mobile from 2 different competitions, Stage 3 as well as Stage 4. But if you're gonna find all of those adjustments, what a time to get it done.
Yeah, Kendi making that big play, able to pick down the right side, going in to check that ammunition was the best decision that he had made in the entire map number 1. Able to pick that last 2 kills, those impact kills to stop Powerhouse from claiming that time and stay inside for Omega. He's the only guy near the point, and if he had been taken away, that could have been a map win for Powerhouse.
We had so many complaints for the players of Smart Omega in the earlier Hardpoint, but none of it is going to be whipped up in this matchup. I think those rotations were super solid. You know, every single Hardpoint, every single hill played down to the T, super stacking those hills as well because they were anticipating very heavy firepower from Powerhouse. And, you know, they had had a right call there. Look at this. 55 eliminations from Shut Up, 44 out of Irfan J. They were being tortured in there, but thank the good Lord, Risky was on a phenomenal game mode today. 46 on the drop, Tin right behind him with the 40. The consistency out of Whoopi is still at the 37, and those were the ones who were winning out the hill for them for a majority of those times. Kendi didn't really play a big impact in the matchup, but those two final eliminations in such a close game, it was instrumental for the victory.
Yeah, and that gives them a 1-0 start on this best of 5 series.
Oh, yeah.
And this might just potentially cancel a lot of momentum that Powerhouse will look to try to carry over on their best map in SND in this playoffs at Tunisia SND later on. So,
yeah.
Again, this is a big opportunity for Omega to spark another legendary run, just like what they did last year. A deja vu, potentially, history could repeat itself if they could play the same exact pace and play around Powerhouse.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. It was just a crazy gameplay from both sides. And, there's just so many things to talk about here because of how close it was. Gunfights being won, both teams playing all of those early rotations down to the T. Initially, it was Smart Omega winning out all of those early rotations towards the hill. Talk about Temple, talk about, that P3 on hold. The P4 gameplay was just phenomenal, and this was that moment. But on the second rotation of hill, you saw Powerhouse bringing in all of those adjustments, and not only did they manage to equalize, they also pulled ahead, right? And that was super crazy to see, but it all came down to that final fight on that P3. And, at this moment where Kendi got that double, that was it, man, that game-winning moment. But providing if he had dropped the ball there, just that one gunfight loss would have been pretty devastating for Smart Omega.
Yeah, again, it was the entire effort that Omega really allocated there just to try to take that win. It was rewarded, right?
Yeah.
And now, that's going to be 1-0. We're hopping into SND Tunisia. This is going to be a map pick by Powerhouse, but Smart Omega gets to pick the side. So they're going to start on the defensive side, where we know the snipers have been pretty efficient for Smart Omega. We got Whoopi, you also got Kendi that can do the work for you on this long-range engage.
Once again, no strats being hidden here. They're not whipping out a ace up their sleeves. This is just Smart Omega being typical Smart Omega. When push comes to shove, when it comes to a moment where, oh my, if we don't perform, we're going to get eliminated, the boys turn up the heat big enough to burn down even a Powerhouse like Powerhouse. This is what we want to see out of them. This is going to give us a game number 5 for sure at Slums, and it'll be great to see things, be brought down to an end at Slums and an SND, of course, maybe even drag us into overtime later, perhaps.
Yeah, I'd love me some overtime. Fight to the death. Just like what we had last year at the lower bracket at the stage 4. Very much same scenario that we got for Smart Omega, but today, at this round number 2, we got Powerhouse playing at Tunisia. They're going to be starting on the attack side. They get to pick the first player at the connectors, but they also planted that bomb. An early 5v5 we're going to see.
Good stack by Smart Omega, but Shut Up just makes that instantaneously one-sided. Picks up a double. Risky finds Irfan J, but Powerhouse will find the finisher. Just way too solid in terms of angles held over here at the B bomb site. So great start from the attacking team, but no surprises here whatsoever. They do have that advantage to kind of dictate the pace a little bit. Smart Omega, I've talked about the 5-man stack in the past, and I think they really need to consider it at this point of time.
Yeah, I mean, everything it cannot just be handled by one man or a 2-man. You just really have to make a push, right? And Omega right now is still on a 3-2 split. You got Powerhouse maintaining that mid-map control. They're already at the B side.
Beautiful. Look at that wraparound. Play number 4 and 5. Shut Up, Irfan J. Irfan gets tagged. And Shut Up, Incendio find the trades right back as Kevs finds Skirt. Beautiful numbers pulled off here by Powerhouse as they execute the plan as well. Overextension down mid. It's going to be Shut Up on the hunt for a player, but gets eliminated by Risky and his CBR4. Numbers not equal just yet as Incendio finds Tin to keep the advantage to the side of Powerhouse.
At 30 seconds to crack this 2v3, Whoopi and Risky has to activate their God mode. Whoopi finds that kill onto Irfan J, makes this a 2v2 situation.
Flash doesn't find the connection. Good pull away here by the defenders, and Incendio from across the map finds the burn down. CBR4 will not find the connection as FDX's crazy movements get Powerhouse the second round as well. Now, sorry, brother, I was about to touch on the point where if you're not going to 5-man stack, at the very least, keep Whoopi on the defense over at B with the snipe. or worst case scenario, Kendi, and you have to at least 4-man stack A. At least you have a good potential of rotating around and finding those flanks.
Yeah, that's what I was actually was about to say. You took it off my head. Okay. Now, what do I want to talk about?
Sorry, brother. Sorry. I love you, man.
Okay. It's okay.
I love you.
It's okay. We got some early engage coming in for Omega here. First blood being dealt with by them. Powerhouse still trying to crack an opening at this A site, working with FDX to find some information and get some kills. Now, the middle is kind of open for the taking. And that could be the play where ShotUp could make the push and flank the players at the A side.
The play all started off with a God nade, so that instantly put Powerhouse on the back foot. And with Irfan J taken out of the equation as well, the numbers just skewed towards one side. But they still do have the bomb. If they can find that bomb plan executed over at B, perhaps this could be a game changer with FDX just finding that flank around, but it will be a very risky play. The player, whoever it is, will need to deal with Kendi first. And we were talking about the 1-4 stack with just Kendi holding onto the B bomb side. After losing one play, that's exactly what they dedicate here. But this is so much more of a better play for Smart Omega. But I wonder if they would have been able to keep this pace up without that God nade.
I don't think they're going to have to do so. I mean, Powerhouse will just get demolished there by Smart Omega. A better round for them, getting that first blood, able to chain that, play with the pace, let Powerhouse do all of the action and just wait them to pop out one by one and go in for the kill. Couldn't do much there. That's what you want to try to replicate. Work with your snipers before you try to make any sort of aggression.
3-2 split this time round, 2 on that A site, but it's going to be a very slow push from Powerhouse. Grenades are not going to find the initial connection. Whoopi, very aggressive. Pushing down mid. Looking to catch one player up inside of Winery, but you got to play this very, very carefully, and Whoopi will get punished for overextending by Incendio.
Yeah, that's a very bad blow there for Whoopi again. Omega, every time they get first blooded, they are the ones that's going to lose the round, and see if that continues here once again with Powerhouse able to try to push up at the A side. There's only one player in holding that point, and that's going to be Tin at the yellow tarps. He takes one down, gets that first blood traded, and helps his team get that rotation over by delaying the push being made by Powerhouse.
Tin surviving for Omega. He's to down the numbers, but FDX finds Risky in the meantime, equalizing. The pressure still can be played here, but unfortunately, the bomb on the ground. Tin will not find that. And a good bait, but the grenade doesn't find the connection. Incendio will be taken out of the equation. Great plays from Tin.
Yeah, and we got Kevs actually going in for the flank here this time. FDX left nothing to do there just to get eliminated. Not much you can work around with when you've got a sniper and the enemy has a Fennec to work with up close. It's going to be one serious damage dealer. And Smart Omega able to tie up, get their own back-to-back round wins. We're seeing definitely a lot of mid-round adjustments here right now for this squad. Definitely different from what we saw up against Broke Boys Club.
I'm not a big fan of the split attack coming through here for Powerhouse. They are locking down the angles, trying to play for those trades initially first. But the confidence of Smart Omega just allowing them to overwhelm Powerhouse at this point of time. And Kendi, isolated gunfights shouldn't be a problem for him whatsoever. And ShutUp will be kept at wherever he is. How many eliminations do we have thus far? 4 on the side of ShutUp. But Skirt hasn't pulled a single one alongside Irfan J.
You're going to have to wait this one out again. Once we see FDX try to pop his head, he's not going to spot any guy on the connectors. All of them are going to be by the shadows. It's got a good angle on the boxes, lurking around the spawns, but that's not where completely Tin is and Whoopi is currently at the moment. Now, you're going to have to try to work onto Incendio. It's going to be the guy on the Winery, and he hasn't really done a lot of shots, but with that gunshot being heard by Omega, that's going to be a sound cue.
That's indication enough. With the numbers disadvantage here, Powerhouse sending in one scout in the name of FDX to see if he can clear out B first for the squad. Now, if FDX is going to serve as a little bit of distraction, he needs to make some noise right now, but that's just not the scenario here. Good refrag by Irfan J, bomb in hand. He slowly routes it over to B, but it is too late. The split push is just not my cup of tea out of Powerhouse, and they just keep repeating it.
Yeah, they just get getting picked one by one, right? And it's all down to Irfan J. He clutched it up, one up against Kevs. It's a 1v1 situation, 8 seconds left. He gets the time to plant the bomb and relocate. 2 players from Omega now pushing up.
Great stuff. Risky left all alone, and he should be able to get it done with 38 seconds left on the clock. Doesn't break a sweat, doesn't need to. What a comeback from Smart Omega.
Yeah, 3-2. Now, again, the hardest part about playing Tunisia is when you're the ones at the attack side. It's really hard to win. Now, what Powerhouse could just try to aim it is to give a 3-3 split. Now, you're going to be playing on the defensive round after this round ends, and where potentially you could score in more of the wins, right? You're going to try to full stack that B side once again, where Kevs and Kendi is holding down the 4.
Kendi finding the snipe. Should have taken out of the equation again. And when you don't have your super fragger alive on your side, your chances definitely do get thinned down. Risky, beautiful angle played. CBR4 on pre-aim already, and Irfan J did not stand a chance with that slide shell. Incendio trying to find a connection with Risky, but Risky does not overextend, unlike the players of Omega earlier on.
I mean, the thing here with Powerhouse is Sharp has been eliminated for like the last 2 rounds, eventually stunting their opportunity to clutch up, get those 2 initial picks that Sharp could offer into a round, right? And again, they have a guy on that mid map in FDX who's got that scope. Risky, and 10 is going to be there set up on a crossfire. This flank could just potentially end him. Another player go down for Powerhouse, and FDX has to be the primary fragger. Tie up these numbers, because right now it's a 2v5, 2v4.
2v4 is an uphill battle, if I can say the least. FDX, Angles, played really well. On the opposite side, it's going to be Kendi. The pre-scope already doesn't find the connection just yet, and FDX doesn't overextend. But Scared will get caught out here by Tin, and FDX in a 1v4. We've seen some great plays, but against this form of Smart Omega, it's going to be tough, and Tin says absolutely correct.
Yeah, Smart Omega just woke up right in time. In these eliminations, they somehow buffed their attributes up against Powerhouse. Everybody was just able to time their attacks, get the kills, get those first bloods more particularly, and stop Powerhouse from getting all of the attacks that come true at that first half. But now we switch the sides. Omega this time at the attack side.
What can they do with the bomb? Smart Omega routing, and this is what I was talking about. This is what I wanted out of Powerhouse earlier on. A 5-man stack at the bomb site. Just play your numbers really well. They can play for trades as well, even though, and we saw what Omega was doing earlier on, right? Just 2 players on the defense. If they had just 5 stacked that, we're going to have such a different, conversation here on this SND, but it's just not the case. Powerhouse dropping the ball in this lower bracket. Connection just not found by FDX as he gets tagged up. Planted now, that bomb. 35 seconds to go. Let's see if Powerhouse can find the defusal.
Yeah, shot up is here. Set up with the crossfire. Up against number 3. That's going to be Whoopi. First blood Reaper now going to be stunned here. But he's got the spray on. But he gets eliminated finally. Now it's a 2v2.
Kendi still striking though. One more.
Wow.
So low on that HP, and Risky gets it for himself. Smart Omega. One more for the match point. 5-2 scoreline. Powerhouse has not showed up just yet.
And they're just using the momentum that they won over up against Broke Boys Club to just really stun Powerhouse at this point. And this is a squad that had to take an R off after winning their matchup against Wolf just a little bit earlier today.
Yeah.
And Smart Omega eSports clearly has the hot hand. Everything has been falling in their hand and have been able to convert into some round wins. Just 2 more rounds for Smart Omega to take this map number 2.
Good setup this time round. Smart Omega. Once again, 5-man push towards the bomb site. Irfan J finds the clutch on the first one. Shut up follows it up. Irfan with the triple.
Ooh.
Kendi, good trade right back out, but he's all alone in a 1v4.
Not much you can do here, but he does pick down 2 players. FDX is doing the long attack at the backside of this Gordon. It's going to be that flank where Powerhouse is to try to stop Kendi from getting this clutch. He's going to take that Garden route once again. Will not get spotted by Kendi on this long-range engage. Going to try to play it slow. Bomb is going to be dropped at the A side. Kendi has to pick that one up and has to rely on his close-range combat to work with.
In a 1v3, Angles held on well here by the players of Powerhouse, and Irfan gets the quadra. in this round to pull one back for Powerhouse in a 3-5 scoreline.
They needed that round. Stop Smart Omega from getting that match point. FDX and crew still barely hanging by. Could not get any of the momentum shifted over fully at that last round. They need another round to stop that bleeding and stop Smart Omega from claiming all of this first bloods. They got the God Nade on Skurd, taking down Kendi. That's another sniper out of the way. Now, Whoopi has been struggling so far with that scope, so that's one less thing to worry about. Powerhouse just has to wait for that bomb to be put out somewhere.
Yeah, there are two factors here that can help Powerhouse get back into the matchup, right? Number one is just to realign their strategies a little bit. Number two, if Bobby says Smart Omega's going to win this, Omega's going to lose.
The Bobby cursed. He has cursed them. Oh my God. Yeah, this is not going to be a great sight for them. They have to... I don't know. I feel like Smart Omega is the main character. That's what happened last year, right?
Yeah.
They are the main character of the story, and it almost felt like the same thing is going to be happening here again today. But Powerhouse obviously has the power to stop this push and this attacks to happen, and they have already done the first blood. 50 seconds for Smart Omega to work with, and there's not much time now. They have to work with the connector play from Tin as he takes down Skur. That makes it a 4v4.
Yeah, great play by Tin. The numbers all equalized now. Incendio still in a pretty decent position to catch these players off guard. But the connection over at A. Caps finds Irfanjay. Shut up. Delivers as well. But Incendio just couldn't play with his position. FDX in a 1v3 all of a sudden. And Smart Omega should be able to get to the match point now.
That's the creativity we wanted. They got Whoopi holding down that winery, play the distraction gameplay. FDX not able to convert that. That's going to be a big punisher on this 1v3. 36 seconds left for him to try to clutch up against Risky, Whoopi, and Keps, who have been playing phenomenal here so far.
Oh, FDX, you can't miss those shots, man. Now 22 seconds, 3 players still alive. This looks like an impossible takeover by FDX. Once again, spots the player. And a little bit too quick on the trigger release.
Wow.
Whoopi finds the finisher, and match point is found overall by Smart Omega.
Wow. This is amazing. Risky doing one hell of a job playing those close-range combat. And we saw Tin wrapping around the connectors to go in for that flank and stop that holdout gameplay that we saw for Powerhouse. This time, they're trying to carry on an assault at the B side, more aggressive one, but shut up in FDX, able to deny them.
God Nade, and Shut Up follows up with a double for himself. FDX gets the hit mark on top of everything else. Powerhouse should be able to clutch out this round. Risky tagged up. And FDX goes for the overextension, spots out Kendi. Easy shot now. And the final hit, FDX. How did he miss that?
I don't know what's more impressive is everyone is trying to take down FDX with the scope, or him getting those shots to not hit. I mean, Risky now this time is going to be the last player alive. MVP of Omega at this map number 2 so far. Has the bomb in hand, can get that bomb plan at the B side. But what you're looking at for Powerhouse right now is them stuck into that mid map. They can settle at the A at the B side anytime they want.
Risky with the bomb, and he knows it's just way too crazy to just take the plant so early in a 1v3. But can he find the clutch? I mean, he's got the numbers to show that he has been on a great game thus far. I mean, look at Whoopi right beside him, just with the 3 eliminations thus far, right? So, if you look at the statistics, this is still a winnable round for Smart Omega. And of course, the game will come to an end.
It depends on what kind of bomb plant setup we have here for Risky. He's going to try to set up that open area. Now, he's going to try to go around the boxes here. And if we can pick down one guy off the back, which is obviously not going to happen, it's just basically giving Powerhouse an opportunity to get the power position inside of the bomb side.
Bobby, don't say anything, man. He's in chat. Risky. Bobby showed up, guys. Bobby showed up. Powerhouse fans, rejoice. Smart Omega, bring out your tissues right now. Bobby plays in the house, baby. And I think he's put his money on the team in blue. The Omega fans are begging Bobby to just turn off his PC right now. Don't watch, Bobby. Don't watch.
Bobby Curse It has been proven. It has been tested.
Oh, yeah.
Omega has to break that curse. They're the comeback kings for a reason.
Boom!
Incendio takes Candy down. That's not a good premonition of what's more to come, as Powerhouse obviously got the upper hand in terms of the numbers and the amount of positioning here at this round, number 11.
Good opener. 4 plays now for the attackers. Powerhouse need 2 more, but Incendio misses the collateral. It's gonna show up, and Incendio takes the double either way. Because Bobby's still here. Incendio with the third. And Cam's all alone in the 1v4.
Incendio just got a plus 20 attribute inaccuracy because Bobby is in the chat. Cabs.
Powerhouse needs to
Against
send
the wall.
Bobby a jersey at this point of time, man. Send the guy a shirt already. Make him a custom one. The Bobby curse. Put the name on the back.
Cursed Bobby. Just like what cursed Irfan J's social media ad is right now. Powerhouse has won back-to-back ever since the chat has happened.
Okay. Bobby left the chat. Omega, we should be able to close this off.
Okay.
If he drops a comment and then they lose, don't do that. That's a GG of the century.
We're watching the chat right now. Here comes
Oh!
oh no, FDX gets the first blood, swings on by on the flank. He gets another pick on another guy. The collateral takes 2 players down.
One more. Bowie misses that a shot. But in the 4v2, Whoopi with the bomb. Bobby not in the play. He's off. He's closed the chat. Switched off his PC, threw his handphone away. It's not coming anywhere close to the Garena Regionals. The qualifiers. It's gonna miss him for sure. Come back for the next match, Bobby. It's tomorrow.
But Bobby has left, but the curse is still intact. But Omega Whoopi on a
Unfortunate.
1v4 overtime.
Without
Whoopi?
Bobby, it should be doable. It's the first. Oh, no.
Oh no.
7 seconds. Yeah, man. Bobby showed up. Powerhouse fans, bow down. Bow down. Not to Powerhouse, to Bobby.
Ball down
You
to
thank
Bobby.
him. You thank him for the lifeline.
And Smart Omega fans, you have to block and report Bobby right now in the chat.
Yeah,
you cannot let him comment because the overtime was just forced where Smart Omega had an opportunity to close it out already.
4 rounds in a row, dude. What the hell? Powerhouse. I can't take this. Bomb, though, this time round. Still on the side of Powerhouse as they route it over to its B. No 5-man stack, though. Candy doesn't forgive. Punishes Incendio. Irfan J wraps around. Shut up, finds Candy, takes him out of the equation. Good start.
Yeah, they got the bomb plant. That's a 4v4 retake, but Whoopi gets a big pick just to try to stop the push coming in from the red tarpaulin. Now they could get that main entrance attack as well and just flood the point. They basically have the numbers, and stacking in this is going to be the logical choice to finally overwhelm Powerhouse in numbers.
Let's see as Tin tries to wrap around, finds FDX. Can he continue though? Super low on HP. They have the numbers advantage. Skrrd brings it all equal. 15 seconds to go. Tin shoots his own teammate. Finally nails Skrrd down by the Clutch King. Irfan J, can he keep them alive? Takes the first one. Diffusal. Teases him. Sticks it. And Irfan J clutches it out. Powerhouse in front. 5 rounds in a row. Bobby, you just had to, didn't you? You just had to, man. We thought this was a comeback. And yes, Smart Omega were hiding strats. Powerhouse was hiding Bobby in their pockets.
What a way
Get out of
go
here.
down. What a way to go down at this SND. And Incendio still delivers the first blood. That's 5 rounds in a row that Powerhouse has dealt the first blood and converted it into a round win. It's not looking good for Smart Omega right now. They need to get that first blood traded. Actually put in much of a chance to attack one of the points.
If Omega loses this, I swear to God, I'll continue that storyline a little bit. 5v4. Numbers to the side of Powerhouse. on the defense, and they did phenomenally well on their defense earlier on, so advantage is there. Risky shot to take out that trophy. Gives his position away, but Irfan J is not going to be peeking out of his position at all. Last thing he wants to get sniped into the next round. Powerhouse wants to make this the final one and lead us into game number 3 to make a comeback.
I can still see Bobby in the chat right now. This is not looking good for the
GG.
Smart Omega fans.
Yeah, GG.
They're
GG.
already down to 4v5, and with the curse still in for Smart Omega, it's basically a 4v6 at this point with Bobby supporting Powerhouse right now.
And Bobby's
Omega-
justifying himself. I did not make any predictions. You don't need to, man. Your mere presence is enough.
It threw off Smart Omega entirely at the second half. Omega's still trying to put that bomb down at the B side though.
Kevs. Ball route around towards the connector. Tin, advantage with the position. Quick back away from that spot as he takes a quick hit. And Smart Omega does get the plant in a 4v4 situation. Powerhouse, can they pull this retake off? They stack one man towards the connectors, 3 others routing around straight up from shop. And they gather all around together. This is a team meeting that I don't think they should be stacking. Trying to find the first, second one, Tin backs away. What a hop up by Candy! And the grenade out of nowhere. And Shut Up will not win out his gunfight.
Oh,
Irfan
it's
J with a
double
clutch,
clutching.
and Candy equalizes.
Man, what a way for Smart Omega to get that elimination. They had to work through Tin to get that kill at the B side, open up the area and send and relay that information. Oh, hey guys, the B side is open. Let's put that bomb down and trust our players' retakes hold capability.
Yeah.
Stop that Powerhouse push, and it worked. The utilities just kind of even have the edge up against Powerhouse from that take. But now, as we switch the sides, Powerhouse on the attack side puts that bomb down immediately at the B side.
Candy, one more God nade maybe. Trophy, played well.
Oh. Another 1v1 Candy and FDX here on a sniper battle. There's Kebs, just to try to eliminate this guy up close. If he can pick, that's going to be a big opportunity for Powerhouse to be down by one man. But here comes the push. It's a full-on flood on one angle.
Reposition and Shut Up is there with the Fennec. Tin taken out of the equation. Now, the left-hand side taken over by the Omega players, playing the angles really well, but no utilities to take advantage of. And Candy delivers as Kevs finds FDX in a 3v3. Irfan J still with a clutch out engagements, and Whoopi did not find the slider out there. Candy all alone. Can he clutch it out? Incendio says no, as Powerhouse takes the advantage again.
Yeah, again, one more round for them to finally get this 1-1, AJ.
Yeah, chat, don't be idiots. Don't report Bobby for no reason.
Yeah.
Don't play around.
Yeah, no, don't. We're just messing around here, guys.
Obviously.
But
I mean,
do
if you
not
think
go to
we're
that
being
point.
serious, you're a knucklehead.
Yeah.
don't mass report people's accounts, guys. And whoever was encouraging that, please stop it.
Yeah. Come on. It's just Bobby. Bobby is here to support Garena,
Amen.
right?
I don't know. I don't know about that one. But he's here to watch a good match. That one I know for sure.
Here we got it. We got the first blood engaged by Shut Up. Caps there for the trade. They're gonna flood that B side once again. Makes this a 4v4 situation. Now the thing here with this kind of take for Powerhouse is that they still have Shut Up on the main entrance, but now he's been bullied away. This is gonna be power position being held by Omega. What they lack right now is that second floor control at the red, which is currently not in their hands at the moment. Bomb yet to be planted. They're really taking their time.
Kev's gonna find that plant for himself. No wraparound, and this was a mistake from Powerhouse earlier on, just a one-sided attack. And they're going for it again, missing that shot. Incendio gets punished. Risky out of nowhere. Just beams down Powerhouse, and Tin finishes it off. And yet another bout of overtime we go.
Yeah, we got 17 rounds available here already. And Powerhouse, Omega just keeps on switching and trading rounds at this point. The defense has been the epitome for these two squads that we see competing here at this Tunisia SND. Now we go right back into Powerhouse, who's going to try to take an early engage at the A site. They sent down Incendio with that scope. They're on 2 winery, hoping to see some players extend out, but Candy taken down by Shut Up on that mid-map forces Smart Omega to turn their heads. A B-side push could potentially end up with the powerhouse play here.
Shut Up was just taking an evening stroll. Just found Kendi. Guy just walks out and gets lucky on that shot. But that's going to give Powerhouse the advantage here. And Shut Up once again delivers against Whoopi in a 5v3. Bomb still in hand. And of course, they are going to find that execution here by putting up that plant. Incendio finds the first 150 Gs, still survives, but Kevs finds the follow-up. My goodness, if he had missed that against Incendio, it would have been a blooper for sure.
Yeah. And right now for Kevs, it's great that he has taken the elimination, make this somewhat doable on this defensive side. 2v3 situation for him, 35 seconds left. And he has to work with Risky. Risky has been the MVP so far for Omega on this SND.
Yeah.
Now, it's going to be a multi-angle push that they're going to try to set up. Utilities are going to be knocked through.
FDX, good flash. Finds the connection. But position-wise, though, Risky pulls out the Alcar-9. No, but Risky still wins that out. Kevs with the shutdown. Shut Up all alone. Can he get the clutch out? Answers no out of Kevs. And Omega find the defensive round.
And, well, what a way to kickstart that retake. Risky being the front man, he was the first in line to create the moment. Now, he used that tactical skill or the tactical grenade to actually stun the player holding down that yellow tarpaulin, and it eventually connects, and it ended up into a 2v2. And with Kevs able to take down one player at the B site, it eventually all went down to Shut Up, who couldn't clutch it up, and Omega once again at match point. But this is the problem for them. Once they go towards the attack side, they couldn't convert any sort of win. They're going to try to pull in every magic in the bag here just to try to edge up and go 2-0 in the overall series.
Incendio missing a great opportunity there to get the numbers advantage. The players are going to be backing away from the position. But Grenade, Trophy, are you here for Incendio? Will not find the sniper from the side of Powerhouse, and still in a 5v5 bout. Smart Omega haven't gotten a chance at B, and they route the bomb over towards A instead.
Oh, this is going to be a great setup for them. If they have the smoke to cover down the tracks, this is going to be able to close them up and play this close-range combat, but Irfan gets the first blood.
Dude. Omega was just winning that out, and then Bobby dropped a comment. After keeping quiet for so long, Bobby drops a comment. Why you gotta do them like that, Bobs? Why?
I can't.
No, I really can't, because the timing's just unbelievable, Bobby. Unbelievable.
Oh, man.
He's got a lot of money on this game, bro. No matter what, I gotta give them all my power.
Let's just give Smart Omega another round lead here, and then I'm gonna type again. Forces this round. Whoopi gets the first blood, though. Once again, on the defensive side, he has been the bane, but Shut Up now finally able to dill him up. Bomb plant could potentially happen here, but Irfan J has to take care of Frisky, who's on the main entrance at the moment.
Got good nade. Player backs away, and that opens up the plant for Scud. Beautiful play from Powerhouse.
40 seconds on this 4v4 retake. You can see Smart Omega taking their time. They're sending out Kendi first on this long range. Has not spotted any guys just yet. Powerhouse doing a great job hiding in every corner that they have here so far.
What's Kendi gonna do in a situation like this? They've taken over. Oi. Shut Up, shows up in the nick of time, but Kendi is there for the punisher. Pulls a double away. Tin with a backup. Shut Up still alive, and Skirt finds the finisher for Powerhouse to move in front.
Yeah, there we go. Powerhouse have won their attack side. Now, this is their best chance of them winning. Now, they're going to be switching sides once again. They're on the defensive side. Powerhouse have been pretty successful converting round wins on this defense. Now, it's just all about getting that first blood once again, working through Incendio, or making a play from Shut Up's Fennec right now up close, which could be the deal breaker to make this a 1-1 on the overall series.
Bobby needs to keep quiet. Jericho just needs to drop a couple of comments. Omega's going to make their way back into this matchup.
Yeah.
If those two things connect, regardless of whatever happens with the connections on the battlefield, Omega's going to be equalized. Omega can lose 4 lives against 5, and they'll still win the round if those two initial things happen first.
Yeah, Jericho's the antidote, as he says. It has worked pretty well.
It has.
Many of this instance, he has been able to really help Smart Omega get that lead, right? But now Smart Omega kind of playing with their life here by sending out Whoopi as the guy to push out on this A site. He's checking the shadows. Does not spot any guy. And here we go. That's the one kill traded now.
Oh, the trade comes back through from Shut Up as well, who takes a double advantage now. The players on the side of Smart Omega find the recovery through Risky. Skirt taken down, but Shut Up is still alive and kicking. Picks up the sniper on top of everything as well. FDX, that means double snipe capability on the side of Powerhouse.
Risky has been lighting it up for Smart Omega. He gets an opportunity to clutch this one and be the hero once again, but FDX on the flank finds one. Finds the second on Risky, and that's gonna be conversion done by Powerhouse. After 21 grueling rounds, we end it with Powerhouse taking this Tunisia SND.
Didn't I tell you, man? Bobby didn't comment. Jericho dropped a comment. Powerhouse took the win. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next game. Let's go.
Let's go, controller. Here we go.
Great stuff out of Powerhouse. And you know, what a phenomenal SND. I was about to bring up the point earlier on as to who takes the momentum, because it was such a heated battle. The losers are definitely going to feel that impact, right? So this is where that mental strength comes into play for sure, Cali.
Yeah, and Powerhouse, at that last 2 rounds, once again, the key to victory was being able to secure that attack side win. All it takes for them to finally end off with that victory is to chain that attack side win into a defensive performance so that they get that advantage, and as well as to close out that series, and they eventually put it up in a very interesting manner. I mean, they at the second half, before we started at overtime, they were down by a lot, and then they ended up winning 5 rounds straight to force overtime, and it was an arduous battle overtime, but after 21 rounds, they were the ones able to get that victory with Shut Up getting 21 kills.
Crazy stuff, man. Shut Up still on a roll out there with the place. And the stream is just a little bit delayed, so the broadcast, the viewers are thinking that, you know, the Bobby's comment is going to come in. But even with the delay, Bobby hasn't commented just yet. So I guess the impact of the words will still find the connection. Risky doing super well on the side of Smart Omega. And what was a great start was just turned around by Powerhouse the moment they took the defensive side. And I have to say, one of the greatest impact they made by Powerhouse is just sticking together as a squad, just playing for those trades. And they were able to come out on top. I mean, look at the engagements, look at the numbers just skewing towards the side of Powerhouse. And that could have been done so much more earlier, but they were just trying to force the issue with certain strategic plays. They were trying to test something out against Smart Omega. When it was not working, thankfully, of course, they did manage to pull it back, but it was a very risky play from Powerhouse.
Yeah, it was very close. And again, the first bloods were a big factor at overtime. And without the presence of Whoopi as the main sniper of Smart Omega, it really made things a lot easier for Incendo and Shut Up to do the dirty work and get those early frags as fast as possible as they can. And it paid out the most as they really win this long battle of mental strength and physical endurance, right? I mean, Powerhouse just were back against the wall, and then Bobby showed up, and it was a snowball.
I tell you, Bobby's the mascot of Powerhouse at this point of time. They just need to send him one of the jerseys, you know, throw a Bobby curse on the back of the jersey, give him the number of 666, you know, the number of the devil or something. Just do whatever it takes, right? Because the guy has been a phenomenal curse for Smart Omega. Of course, the jersey's only going to come into play whenever Powerhouse takes on Omega, but they're going to take it either way, right? Because the rivalry between these two titans just seems never ending, and I don't think it'll ever come to an end, as, you know, they are the titans of SMP at the end of the day.
Yeah, if this were a best of 7, it will all go down to a map number 7, how much competitive these two are. They've been pretty squared ever since last year. What we saw from them at the Garena Regional Qualifiers 2022 Grand Finals, where obviously it was Powerhouse that ended up with the victory, but Smart Omega really fought tooth to the nail to really give them a run for their money. And obviously still the same thing that we're seeing here today.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. You know, but you know, at the end of the day, it was a phenomenal fight in this SND, especially in the overtime rounds. Back and forth we went, neither side wanting to give in, and it just had to come down to some phenomenal plays out of FDX, as well as the snipe connections out of Shut Up. You know, every single time he found those connections down mid connectors as well. It was just those game-turning moments. And now the momentum will probably shift a tad bit. As long as Bobby keeps watching the broadcast, Powerhouse is going to have this buff. They're going to have this boost out of nowhere. And Smart Omega, they may have a counter against Powerhouse. They don't have a counter against the Bobby Curse. They do not.
Yeah, we felt that on that SND Tunisia, right? And they had an instance where, again, they were always up on match point, but couldn't convert on their attack side. And why? Because the Bobby Curse
and the
was
timing.
just really,
The time, every time they had an opportunity, he just comes and asks, what curse? Just that even asking what curse did the trick. The epic stuff here in the matchup in the low brackets. This is an elimination matchup. We are looking at eliminating 3 teams. 2 out of the 3 have already taken the exit. In the game against Smart Omega, Powerhouse have now found the equalizer. The loser of the series will go home. The winner books their spot in the lower bracket final to face off against the loser of the matchup between Kagendra and West Point Mamba Kings. But of course, that happens tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Interesting here at this operators. Smart Omega will be opting for an equalizer. And again, for Powerhouse, they will be opting for a War Machine. And we know what the War Machine could do in a long map like Crossroads. You would need those long-range artillery to help you stop the guys that might just be doing all the push on one angle by hiding on one of the boxes that could be located at their respective points. And I love that attention to detail. Let's see if they can make this one work and be effective with it here.
I think this is where the coach as well as the analyst comes into play, right? And Smart Omega, of course, have been making these right picks. And yes, any of the operators can pop off, but using the wrong operator on the wrong map, it has to be the operator with the map combination that is a factor, not really which player picks what operator, because any of those players will be able to find that execution pretty well on those plays. We've seen some bad plays of the operators of these Titans as well, right? But the map combo with the operator makes that huge difference based on the things that you just pointed out, especially on Crossroads Strike. Such a big map. You don't want to take a straightforward fight. The War Machine gives you the capability of just playing cheeky behind those boxes, behind those walls as well, if you can take the confines within the center of the map. But we have seen the attacking side being a little bit more gracious in terms of giving away rounds thus far at Crossroads Strike. And this is just something that Powerhouse just needs to work their way out of. If they can find an early defense here, take away that attack as well, build up good momentum, and crush Smart Omega in control overall, I think that's going to be the true finish to the confidence of Smart Omega that was built up on Apocalypse earlier.
Yeah, not to mention that the coming Hardpoint match that we're going to have is going to be a Powerhouse map pick. This is going to be their best map in terms of map familiarity. Omega has shown signs of struggle on that map itself, right? And they really need to get this control done and dealt with their win. They're going to start on this defensive side. So far, they've done pretty well initiating this pawn trap. You can see number 4 in Risky already dropping 5 kills on the first 30 seconds of the game.
Crazy stuff, courtesy of Smart Omega. Very aggressive on the attack. Sorry, very aggressive on the defense, I have to say. And Powerhouse, on the other hand, just struggling a tad bit. Just bringing a little bit of truth to the attackers having the advantage on this map. And it just throws that statement into the trash can. Smart Omega, what else can they do here as they try to route around? 15 more lives left here, but Powerhouse all of a sudden are able to make good work out of this. They slow down the pace and they play for trades first before moving on to the objective. This is a really smart adjustment from Powerhouse.
Yeah, Smart Omega now will be forced to a reset. They can actually go in for a push at the A side, but Risky dropping that Predator missile gets him that info when a kill to stop that A side push as well. But Powerhouse could not go for trades any longer. They're down to their 11 lives, and if that continues to dwindle down, it's going to be causing them a lot of problem here.
Yeah.
They're doing a great job cutting that live count number so far. And Omega just really returning back to favor.
Yeah, Omega's going to be able to cap this B now with an overextension, with a hunter-killer drone being sent out by Incendio as well, just protecting the back lines. One defender can make the world of difference. There's going to be Tin as well inside here. But let's see if or not he can find that execution from the observation room. Tries to overextend, doesn't find the defense. In the meantime, Kendi on the snipes will be able to put that final bullet into Incendio. Whoopi raging on as well. 3 more lives left. This should be impossible for Powerhouse to cap.
Yeah, I mean, 2v8, a minute and 12, there's still time, but I mean, the amount of space that Omega has been able to garner up on this defensive side is just too much. Incendio, last player alive for Powerhouse, and he gets eliminated. Smart Omega gets to a 1-0 lead. Definitely a round win that they needed to take away this map number 3, knowing that once you lose your defensive side on that round number 1, things will just spiral out of control as you try to make up for it in the succeeding rounds.
Unless, of course, Powerhouse does manage to find that equalizer here on their own defense, should be able to wrap around very decently. Anticipating an attack on A initially was the right call coming through from Incendio and squad. War Machine investment here as well, and he keeps the distance as he finds the eliminations, but Smart Omega has been able to keep up just purely with the gunfights here, Cali.
Yeah, and I love what I'm seeing here for Powerhouse right now. They're trying to invest in the Purifier. Anytime a player pushes from Smart Omega here at the fire, they can go in for the Purifier play for Irfan J. He's got that 10 kills on him already. And Incendio is holding up that high ground with the Growl. Get the elimination, and they have dwindled that live count into 12 for Smart Omega. There's a 10-point difference in live count here, and pretty much a better defensive performance that we are seeing by Powerhouse at this moment. They're stuck in spawns, and Incendio and crew is doing a great job punishing these players as they try to escape and get these eliminations done. Shu, Candy, Whoopi still taking their time, but the amount of kills that we have seen per Powerhouse is just a lot. It may not come from that AR and that CBR, but FTX is able to create a mark on himself as well with that sniper. And now it's just 14 seconds left. Hold down to Cabs. He takes care down, but there's just so much blur he needs to worry about and plenty of angles to try to check. And that's it. Powerhouse able to dominate Smart Omega on their own defensive side, and perhaps an even better performance compared to Smart Omega's defense at the round number 1.
At this point of time, we can see Shutup's future with the brightness of his phone. Everything is so clear to us, isn't it, Cali?
Yeah, definitely. And Powerhouse, they're investing their operators here early. FTX, he's got that annihilator on, and he's able to pop off on the rocks, able to go for that spawn trap and delay that push. Now, surprising thing for Powerhouse, even though that was a play made by FTX, they couldn't get anyone holding off that A site and get one segment in. So basically, something that needs to be worked on by this crew, but they eventually hop into it. But number 5 in blue is going to be able to go for the fly. Kendi stops to push at the A side.
Yeah, great recovery from Powerhouse earlier on, and now they've got the numbers advantage as well. But Tin with the Purifier, Incendio right in front, gets burned down to the ground. No trade out just yet as Tin continues to rage on Shut Up. Backstab will be able to finally sort out that operator and the player. 17-19 Powerhouse still with a tad bit of advantage here. And the little bit of progress made over at A has been able to be cleared off here by this mega players, and the defenders will be able to rage on, especially Whoopi on the snipes, and finally shut down by Skirt as well. A little bit of a turnaround because none of those defenders close enough towards A, and this was the strategy I was talking about. Keep the pressure up on both of the hills so you can keep your opponents, the defenders, guessing.
Yeah, 2 segments done by Powerhouse at the A side and 2 segments at the B side as well. And this is looking so impossible for Smart Omega to clutch up as they're down to their last 4 lives. So a win through capture, obviously going to be the main thing here for the side of Powerhouse as they take their first attack side victory and match point. Potentially go up 2-1 at the overall series.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. 2-1. And we did talk about the momentum from that SND matchup, and it seems like it is checking out this time round. Albeit, Smart Omega did pull away that first round, but Powerhouse with a good showing this time round. And now they've got the defensive advantage, once again stacking up towards A. And Smart Omega just not making a beeline for B at all. They stop by that halfway mid-street and take the battle to get control of A, which just doesn't work out in their way at all. And Risky finally starts the attack towards B. That should have been the proactive maneuver first from Smart Omega. But let's see if they can find the recovery, though.
Yeah, Shut Up has earned himself a cruise missile here. Whoopi and crew still trying to turn the narrative around. They got the live count at this point. Yeah. Now, at the attack side, you're going to need to try to stop yourself from getting spawn trap, and they break away from that at the B side. Now, they're going to be able to stop that time from ticking down and get some segment in at the B side. So, progress being made by Smart Omega while also countering the live counts of Powerhouse.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful counter from Smart Omega. And the defense over at B just hasn't been possible for Smart Omega for that first segment. But the clearance is there. They do take out the attacking player, but nobody's been able to clear up those markers just yet. Tin will find one with a Hunter Killer. Continues to rage on. The angles played really well, and the defense is solid as he has a little bit of backup as well. FDX going to be sprayed down, and Powerhouse just powering their way through. But Smart Omega getting the work done over at B just through one good play out of Risky.
You really can't take away this one. Smart Omega's really trying to turn it around and force that overtime here at this control. 5 lives left for Powerhouse. They're going to be stuck on their spawn. Stin is going to be working his way around top fire. And this is going to be a big problem for Powerhouse as we switch the sides. This is going to be a map win, a round win now for Smart Omega eSports. And as we switch it, Powerhouse is going to start on the attack side, Smart Omega on the defense, and the defense, obviously the favorable one here this time around. Smart Omega has been able to convert their round wins here. Let's see who's going to outduel who.
At this point, Powerhouse just needs Bobby again. Because Smart Omega's waking up. Din finding the first one, and it continues. Smart Omega, a good start this time round. And they are on the attack. Powerhouse have been able to clear off all of the defensive side. A and B protected really well, but risky once again. Overextension. This is going to be deadly.
Yeah, Tin is able to get 2 kills with that Predator missile and keeps that life count intact. It's just a back and forth that we're seeing at the moment, but you can see Powerhouse doing a lot more better in control as they're now bringing in the big guns. War Machine now for Incendio. They're waiting for some players to go for the contest here at the top fire, but he gets dealt with here.
Yeah, one moment of lack there from Incendio and he gets beamed down, but lives all equal. Powerhouse still pretty decent on the defense. And a quick wrap around from player 4 and 5, and they win out that bout as Irfan J picks up a double for himself. Candy does find the trade, but the backup just not there for Shut Up as he overextends, tries to take out one player from Magazine and is pretty successful. The defense pretty solid. Clearance is expected over at B, and Irfan J will be the guy to hop on in, just clears up the marker a little bit as they overextend for the spawn trap out of nowhere.
Yeah, Incendio finding that triple. And with that crowd at long range, it can just deal you all the damage. 5 lives left for Smart Omega, and Powerhouse eSports are looking to try to turn it around and finish this business. 2v11, and Powerhouse will be taking that 2-1 lead on the overall series. Just one more map away from taking it away and advancing to the next stage. Whoopi, last player alive out in the open, is being chased, getting played around, and he's been trying to survive, AJ.
Run, son, run. Literally run. Whoopi gets it, but Incendio knives him from the back. Couldn't take that execution, though. Powerhouse is cheeky as ever as they take the lead in the series, as you say.
This is such... The last play, I think, could flip over the psychology.
Oh, yeah.
And this all Smart Omega, right?
Yep,
they were being played around by Powerhouse. That could potentially tilt or overpower them once again and force that map number 5 at Powerhouse eSports gets to have that last laugh. If it would have been an execution, though, would have been more disgusting at that last set.
Now we head on into a map that the whole of Garena, the most of Garena, has been avoiding like the plague. It's going to be the play at Arsenal. We don't have much stats here. Once again, 66 maps played thus far from Powerhouse International, and only once they have played Arsenal. 63 maps played overall by Smart Omega. Of course, once again, this is a combination from Stage 3 and Stage 4, and they have also played once at Arsenal. Not a lot of data, but from the one map played each, it was Powerhouse International with the victory, and it was a very decent victory for them on top of everything else. The rotations were very decent. You know, the timing of those executions, of those spawn traps, controlling the spawn, everything was really pretty much perfect on the side of Powerhouse, and we didn't see much of that map ever since.
Yeah, it's crazy knowing that if you try to combine both of these teams' maps played from Stage 3 to Stage 4, I am so flabbergasted. I mean, the pick rate is just 1.57%.
Yeah.
That's how much these teams try to avoid Arsenal, and it could potentially bite us down on the long run, right? We know a lot of teams from EU, North America, and Latin America have successfully utilized Arsenal as one of their best maps. And if that does not get sorted out, it is gonna really not increase our odds of winning at the world stage.
I don't know if the lack of Arsenal being played is immediately equivalent to Garena being bad on Arsenal. It's just that we're not seeing it out of them. And for teams like West Point, Mamba Lokings, it's a trump card for sure. Because you don't know what to expect. You don't know what sort of rotations. You don't know what are the good hills for West Point so that you can smarten up and really be prepared for it. So you're going to be walking into a game against a team as good as perhaps Powerhouse or Kagendra or West Point absolutely blind. You can go in, of course, and play your very best, but the exact opposite can be a factor as well, because now these guys from Garena, they know what to expect out of the West as far as Arsenal is going to be concerned. So you have to play this to your advantage, and most of them are doing exactly that.
And the thing with me actually thinking that the reason why Garena teams does not want to play Arsenal is the unforgivable spawn rates.
Yes, true.
When we played at P3 to P4, you could spawn literally in front of your opponent and take them down right away. Combine that with the amount of consistency it has. It has 2 points that has really bad respawns. And yeah, I think that plays a big factor, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my fingers crossed that they fix the respawns before we get to stage 5, because it will be horrendous. Imagine watching a matchup on stage 5 and it's the championship match. For some reason, it is this one game over at Hardpoint, and that's the deciding match in the best of 7. It's going to be a GG if that's the case, right? So we don't want to see that happen. But obviously, it's a situation that the teams will just need to deal with. And although the spawns are going to be a little bit crazy, perhaps you can just leave that as the scrappy one, right? And this is the main reason why a team like West Point will do so well on Arsenal, because they play all of the hills as a scrappy squad either way. Everybody's on the objective.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with them, which is alarming for me, is the difference between them and the other squads.
Yeah.
Almost everybody average at least a minute inside of that point every time. It's going to be a crucial matchup. And Smart Omega eSports and Powerhouse has to do the exact same thing here. P1, as we start, is going to be controlled by Smart Omega eSports. They got the vents locked down, but Powerhouse slowly getting their way back as they enter around the vents. Clearly not sus, and they get to score points on their own as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. 13 points already for the side of Smart Omega on the initial hill, but you can see the scrappy plays of Powerhouse just trying to rotate around, and they also get the spawns off of the left. So that is going to be a great big advantage for Powerhouse to not just win out those gunfights, but take the hill as well as the lead as we move on into P2. Early rotation is going to be required as well, and you can see 2 players already routing over from the side of Powerhouse. It's going to be mainly FDX leading the fray down at P4 here, batteries.
And again, at number 3 in Whoopi, holding down at Robotics. That's going to give them the spawns right now. But Powerhouse, we know them to be a team that loves to break in a map like Arsenal.
Yeah.
And you can see FDX and Scared teaming up, getting that 3 kills, opens up that point, and they get right in time and score the time as well inside the hill. And Omega Esports clearly struggling as they get bullied down one by one, forcing to respawn on the right side once again.
This is a very smart play by Powerhouse. You can see the position handled down here by Incendio is going to be crucial, because if he doesn't hold down the spot here at P4, the rest of Smart Omega is going to be spawning right behind them, and that's just way too close for comfort. So they do go ahead and guard that. But final 30 seconds, you can see a little bit of a change of pace here. They swap Shut Up out to hold the back lines, and everybody else going to be soaking up the points here. And Smart Omega's given up. 20 seconds to go. They pull that rotation.
God.
This is crazy, because P3 is that crazy spawner. My goodness, this better not backfire.
87 and 13 is the potential score by the time we open P3, and that's just so much lead, but Smart Omega has to try to catch up on. And again, I love the spread on towards the plat in the lobby side, but Powerhouse could just break down after that 8-second locks in.
You look at that Preddy just hanging in the air for so long, getting the information. Now they know exactly where to route the attack. They know that the players on the side of Smart Omega are wide spread out. So they move in through P5 or the showroom, hop on over to the jet deck. They just need to win out 3 gunfights. But a great big smoke laid out puts the players on the side of Powerhouse at the deficit here. But a 3-operator investment will give them the advantage. The players try to squeeze their way in here. One more gunfight gets them the kill. Powerhouse now with the advantage, but is it worth it? A 3-operator investment to squeeze themselves in.
Yeah, right now it's still back and forth. Scrappy Caps is still there. Finally gets dealt with. And again, number 5 in yellow in Kennedy, who's trying to get themselves that flank, will be eliminated, and Powerhouse will be able to collect this crap time. 15 seconds will be added into another mix. That's going to be them reaching 100 points by the time this hard point ends. We move into guns and artillery. Another hard point that has a messy spawn at the moment. Literally, anytime a player could spawn right in your face and take you down.
Beautiful stuff out of Powerhouse yet again. And now we go on to P4. It's going to be batteries this time round. And that overextension needs to come through. So you look at the players, number 1 and 5 in blue. This was the position held down by Incendio earlier to protect P2. But they just need to overextend towards the stairs a little bit more to make sure the players players don't spawn out from the back, but you're going to have a problem over because the P2 also becomes a spawn spot. So you need to control 2 spawns to force Smart Omega to spawn off the opposite side of the map. For that, a lot of gunfights need to be won here. And you can see player number 3, Incendio, the angles that he hold on to is putting Smart Omega at a deficit here. Powerhouse clearly with the better rotations.
Yeah, 100-point lead that they have managed to build up here at this point. Another Predator missile will be earned and will be activated. Kendi will be eliminated. And that also signals a lot of information for the side of Powerhouse.
Yeah.
Caught in a bit of a pinch, and Smart Omega gets eliminated one by one.
They get eliminated. They are losing the gunfights, but still hold on to 2 main spawns. So that's still going to give the swing right back here for Powerhouse. Smart Omega just trying to win it purely with grit and gunfight. And we saw this and we talked about it already. Gunfights are great, but you need to manage the map and the spawns. Powerhouse playing this map down to the T. Early rotation in for Smart Omega to P5 though. This could be a game changer if they lock down all angles. And this is where Gravity Vortex will really come in handy.
Yeah, one good hill is all it takes for Smart Omega eSports to get this one through. There's no Gravity Vortex will be invested here by both of the squads. I believe Scared has used that at that P2 earlier, so that could potentially be activated later on here today as the cooldown actually builds up, right? Powerhouse so far has lost their gunfights, and Smart Omega eSports slowly trickling in some time and creep their way in back into the game. Yeah,
great angles. They anchor down van areas here, and this is going to give them a little bit of a one-up against the players of Powerhouse. Smart Omega squeezing their way back into this matchup. Whoopi with a Purifier operator investment this time around as well, and this is a great big advantage. Overextension, though, I don't know if or not this is a great idea, but they are going to be able to string their way into its P1 on top of everything else, with Whoopi leading the way. But Smart Omega, they win out a majority of their gunfights as well as they rotate around. So now all of a sudden, the Filipino players have woken up.
Yeah, what they need is a good hill here. P1, they need to get a solid hold, get that vent and that open window actually controlled. And they did a great job investing in that Spiral. Stops the Gravity Vortex from being used. And well, so far, Incendio managed to sneak on by and gets a 2-piece of his own. And Powerhouse eSports gets a clean break and forces Omega way out.
Yep, forces Omega to spawn down from the bottom. But player number 2 in yellow, Tin, is going to be a big difference maker here. Can he win the backstab? And the distraction is going to be there so that the bottom spawn is an advantage for Smart Omega. But the players will falter a tad bit before the recovery is made. All thanks to Whoopi and Kendi once again. Kendi with the double, Whoopi holding his angles as well. And now as they take over P1, this is a dominant run from Smart Omega to find their way back into this matchup and to match up against Powerhouse well on Arsenal.
Yeah, 16 seconds, still plenty of time for them to claim. Number 3 in yellow and Whoopi will be spawning on the robotics and will be setting up his team on the cranes. What they need right now is a solid, consistent hold on the spawns. Whoopi gets an elimination inside of the yellow crane, and that's going to be one step ahead of finding this comeback to happen for Smart Omega and forcing him at number 5.
Irfan on the 11 eliminations thus far really needs to step up in this matchup. It's very rare to see the Clutch King really falter out towards the back and not be able to pick up a lot of these eliminations at all. Overextension towards P4 batteries is going to be crucial, but Kendi is there and he backs up all of the rest of the players on the side of Smart Omega, holding down this spawn, and this is going to be a great big advantage for them, especially with the War Machine held in the hands of Kendi.
Yeah, he's been able to lock it in. Incendio will get taken down at the back. Again, a pinch play being made by Smart Omega eSports here. Number 4, number 1, they have to really take away the players inside of the point and not get this one claimed by the Powerhouse to stop that 200-point mark from being reached. And they do a great job doing that. Get the final 20 seconds, and that's just going to be a 40-point lead that Powerhouse will have by the time P3 opens up.
I mean, it's just Smart Omega smartening up, finally playing down the spawns here, and it was mainly caught off at that P4, and they were holding on to the stairs. Mainly Kendi's play on that War Machine, not really overextending like Whoopi and the Purifier earlier on, just holding down to the spawns. You supply the manpower, you should be good. But super early rotation by Powerhouse, not wanting to risk more lives, helping their opponents build up on those score streaks, and they get to open up this next hill.
Yeah, FTX and crew are holding back the alley. Number 1 and Kev still waiting for a long route up ahead. And Shut Up and crew has been able to lock down the players holding this cafeteria, and they've been able to lock it down, take these eliminations, and finally reach 200-point mark. Just 50 more points for them to finally take this victory.
208 to 142. Powerhouse, pretty much a dominant run in here. Play number 4 in blue. Shut Up will find the execution as well with the Sparrow, but finally traded out by Tin. Skirt is there for that refrag, and they keep the momentum on their side. Powerhouse now, 25 more points to wrap up this game on a place where they've been pretty dominant thus far.
Yeah, I mean, the last time they played this one, the only time they played this map, they have managed to score a victory, right? And obviously, Powerhouse, this is one of their trump card in as well. This is one of the maps that Zim has managed to build this team's knowledge as well. And you can see it actually resulting into a very dominant lead the Powerhouse has. As we open up this guns and artillery,
oh yeah,
Powerhouse once again has an opportunity to end this one here. Omega has to stand their ground if they want a map number 5.
A 5-man stack attacking out of the subway, but the Purifier in the hands of Whoopi is the game changer. Traded out by Incendio. Risky brings out the claw. Super investments from both sides. Preddy out of nowhere. Preddy drops the operator players. And Smart Omega with the hill.
Yeah, they force out Powerhouse so far that we just have to take care of the guys on the window. They spot down one, but Scared makes an opening on the back, and Tin has to take care of him, but he gets eliminated and Powerhouse gets inside.
The spawns are broken once again. The players on the side of Smart Omega spawning right on the heads of Powerhouse. The smoke is popped, and this is just pure chaos. The kill is paused. Gravity Vortex on the pop. Just panic plays at this point of time. Doesn't hit anyone whatsoever. Smart Omega picking up the kills, and they won't be able to stay alive. And final few scraps picked up. Powerhouse only need 6 more points, and they are the only rotation already in P5.
The question is, how long will Smart Omega take on this rotation? There's a player already inside for Powerhouse to claim some time. Number 3, and Whoopi has to create the play, find this kill, but they get shot down by FDX, but the trade goes through, AJ.
Oh, beautiful stuff. And now the life out of Smart Omega. But is this enough? This play is just way too late. Powerhouse just need 2 points in here. One solid break can make the world of difference, and they have to go in for the challenge. Although history tells us P5, the stronghold of Smart Omega. History tells us that everything out of this hill was wrapped up by Smart Omega, and it forced Powerhouse for a super early rotation back into its P1, and Smart Omega won that out as well. But that final break brings the series to an end. A gentleman sweep courtesy of Powerhouse International, and they sweep Smart Omega eSports out of the competition.
And they advance to the next stage down at the lower bracket finals, where they will face whoever is the loser of Kagenja in the WPM Low Kings upper bracket finals. Powerhouse continues to stay alive and tell their tale, but Smart Omega will be eliminated and will forced to play next year.
Smart Omega starts off hot on Apocalypse 250 to 241. They showed up, and they showed up strong. And then you know what else showed up? Bobby showed up. He didn't even need to continuously comment. Just that one moment of presence from King Bobby was more than enough to motivate Powerhouse. And they pulled a gentleman sweep, starting things off on that SND Tunisia 11 to 9. And then later on, Crossroads strike went all the way down to a round number 5, but still clutched out by Powerhouse. And now the battle at Arsenal. And this should have been a map ban. They should have not fallen for that takeoff to remove that from the equation. A little bit unfortunate. And look at the frags here. 26 eliminations from Tin. And, you know, that's just a little unacceptable. Even Irfan J down at the very bottom, he's got 24 for himself.
Yeah, he also has 2 minutes and 26 seconds in his bag as well. And Powerhouse Esports really knows how to play this Arsenal game very well. And it's sad to see that Smart Omega, it was their fault that they lost this match. Their early rotation going to P3 and giving up 20 seconds of time for Powerhouse at that P2 earlier in that first set of Hardpoint just gave an opportunity for Powerhouse to snowball the lead. It was a 100-point lead by the time we opened P3.
I mean, it was insane, man. I mean, obviously, Powerhouse very good at this map. And that was mainly shown from a great control of the spawns initially. Smart Omega did manage to smarten up in the second rotation of hills, but they just could not keep up the show, right? Because the numbers disadvantaged, because the eliminations, the engagements just weren't going their way. And that usually happens when you are approaching this matchup with slightly lower confidence. And it usually happens when you're not very familiar with the map. Arsenal was just a terrible pick overall. They should have once again, banned it out of the equation, so they
yeah.
didn't need to deal with it. And this was a free one. Powerhouse bows down, thanks them for the opportunity, as well as a cracker of a matchup. But it doesn't even go to a game number 5. We don't get an SND finisher. Powerhouse books their spot in the lower bracket final.
Yeah, they'll be waiting for whoever loses up on the upper bracket finals, right? Between between Kagendra and WPM Lokings, and the team that they will have to face is not gonna be any team at all. It is a team that is above the level of quality that Powerhouse can output in this game. If they have taken Smart Omega in 4 maps, it will take them at least 5 maps to take down Kagendra or WPM Lokings. Perhaps they might be, overwhelmed and might just buy a lot of control, right, as the game starts.
And Powerhouse needs to smarten up a little bit as well, because the Bobby Curse might work, but it only works when Smart Omega's playing. Apart from this, against Kagendra, against the players of West Point Mamba Lokings, nothing else can help them except good rotations. But you got to be happy here if you're a Powerhouse fan, because there's consistency, non-stop consistency, not just out of the squad, but mainly from the star player, picking up his 9th MVP count. The monster shot up with a 1.2 KD rating and 4,280 on the average score. Is truly shaping up to be one of the greatest threats within the circuit.
Yeah, that's the highest MVP count that we have in the entire stage 4 of Garena. And this is a guy that you cannot underestimate. Every time he gets out there in the battlefield, he gets loose and wild and out. Take these eliminations one by one. 35 kill average on this map itself speaks a lot on how much impact he had.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, at the end of the day, it was a team play for sure, but you're always going to have that one superstar within the squad, right? And Shut Up in recent times has been so consistent. And the greatest colossal issue here for Powerhouse is the fact that their Clutch King is not doing as well. So, whatever the issue is for Irfan J, he needs to figure it out, because we need to have a different form of that guy. We need to have a beast form of Irfan J, to really stake a claim on that title of Clutch King by the time that matchup at the low bracket final starts off. Of course, they're going to have an opportunity to watch the first game. It is going to be the battle in the upper bracket final. Once again, like you said, Cali, earlier on, it's going to be West Point Mamba Lokings taking on Kagendra. Loser meets Powerhouse down at the bottom. Winner of that bottom low bracket matchup books a rematch against whoever that winner is in the grand finals.
I tell you what, I mean, WPM Lokings and Kagendra, if they ever go duke it out, they're just one win away from claiming a spot at the grand finals at the world stage.
Oh yeah.
And of course, you're going to be kicking yourself if you have taken that loss. So Powerhouse could have the opportunity to take one of the losers of that upper bracket finals and, take advantage of the slow momentum that they're going to carry on moving towards the lower bracket.
And clearly we saw a huge potential of Powerhouse winning out the bout against West Point Mamba Lokings. Of course, once again, I will never get over the Apocalypse drop. I think the team was very cheeky with not contesting for that P1, and they were severely punished. But the question is, did they pull that off on purpose? I guess we will get the answer, and we don't have to wait too long for that answer, right? It's going to happen tomorrow, the 1st of October. As we break into a new month, it's going to be breaking into a brand new future for Garena overall at the world stage. Either way, we've got one team that has never stepped in and represented Garena before moving on to the world stage. It's going to be either West Point or Kagendra, and I'm loving it because these two are very, very capable squads. And that's not just based on stats. That's not just based on numbers. I mean, the phenomenal plays, the strategies have been so beautiful to watch. If you're a fan of Call of Duty Mobile, you will be in love with these two squads.
Yeah, from 12 teams, we got it down at 6 at the playoffs, and now we're down to our final 3 squads remaining here. WPM and Kagendra, just like what you said, are the new kings on the block. What awaits them at the lower bracket, though, is the 2-time Garena Stage 4 defending champions. Obviously, a lot of pride and a lot of experience that you're going to have to try to take down there. It's going to take a lot of mental fortitude to carry on.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, at the end of the day, valiant effort coming through from Smart Omega. But we have to say, fundamentally, you really can't, push the buck here. You have to take ownership. You have to take accountability for what happened out there on the battlefield. And the inconsistencies once again kicking into action in this matchup. The engagement started off hot on the Apocalypse. We have not seen that version of Smarter Mega in such a long time. And then comes SND. They started off, they were blitzing through that matchup. They had such a decent lead, and they had already 5 rounds won on their side, and they allowed the team of Powerhouse to make that comeback. And all of that momentum build up on that SND just led to a 3-1 gentleman sweep right back.
And again, it's just a very unfortunate thing for Smart Omega, right? But here we have it for stage 5 as we one day from crowning our 2 Garena representative, what they're fighting for at December 15, 17.
Oh, yeah.
At DreamHack Atlanta is $1 million prize pool. We're talking about life-changing money that the teams are going to try to fight for.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, Omega fans will be salty, but, you can't blame anyone. You can't blame Bobby. You can't blame the fan base of Powerhouse. You can't even blame Powerhouse for winning out that bout. Obviously, if your team lost the match, your team lost the match, and the best thing that you can do as a fan is to give them that love, give them the support, stop blaming other people for your shortcomings, and just focus on whatever you can do best, right? And of course, if you're a fan base, you just have to give them the love, man. Smarter Mega just needs to bring back solid plays in the future, and the most important one has to be consistency. Clearly, there has been a lack of attention played towards really refining their strategy on these maps as well as game modes, which is shocking because once again, you look at the amount of resources that Smarter Mega as a brand has and how long the squad has been together and all of the things that they've got backing them up. This is not the kind of performance we expect out of all of that.
Yeah, I mean, they had an opportunity to go up 2-0 on the series, right? Remember, Tunisia, they had an opportunity to close it out, but they lost 5 rounds straight and had to be forced to overtime where eventually they lost. They did make up for it by trying to play that Crossroads really close, but again, it was Powerhouse who was just able to go for the overwhelm. But now, thank you guys for watching. Now we get to give you guys our Charlie Local Legend character skin. So it's going to be only available for today's live stream, and by the time this broadcast ends, you better have it on your arsenal.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, not every day you guys get the character skins, right? Most of the time, it's either the coupons or it's a crate for you guys. This is a straight up skin, so go ahead and take the screenshot, get it redeemed within the phone. Of course, I think WPM DMorris, I think this is the fake one, obviously, in the chat. the guy is on a roll right now in the comment. Take a screenshot, man. Stop wasting your time.
Yeah, come on, man.
The guy.
You're taking it so seriously.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, just another Omega fan who's unfortunately salty because the team lost. It's unfortunate. I mean, I think Cali and I are bigger Smarter Mega fans than any one of you guys. I think we've been following the circuit for multiple years now. And at the end of the day, this is a battle for Garena. It's not a battle just because, we love Smarter Mega or we love the individual players out of Smarter Mega. We want to bet on Smarter Mega. That's not what this is about. This is about representation of Garena, and only the best team should go ahead and represent Garena because we want to make a lot of noise on that world stage later on. And of course, the best ones have to stand. We are very happy that it is Powerhouse International because clearly they've proven through the strategies on those maps as well as the data thus far, Cali, that they can take this quite a long way.
Yeah, and if they can have Kagendra on that lower bracket, they will take that opportunity to take away that number 2 spot. Remember, the last time these two met, they obviously had a very close match, but that will be the talk for tomorrow because it's going to be Championship Sunday. That will be awaiting you by the time we see these 2 Garena representatives be crowned.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for your love. Thank you so much for having fun in the comment section as well. We love you guys. Good night. Goodbye. We'll see you guys tomorrow.